want to see something get resolved finally. We're tired and frustrated that Washington can't get their act together to solve this problem. COVID has highlighted our dependence on immigrants, from vaccine inventors to physicians to caretakers to meat packers to crop pickers. There are places in this debate with huge consensus as to what we should be doing. As Becker mentioned, today we're launching the campaign to challenge both political parties to come to the table and solve our immigration problem. As I said, there are some areas of huge consensus. 85% of voters, including 95% of Democrats, 84% of independents, and 73% of Republicans, support the DREAM Act. In a divided Congress and a divided country, bipartisan solutions are required. No one party will be able to impose its will on another. Trump was able to polarize against immigrants because immigration was being festering unresolved without any serious legislation attempt over 30 years, tearing our country apart. Now is the time to act as grown-ups and get something done. ABIC will be an active partner to make this happen, but the business community cannot do it alone. We will have to work with immigrant communities to see what we can do and those that are affected. At this point, I'll turn it back to Becca.
Great, thank you, Sam. So we know that perhaps a comprehensive bill can move forward. President-elect Biden has promised to send a bill to Congress on day one. We will work to knit the support necessary. Or it might be passing confidence-building measures that have bipartisan support, like a DREAM Act, a Farm Workforce Modernization Act, an Essential Workers Bill, and rebuilding the economy. Our bottom line, like Sam mentioned, is that we really do not want another 2 years of absolutely no legislation moving forward, and each side blaming the other. Sam?
Again, Becca, thank you. Perhaps the best news since COVID-19 started is the 2 highly effective vaccines that are about to become available, with a couple more coming right behind them. One is developed by Pfizer in partnership with the German firm BioNTech, and one by the Cambridge, Massachusetts company, Moderna. Both of these companies were founded and or involved by immigrants or children of immigrants that played important roles in the founding and the development of these vaccines. Their roles in this vital technology in breakthrough is a testament to what it is that immigrants have done for our country. The impact of immigrants on the US innovation can't be overstated. 25% of new companies are started by immigrants. COVID has forced us to rely more and more heavily on technology, and therefore it has forced us to rely more and more on immigrant workers. 70% of immigrants work in fields classified as essential. Refugees and immigrants risk their lives in poultry, pork, and beef processing plants around the country. From the technology we use more and more every day to the care of the sick and the food we eat, immigrants make up the lion's share of essential industries. For these moral, economic, and political reasons, ABIC is launching a campaign for bipartisan immigration solutions in 2021. We thank our amazing group of business leaders and advocates for coming together with an amazing roster of bipartisan elected officials to say now is the time to move forward. And now, Becca, back to you.
Great. Thanks so much, Sam. First, it is my pleasure to introduce Clara Disqua, a US citizen, to share her story weathering this global pandemic. Please welcome Clara.
Hi, my name is Clara Disqua, and I live in South Florida with my husband, Carlos. I'm a US citizen born in Texas. My husband was born in Honduras, and we have been married since 2014. Although I petitioned my husband for his green card, he still has another pending immigration case, and he would have to return to Honduras before he could come back to the US for 10 years. And he cannot return to Honduras because it's much too dangerous for him to do so. My husband's brother was murdered in San Pedro Sula by police and corrupt gangs. I'm a proud American citizen, and I love my family. My husband has held my hand through the hardest of times, supported me through stage 3 cancer in 2017, the death of our baby, and the loss of everything we owned during a hurricane. I cannot imagine one day without him. My son is 29 years old, and he is a disabled U.S. veteran who served in Afghanistan. He suffers from PTSD as a result of his time in the service. We are proud of his service and the sacrifices that he made to protect our freedom. The pandemic has really hurt our family. I was doing Instacart for work, but I had to stop because of coronavirus. I am high risk and I'm still battling cancer. I also have high-risk family members that I would not want to risk becoming ill. I've had a very hard time paying the electric bill, mortgage, and groceries. The $1,200 stimulus check was what we were counting on to make ends meet. I am asking members of Congress not to forget about me and my family. We have always paid our fair share of taxes, and our family's sacrifices on behalf of our country should not be forgotten, simply because of the man that I chose to marry. The man that I married deserves a path to citizenship, just like the rest of the 11 million hardworking, tax-paying, undocumented immigrants. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you so much, Clara, for sharing your story and for the sacrifices that your family has made to our country. We have a couple minutes before Senator Susan Collins will be joining us. So I just wanted to take this time and give a couple shout outs to our co-chairs who have joined us. And you'll hear from many of them later today, and also their incredible story. So we have Mike Fernandez, the co-founder and co-chair of ABIC, and Mike is the chairman of MBF Healthcare Financials, healthcare firm, and he is also the co-founder and co-chair of our chapter in Florida. We have Mr. Woody Hunt, the senior chairman of Hunt Companies and our leader in Texas, and one of our newer board members who joined us this year is Mr. Don Graham, which I know many of our audience members and our employee members know him very well through his incredible work supporting scholarships for our dreamers as the chairman of dream.us. So thank you all very much. And I see that Bob Worsley, our leader in Arizona and our leader of Intermountain ABIC, just joined us as well. Bob, thank you so much for your leadership. Some of you might know Bob was the former state Republican senator in Arizona, and he had defeated then Senate President Russell Pierce, who was the chief sponsor of SB 1070. And Bob is also a leader with the Church of Latter-day Saints. And so we're thrilled to have Bob. Oh, and I'm sorry, and then Bill Lucia, of course, our leader in Texas, who is the CEO of HMS Healthcare and in Irving, Texas. Thank you very much, Bill, for also joining us. Trying to see if I missed anybody else. Thank you all for our members for your patience. I just got a note that the senator is just joining us in a couple of minutes. The first senator we have on our roster is Senator Susan Collins. Oh, there's our senator. Okay, I will turn it over to Mr. Sam Scott to introduce Senator Susan Collins.
Thank you, Becca. It is my pleasure and honor and for ABIC to have with us today Senator Susan Collins. Senator Collins is a senior senator from Maine, a position she's held since 1997. Senator Collins has been known for working across the aisle and forging strong relationships with Democrats to solve problems. In 2013, Senator Collins voted for the Senate Gang of 8 comprehensive immigration bill, and in 2017 publicly opposed President Trump's Muslim ban. Senator Collins, I'm going to start with a question, if I may, and then we certainly turn it over to you to share with us your thoughts. But as Becca mentioned before you joined, today's summit is the announcement by the business community that we are launching a campaign for bipartisan immigration solutions, comprehensive or piecemeal, piece by piece. There's overwhelming support publicly for the Clean Dream Act for essential workers and ag workers. We really don't want another 2 years of absolutely no legislation moving forward in Congress, with each side blaming the other. How do we end this gridlock and get something done? Is it comprehensive? If it's confidence building measures to make, like the DREAM Act or ag reform, how do we show progress in 2021?
Well, thank you very much, Sam. And again, it's a pleasure to join so many business and faith and elected leaders to advance common sense immigration reform. Sam has asked the key question, and I think the answer is found in what we're doing right now on the coronavirus package, where Joe Manchin and I have put together a group of Democrats and Republicans who are committed to a bill. We're also working with our House counterparts under the aegis of the group No Labels, and we produced a $908 billion package. Now, it's a long ways from becoming law, but it is an example of our working together. One of the issues that I've been giving a lot of thought to in answering Sam's question is whether we should try to do piecemeal, step-by-step approaches rather than trying to do comprehensive where we have not had very good luck. And it seems to me that there are three areas that we could start with. The first is the DACA population, the Dreamers. As you may or may not know, in February of 2018, I brought together a bipartisan group in my office to work on immigration reform. At one point, we had 22 senators there, and I actually used a talking stick that is used by an African tribe to control who got to speak next, because as you can imagine, with that many senators, it's rather hard to keep control of the conversation. I'm just going to try to change my setting a little so I can see more of you. So we produced a bill that provided legal status and a path to citizenship for the Dreamer population, as long as they had not committed a felony, they had a good record, in other words. And individuals who were registered under the DACA program would have automatically qualified if they arrived in this country by June 15, 2007, unless they engaged in conduct that rendered them ineligible. Those who had not enrolled in DACA had to go through another process, but they too were going to be qualified if they had been brought to this country under the age 18. They would have to pass background checks, medical exams, register for the Selective Service if applicable. So we made good progress on this bill by twinning it with some border security funding. And the night before the vote, I had 60 votes for our package. There was also a package that was more to the left, and there was the president's package, which was very restrictive. Overnight, the Department of Homeland Security put out a press release saying that that they would recommend a veto of our package, and also really misdescribing its elements in a way that was just plain wrong and extremely offensive. So overnight, my vote total went from 60 sure votes to 54. that still garnered more support than either the package from the left or the package from the right. And I think that that tells us where we need to go, that we need to be more in the center to get this accomplished. There are two other areas that I want to mention that I think help build support for a package, and that is straightening out the H-2B program, which is essential to tourism states like mine, where we have guest workers who come and then return to their native countries. This provides us with seasonal workers, which we really need in my state. In addition, the H-2A visa program is less important in my state than H-2B, but it's a program that has widespread support among those who represent farm states. And I know I said I'd mentioned two in addition to DACA, but let me throw in a third. And that is the Conrad 30 waiver program, which helps bring foreign trained doctors from abroad into rural, underserved communities. I will tell you, in my state, there are certain rural areas where the hospitals could not operate without the benefit of these foreign doctors who come in under the Conrad 30 waiver program. So those are issues that I think would garner bipartisan support to answer Sam's question. But obviously this remains a highly polarized area, and it's one where we're all going to have to work together. And I want to salute your coalition. I know my friend formerly from Maine, John Rowe, is a member of it, for coming together and helping to advance common sense immigration reform. We failed over and over and over again at this task. And I think we need to identify areas of consensus. There are others that could be put in, such as the need for more immigration judges to cut back on the enormous backlog. And I think we can't ignore border security if we're going to get support from the Republican side of the aisle. So those were the thoughts that I wanted to share very quickly with you before going to vote. I think we've got time for another question if you want, or I can
Thank
just
you.
sign off, depending on what you'd like.
Yeah, if you can stay for one question, Senator, thank you so
Sure.
much for your remarks, and appreciate your bipartisan leadership on this COVID package. And prior to you, Clara Disqua, who's a US citizen, shared how she did not get a stimulus check because of her husband that she married. And so I know one measure you supported was stimulus checks for mixed status families like Clara's. So we really would love to see that being included in the package as well, if possible. And then we have a question from one of our employers in Colorado, who says, how do you feel about temporary protected status or some of his refugee workers in his poultry plant, he says?
That was part of our package in February of 2018, was to extend temporary protected status. I believe that primarily affected Haiti and Honduras, and but that is something that I would support. We've always been a country that has welcomed refugees, and I know that a lot of refugees don't pass the tests when they come to their hearing before immigration officials. And I know the administration put a very restrictive cap on the number of refugees that our country would accept. I could give you so many. So I am inclined to extend the TPS program. You know, if I had more time, I had wanted to give a real speech to you, naming some really inspiring immigrants. Bath Iron Works in my state, which builds naval destroyer, named one after, the Navy named one after one of the destroyers after an immigrant who came here as a young man. He would have qualified for DACA. He came at age 2 and gave his life in Iraq and saved others. And, you know, we need to tell those stories. We need to tell those stories. Alex Haley, the author of Roots, once said that the problem with members of Congress is they don't know how to tell a story. And it's stories that move people. It's not just, we need to have data, we need to have statistics, but it's the stories, such as the one that you just told about the woman who did not get a stimulus check, despite being married to an American. And those stories put human faces on the immigration issue. So
Right.
in addition to adding, compiling the data, which is really important, we need to tell the stories as well.
Great.
Thank
That's
you.
wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Just curious, do you think something can move in the first 6 months?
I think that's very ambitious. If we're still in the midst of the pandemic, I think it's going to be really hard to do something in the first 6 months, other than some administrative steps that the administration may be able to take due to court rulings on DACA, for example. But I think it'd be very hard to do. What I'm worried about is, and it's why I'm pushing so hard to get a COVID package passed now, but we're talking about only going through the end of April and then reassessing where we are. If we're not making huge progress on vaccinations and reopenings and getting past the pandemic by that date, I think the pandemic's going to be all consuming. And in addition, although I'm still hopeful that we will complete the appropriations process before December 11th, when the continuing resolution expires, we may not. And if there's another continuing resolution, we're going to be involved in doing this fiscal year's appropriations bills at the first 3 months of the year. So I don't mean to discourage you at all. And, you know, there's an awful lot of work that can be done, groundwork, agreeing on language, agreeing on the priorities, lobbying everyone. That's all really important. So it's not that time wouldn't be wasted working on that. I apologize. I do have to go very shortly. I've literally got 2 minutes left.
Absolutely. I just want to take the time to, behalf of the 720 some attendees, employers we have on this and our board, to thank you for your leadership. We do believe that immigration reform is urgent. We know you're somebody that can build bipartisanship like you did on this COVID package that many thought were impossible. And so we know you can do the impossible, and immigrants, high skill, low skill, are dreamers in particular. So we are committed to working with you to get a solution next year. So thank you very, very much, Senator.
Thank you. And the commitment goes both ways. I think this is really important for our country. And
Hi, Joseph. I'm actually in the midst of a meeting with my boss. So can I?
I'm so sorry about
That's
that.
okay.
Yeah, we'll just
Okay.
virtual conferences. Go ahead, Senator. Oh, whoops.
I thank you all for your commitment to this great cause. Let's work together. Let's get it done. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you so
Senator.
much, Senator.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. Great. So I am going to bring Mike Fernandez on stage if possible. I think, Mike, you just have to turn your camera on. Okay, great. So I am very thrilled to introduce Mr. Mike Fernandez, who's our co-founder and co-chair of ABIC and the leader of our efforts in Florida. Mike is going to be introducing our next keynote speaker, who is Democratic leader Chuck Schumer. Let me just see, I don't think the leader has arrived yet, but I am just gonna briefly introduce Mike. So Mike is the chairman of MBF Healthcare Partners, which is a private investment firm located in Coral Gables, Florida, that focuses on investing in healthcare service companies nationwide. Mike has completed the 508-mile pilgrimage Camino de Santiago from France and Spain multiple times to raise funds for children's healthcare. I know we have a lot of members and partners that are also big walking and hiking fans. So we can ask Mike about that later. Mr. Fernandez has also contributed more than $100 million to charitable causes. So I'm really honored to welcome Mike. I know Leader Schumer is getting on momentarily. Maybe before you start your introduction, Mike, just a question for you. You know, for half a century, Cuban immigrants have been awarded unique immigration privileges with a path to citizenship offered to no other immigrant groups. We know that, of course, has changed over the last few years. But Mike, can you share with us a little bit about your story and why did you, as a Cuban American, decided to make immigration and the undocumented a priority issue for you?
Thank you, Becca. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, maybe just a little louder.
Okay.
Oh,
Do you
hey,
hear me
Bill.
now?
We see. Yeah, we hear you. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, I was born in Cuba on Christmas Eve, 1964. Military truck pulled up to our home and packed my mother, my father.
Mike,
Hello?
I'm so sorry. I'm going to interrupt you because now we have our leader, Chuck Schumer, and I'll hand over to Mike to introduce the senator.
Thank you. Hi, Mike.
Senator, how are you?
Good, thank you.
So allow me to introduce myself and the senator in this very important call. My name is Mike Fernandez. I am a co-chair of ABIC. I'm the founder of Impact Fund in Florida, another group that deals with helping immigrants who have found issues but have no felonies on their record. Today, I have the honor to introduce Chuck Schumer, the Senate's Democratic leader. But before I do that, I wanted to share with you why immigration reform is so important to me. First of all, I am an immigrant. Actually, I was an undocumented immigrant in 1964 when I arrived. I am legal today. I am a proud adopted son of this nation, and I am a US Army veteran. As a young man, I grew up in New York, and I paid for my high school tuition by working at a New York City hospital cleaning animal cages for experimental animals, and that was 5 days a week, and also worked at the American Museum of Natural History in Central Park West on Saturdays and Sundays. While at college, I cleaned patients' rooms at the VA hospital in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I also emptied spittoons, waxed floors, and did anything that I was told to do. While the war in Vietnam was winding down, I chose to volunteer for the US Army, and I served as a paratrooper until discharge in 1975. Then I moved to Miami, started working as a door-to-door salesman. This is where I began my professional career. I used to be an active Republican contributor. But there comes a point in life where you have to evaluate the company that you keep. Often I would tell politicians, don't look at an immigrant as a potato picker, a tomato farmer, or a grass cutter, because they or their children will have the ability to vote for you for re-election or not. They are valuable. Today, 1/4 of the kids in the US playgrounds have a Hispanic surname. In a few years, half will have a Hispanic surname. Brown people like me are contributors to our communities. We're not a minus, we're a plus to our country. We're an integral part of what makes our nations run, and we cannot be removed without damaging our own prosperity. We're here today because we're launching a campaign to move immigration forward. We need to take action. There have been too many promises not kept and too much partisanship. We need to remove the obstacles and find workable solutions. The status quo is not only unacceptable, but it is also detrimental to our standing worldwide. We know that the vast majority of Americans demand an immigration solution, and that can only happen by re-engaging in the historical American process of acceptance and welcoming those who want to contribute to our land. Today, I am delighted to introduce an old friend, Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, who has taken action to protect immigrants. Senator Schumer was a member of the Bipartisan Gang of Eight that passed a comprehensive immigration reform bill in 2013. Recently, Senator Schumer ensured that COVID packages include stimulus relief for mixed status family. Senator Schumer is senior US senator from the state of New York, to which he was elected for the first time in 1998. Leader Schumer, we're sick and tired of both sides not having the guts to solve the immigration issue. John Boehner, Paul Ryan, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, all regretted that they weren't able to pass immigration reform. As a result of their failure, we just finished 4 of the most horrendous years in the history of our nation. Trump was able to polarize against immigrants because this issue has festered unresolved without any legislative solution or attempts in 25 years. It is tearing our country apart. Winston Churchill said, Americans can always be counted to do the right thing after they have tried everything else. Leader Schumer, we have tried everything else. We have tried greater enforcement. We have tried building a stupid wall. We have tried E-Verify. We have tried highest deportation under Obama, followed by unimaginable cruelty to our kids by putting them in cages and a Muslim ban. Everything but legalization. Pardon my Cuban accent, they still have trouble with some words. We need to find a solution for legalization. We really don't want another cycle where nothing moves forward, and it is within our ability and capabilities to resolve it. Leader Schumer, how would you end this gridlock? How do we get this done? Senator, the floor is yours.
Grandchildren, and I thank you for your introduction. And I want to thank all of my colleagues who are participating. And one of the things about the people who are participating is they are bipartisan. And that's an answer to your question. We need bipartisan reform. As you know, as you mentioned, our Gang of Eight passed the most comprehensive immigration reform bill in 2013. John McCain and I led it, 4 Democrats, 4 Republicans. And unfortunately, when we sent it to the House, the Tea Party types who came in with the Republican Party said, we're not touching immigration reform. And Paul Ryan, who you mentioned, who was in favor, didn't touch it because of them and later regretted it. So I believe in immigration. It's been a long, difficult year for the country and even a longer and painful 4 years for our nation's immigrants and for everyone who believes that the richness and history and goodness of our country is in its immigrant character. We're nothing if we're not a nation of immigrants. It's one of the deepest and most abiding facts about America. just as it has been one of the deepest and most abiding convictions in my lifetime. Many of you may not know this. My middle name is Ellis. Guess what I was named after? Uncle Ellis, who was named after Ellis Island. And in keeping with that tradition, our second daughter, we chose her middle name to be Emma, for the poet Emma Lazarus, who wrote on the pedestal of the Statue of Liberty, "Give me your poor, your tired, your huddled masses, yearning to be free." So this is in my bones as a New Yorker, as someone whose grandparents immigrated to the country in search of a better life. And look, their grandson's a US Senator. Amazing. That's what America's all about. So you can imagine how frustrating, exhausting, and infuriating the last 4 years have been. But now, for the first time, there's a ray of hope. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, as president and vice president, believe in immigration reform, believe in a pathway to citizenship. And the American people, thank God, rejected President Trump's divisive, frighteningly hostile anti-immigration agenda. And so we have a new administration, and I know them. I've worked with Joe Biden in the past. He was involved in helping us pass immigration reform. And I know that this administration will treat immigrants with respect, decency, and give us a chance to make progress. We have a lot of work to do. First, to repair the damage of the last 4 years. More than most, immigrants have stood at the front lines of this pandemic. I tell a story about a man named Recto, an immigrant in the South Bronx. Every day he would care for elderly people. He didn't get paid very much because that's what home health care workers do, their plight. They don't get paid much. But he'd take a bus to go take care of those folks, three senior citizens who needed his help and probably wouldn't have lived without him. COVID came, the bus stopped. Recto, with his meager salary, paid for a taxi every day to go back and forth to help those elderly people. He's who immigrants are all about in America. And I wish more Americans knew his story. Our essential workers like Recto are putting huge hours on the front lines with little pay. In New York, it's estimated a third of the frontline healthcare workers were immigrants. And the story could be repeated over and over and over again. And I want to thank ABIC for answering the call when we've had these desperate times for immigration. I'm grateful for your leadership to make sure that mixed status families receive COVID benefits through the CARES Act. I was instrumental in making that happen. There's still significant resistance on the other side, the Republican side, to this policy. But thanks to you, countless families and business owners who desperately need their government during this crisis are part of the conversation. And I promise you, as we fight for future COVID relief, Speaker Pelosi and I will fight to make sure these families become eligible for assistance. But the big picture is this: we need to pass comprehensive immigration reform once and for all. It is one of my top goals. It is one of my dreams. And I've always believed that immigration is an area where the Senate can find bipartisan ground. We have Democrats and Republicans on today's conversation. That's proof of that. And we have broad-based support. The bill that McCain and I put together, the last comprehensive immigration reform bill with a pathway to citizenship, had the support of business and labor, had the support of the most liberal church groups like the American Council on Churches and the most conservative like the Southern Baptist Convention. It had support across the board, and that's why it was able to be bipartisan. We have to resurrect that bipartisan coalition now, and we need ABIC to be part of it. Because in a divided Congress, my hope, of course, is I'll be majority leader, and that will be a lot better for immigration reform than, frankly, if Leader McConnell stays that way, who has never been very friendly to it and voted against our bill in 2013. But even if we are in the minority, a bipartisan coalition with President Biden and Kamala Harris as vice president, we can get this done. And it is a goal. We have to fight. I've already had the chance to meet virtually, of course, with someone you will hear from today, from what I understand, Ali Mayorkas, who is President Biden's choice for DHS secretary. And I told him that my top goal was, one of my top goals was comprehensive immigration reform. And he said, we're going to do it together. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. It's going to be difficult. Immigration is always a contentious issue. Trump has made it worse. by just spreading lies about immigrants constantly. But still, 68% of all Americans support comprehensive immigration reform with a clear pathway to citizenship for all immigrants, documented and undocumented. And so we have a real opportunity. We need every one of you on this call, and I see there are 406, to get involved, to let your legislators know how important it is, to let them know it's important for humanity's sake, it's important for our economy's sake. CBO estimated that the Schumer-McCain bill, which won't be that different from the new bill we'll have to adopt because of the changes Trump has made, would grow our GDP 3.5% more than any Republican tax cut or Democratic spending program. Because when you let immigrants loose, and they don't have to worry about deportation, and they can get jobs and live up to their potential, it's a huge shot in the arm for our economy and for all Americans. So stay involved, help us fight for the cause. It's a must-be bipartisan. It's the only way it's going to get it done. You are a bipartisan group. Mike has always reached out to both sides of the aisle, and we can win. Immigrants built this country with their hands, enriched our culture with their minds and spirit, and provided the spark that drives our economy. I have faith that we will get this done. It won't be easy, but as long as God breathes air in my lungs, I'm going to fight to make sure this country remains a welcoming, safe haven for those who seek the American dream, just as it has been for my own family. Thank you. God bless you. Keep up the fight. And I'm going to have to tune right off because we have a vote. But thank you, Mike. I don't see your picture, but I'm sure you're listening. And thank you all for the great work you have done and will continue to do. We, in partnership with all of us, by Democrat and Republican, who support comprehensive immigration reform.
Senator, thank you so much for your help and your friendship.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Senator. Great. Thank you so much, Mike. I know that the senator had to rush off for a vote. Our next two speakers are Senator Dick Durbin, Senator Chris Coons, and Senator Bob Menendez. And like Leader Schumer mentioned in the afternoon at 4:30 Eastern, we will be joined by the former DHS Secretary, Deputy Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas, who, as you know, is President-elect Biden's DHS Secretary pick. So we will hear from him at 4:30 Eastern. So we have about, I believe, 8 minutes until Senator Durbin joins us. So I'm just going to invite Irakere Picon, our Director of Legal Services. Irakere, as we understand, President-elect Biden is expected to restore DACA on day one. Can you speak to, we have a lot of employers on the line who do have DACA recipients, and we also have university presidents who have students that were too young to apply for DACA when it was revoked. So would love for you just to share a little bit of what employers should expect, and also employees and university presidents should be prepared for in the event of a restoration of DACA. And of course, our goal next year is congressional action. Executive orders can come and go depending on who is in the White House, as we've seen. So that is still our top line goal. But in the meantime, restoring DACA will create a lot of relief and stability for our employers and their families. And so I also just want to say that Irakere is actually the first DACA licensed attorney in the state of Illinois. And we're just really lucky. And now Irakere has a green card, but we're very lucky to have somebody who is personally been impacted, and also his excellent scholarship credentials as an attorney. Irakere, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Rebecca. And good morning, everyone. My name is Irakere Picon. I'm the Director of Legal Services at the American Business Immigration Coalition. As Becca mentioned, we'll be giving a little update about DACA and where it stands. DACA has gone through many iterations in the last 4 or 5 years. And so I just want to recap where it's at right now and what we expect to happen in the coming months. So if we can move on to the next slide. So the last of the DACA litigation came in the summer of 2020. Essentially, the Supreme Court issued a decision on the pending litigation stemming from the termination of DACA back in 2017, 2018, essentially stating that the government terminated DACA in an arbitrarily and capricious manner, and this violated the Administrative Procedure Act, vacating the previous memo. And so this restored DACA to its original 2020 version. So advocates and DACA eligible recipients were very happy about this because it meant that, one, they could continue to renew the DACA work permits, but also the individuals that had been prohibited from applying for DACA for the first time would now be eligible to apply for the first time after this decision. However, a month later, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Chad Wolf issued a memo ordering USCIS to only process DACA renewals and not the first-time applications. But also it changed the term of issuance from 2 years to 1 year. So it changed DACA significantly, but it also continued to prohibit first-time applicants from applying to DACA. Well, a few days ago, actually early last month, a US District Court found that the July 20th memo was issued by Secretary Wolf without legal authority, which means that the court is currently in conference discussing what the instructions are going to be, both for DACA recipients, but also for USCIS in terms of what this means for the DACA program. Next slide, please. So what the November 18th, 2020 decision from the US District Court means is that USCIS could be ordered to process DACA renewals and new applications, as well as advanced parole applications for DACA recipients. That's one of the possibilities between now and the new administration in February. The other possibility is that nothing could change and the court could wait to issue instructions until after the new administration. It's really unclear what's going to happen, but for the meantime, it's important for folks and advocates and DACA recipients that they know that if they already had DACA and they continue to qualify through the existing requirements, that they are eligible to continue renewing their DACA work permit. However, there could be some changes on the horizon. As Becca mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, President-elect Biden has promised to reinstate DACA to its original version, which would allow both DACA renewals and first-time applicants to apply for DACA like they did in 2012. Next slide. So with that being said, we want to make sure that DACA eligible individuals are ready to apply for when that happens. Essentially, to be eligible for DACA for the first time, you must show these 5 requirements. Arrived in the US before turning 16 years of age. You must have lived in the US since June 15, 2007 up to the present time. No departures from the US without advanced parole, either currently in school, you graduated from high school, or obtained a GED. No felony convictions, no significant misdemeanors, no multiple misdemeanors, or otherwise is considered to pose a threat to national security or public safety. And unfortunately, you can't be above age 30 if this is the first time you're applying for DACA. In terms of what evidence you have to present, if we can go to the next slide, is basically documents proving that you meet all those requirements. So either school records, medical records, obviously your birth certificate, anything that would show that you meet each one of those requirements. And this is what typically an individual would have to present if it's the first time applying for DACA. If they are simply renewing their DACA application, all they would have to present is any new addresses that they have lived at since their last renewal, as well as any other changes in their immigration history, including any criminal arrests or run-ins with the law. But otherwise, renewals are much more simpler. This is information specifically for individuals who would otherwise qualify for initial applications, come February in 2021. Next slide. So if you are an employer of DACA recipients, it's important that you understand that DACA recipients can still renew their work permits. The work permits are valid through their expiration date. Nothing has changed with the recent litigation or the recent rulings. And so if you have a work permit on file that is still valid, then that continues to remain valid. For employers, it's important for you to know that the DACA recipients themselves are not obligated to tell the employer how they obtain their work permit or that they have DACA. As you know, when you hire somebody, there's an I-9 process, and as long as they present the documents necessary to fill out the I-9 form, that's all that the employer is required or obligated or allowed to ask. So employers cannot fire, put on leave, change the work status of a DACA recipient employee on the basis of the DACA status until after the work permit expires. Hopefully your employees are renewing their work permits so that they don't have any lapses and therefore can continue working for your company. But it's also important that the employer knows that it's your responsibility to track when those work permits expire so that you can inform your employee of renewing that. If you are a DACA employee, make sure that you have a current work permit, that you apply early enough to renew it so that you don't have any lapses in those periods. If you are in Illinois, where I'm located, and either you are interested in applying for DACA renewal or you want to get more information about how to apply for DACA for the first time, hopefully in the next few months, please contact me at my email address. We provide limited legal services to folks on immigration issues. So I'm here as a resource as well. And again, just repeating the fact that employers, if you suspect somebody of having DACA, you can't ask for that information. If the employee obviously gives that up voluntarily, then and they ask for help or they ask for advice about who to go to, or maybe perhaps even the renewal fees, which are pretty expensive. A renewal fee for DACA is $495. Maybe that's something that the employer can help with in terms of helping their DACA employee renew their work permit. So it's really important that employers and employees are aware of where DACA stands at the moment. And obviously we hope that in the near future, DACA will be restored to what it was originally was in 2012. If we can go to the last slide, just want to reiterate some of the things that most of us are aware of, but for those who don't know, there are currently 800,000 current DACA recipients with over 90% employment rate, and they contribute about $2 billion in state and local taxes annually, and also contribute $3.8 billion in federal taxes, Social Security, and Medicare annually. So terminating this program, rescinding DACA, and potentially deporting these DACA recipients would cost the US around $60 billion and reduce economic growth by $280 million. And also one very important thing, as we've heard throughout this presentation and obviously the last 9 months, the importance of small businesses in our communities and how much they've been impacted by COVID and the pandemic. And it's important to note that among DACA recipients, more than 5% have started a business. And so not only are they contributing members of communities, but also they are entrepreneurs and also help to start companies that employ US workers here and abroad.
Great. Thank you so much, Irakere, for that important information. We have this recurring question from our members. So I am an employer and it's a manufacturing company. One of our managers is a DACA recipient, and I would love to be able to transfer her to another country where we're opening up offices. And you mentioned advanced parole. Can you speak to that, and how quickly can I apply or help my employee apply for advanced parole?
So at the moment, it's unclear whether or not advanced parole applications are being accepted by USCIS. Very briefly, advanced parole applications would allow a DACA recipient to apply for permission to travel or exit outside of the United States. And there's three reasons that you could be approved for that application. One is for humanitarian reasons, if you need to visit a sick family member in a foreign country, for professional reasons, for your work, if you need to go to a conference abroad, but also for academic reasons. So in the situation of an employer, if there are opportunities for that employee to travel abroad for a conference or to do work at a foreign office, then ideally Advanced Pro would be something that they would be able to apply for as a DACA recipient. However, at the moment, it's unclear if USCIS is actually processing Advanced Pro applications. The upside to this is that under the new administration, we expect that advanced paroles will come back into play for DACA recipients, which means that if there is one of those 3 reasons that is available to the DACA recipient, they could apply for that advanced parole, and if approved, could travel outside the US with permission and without fear of not being able to return to the US once that trip is over with.
Great, that was really helpful. I just got a note that Senator Durbin should be with us shortly. I appreciate everyone's patience. As we heard from Leader Schumer earlier, it looked like they had a vote, and so we should be hearing from Senator Durbin shortly. Here's another question, just got Ira Kere. Can you explain why isn't everyone able to get DACA? And why is there a limit put on who's able to get DACA and who isn't? This seems to be a very economically smart policy of giving work permits to people who work and can pay taxes.
So these are the requirements that were put into place when DACA was issued as an executive order back in 2012. And so unfortunately, there are requirements to it. There are prohibitions to it.
Oh, I think that's Senator Durbin.
Okay.
I'm sorry to cut you off. So
No
I am going to bring Ere Rondon, a DACA recipient, on stage to introduce Dr. Salud for Senator Durbin. Go ahead, Ere.
Thanks, Becca. So buenas tardes. My name is Erendira Rendon. I am a DACA recipient, or we call ourselves DACA mented. I came to the US when I was 4 years old to meet my dad, and now I'm 35 years old. My undocumented parents are homeowners. They put me through college, and they have now lived more than half of their lives as undocumented immigrants. They're 65 years old now, and we've been waiting for far too long for Congress to act. I am honored to introduce Dr. Saher Sahul, co-chair of IBIC and president of Med Global, which provides healthcare to victims of violence in 14 countries. Dr. Sahul runs his own pulmonology practice and works at a safety net hospital in Chicago's Southwest Side, where he treats patients with the most severe COVID-19 cases. Thank you, Dr. Sahul, for caring for all people during this global pandemic, like people like my family, who when we got COVID, and because most of my family does not have health insurance, we had nowhere to turn. And you took my phone calls late at night, and you took our conference calls with my family to answer all of our questions. Thank you so much, and I will pass it on to Dr. Sahul.
Thank you, my friend Ari. Buenos dias. I hope that your family and yourself are healthy and safe in this pandemic. And hello, everyone. My name is Zahir Sahlul. I'm a Syrian immigrant from Chicago. I work as pulmonary and critical care specialist, and I am also the co-chair of IBIC, the Illinois chapter of ABIC. I have been engaged in immigration reforms for the last 20 years because of the stories like Ari, her family, and because of my patients and the nurses and the doctors I work with every day on the front lines of fighting the COVID pandemic. In the Safety Net Hospital, I work in the west side of Chicago. Almost all of my critically ill patients are immigrants and African Americans. Almost all the doctors and the nurses are immigrants. According to the American Community Survey, an estimated 225,000 undocumented healthcare workers serve our communities as doctors, as nurses, and home health aides. 190,000 undocumented workers serve in essential custodial and administrative roles to ensure that healthcare settings remain safe and open. In addition, 29,000 DACA recipients are healthcare workers. This COVID pandemic has highlighted our dependence on immigrants. Immigrants saved hundreds of thousands of lives. They continue to save hundreds of thousands of lives every day. Our healthcare will collapse without immigrants. Trump was able to polarize against immigrants because this issue has festered without serious legislative attempts for over 30 years. It is tearing our country apart. We know there are elements from both parties that want to have solution. That's why today ABEC is launching a campaign to challenge both political parties to come to the table and solve the immigration challenges of our nation. I am honored to introduce a champion for immigrants. Senator Durbin introduced legislation every year for Dreamers. He has worked across the aisle to protect healthcare workers. He's the real deal. Senator Durbin is the senior United States Senator from Illinois, a seat he has first elected to in 1996. He has been the Senate Democratic Whip since 2005, which is the second highest position in the Democratic leadership in the US Senate. Senator Durbin, we really don't want another 2 years of gridlock and finger pointing. My question to you, Senator Durbin, is the best way forward a full comprehensive bill, a confidence building measures with bipartisan support like the DREAM Act, or is it to try both? How do we finally end the gridlock in Washington?
Thank you, Dr. Salul. What a question. I don't know if I could even spend 5 minutes acting like a doctor, but it didn't take you long to get to the heart of the issue when it comes to the immigration and what we're faced with. First, let me tell you how proud I am to count you as a friend, and Suzanne as well. The work that you've done around the world is unparalleled. You are a deserving recipient of the 2020 Gandhi Peace Award, which recognized your work. And it could have included Suzanne and her work too on refugees, not just in the United States, but everywhere. You just make me proud to count you as a friend. I'm honored to be in the same company as you. And I want to thank the American Business Immigration Coalition for having this conversation today. It couldn't have come at a more opportune moment. We are now considering the arrival of a new president. And with that, the possibility, obviously, of new members of the cabinet. One of the people who was interested in the Department of Homeland Security and I were on the phone this morning talking about my priorities, what I would recommend to the Department of Homeland Security. And they certainly started with DACA and the Dreamers. You all know the story better than most in terms of what we've been through, 20 years of fighting for the DREAM Act and fighting for those young people who have no future without it. The good luck we had when President Obama created DACA, when we tried to expand DACA to the parents of those young people, DAPA, it was stopped by Trump in court. And then came the day when Trump went even further and tried to abolish DACA itself, the 780,000 people protected under that. That went through the courts. It took months, years before it was finally over, some 3 years. And then, miracle of miracles, we were told that the Supreme Court believed the Trump administration was wrong in the way that they did this. It was arbitrary and capricious. And they said it is not abolished. DACA is still in place. Plus, we want you to reopen applications. Application period under Trump had been closed for 3 years. There were thousands and thousands who were eligible, who couldn't apply. Well, the Supreme Court gave the order, but the Trump administration ignored it. And so today, waiting for him to leave office, it is still uncertain what's going to happen. I urged the Biden administration, when they come into place after January 20th, to make DACA one of their highest priorities, because we want to make certain not only that these young people are protected, but that the application period is open for more. If this were the end of our worries, we'd say, well, January 21st, things will get much better. But there's still a case in the Texas courts that challenges the very existence of the DACA program again. And we have to defend against that case. So it will continue to be a tenuous, uncertain outcome for these DACA people as long as this debate is going on. I hope the day will come when we can pass the DREAM Act. I've said that for 20 years. I still say it. If you want to ask for one of the reasons I ran for re-election, it's to get that job done. It is the highest importance to me to make sure that those young people have their day of knowing that they have a future. I can remember the last time we had a disappointing outcome on this issue, and I spoke to them afterwards and I said, I'm not giving up on you, don't give up on me. I'm willing to sacrifice and do everything I can to make sure that we have a chance for moving forward on DACA. But the important thing is we put it in context too. Whether it was a Muslim travel ban, or was it the ending of DACA, whether it was the separation of children at the border, all of these things were part of the worst immigration strategy the United States has seen in modern times. Oh, there were days in the past, horrible days of Chinese exclusion and other activities. But this was the most consistent day after day, Steve Miller driven agenda against immigration that we've seen in modern times. And people suffered for it. They literally suffered for it. And some of them will have their lives changed forever because of it. We have a new president in Joe Biden who believes in immigration. Orderly immigration, yes, but immigration. I said to the new member of his cabinet who is aspiring to be a member of his cabinet, tell me whatever happened to those 627 children who were separated from their parents forcibly at the border. And then only by federal court order, many of them, 1,600, were reunited, but they couldn't find the parents of over 600 children. That is an outrage in America to think that that occurred in our time. And if there's a high priority, and I was assured that it is for the Biden administration, it's to get those children back in touch with their parents. I was told last night, NBC reported that there is documentation that connects some of those children to their parents that is being withheld by the Justice Department. I want to get to the bottom of this. That is an outrage to think that these kids are being separated from their parents. I don't need to tell you, and I'm sure Dr. Salul will back me up, there are psychological scars that these kids will go through because of this experience that never had happened. And we need to do everything we can to rectify that issue as quickly as possible. So let me come down to the $64 question, as I used to say, and whether we should do comprehensive immigration reform or piece by piece. The honest answer, I don't know. A lot of it depends on what's going to happen in Georgia on January the 5th. Special election, 2 Senate seats. If the 2 Democrats win, it's a 50-50 Senate. Kamala Harris breaks the tie. We have a nominal majority, but only nominal. She's there to break ties to give us 51. Many of the toughest things in the Senate take 60 votes. So we'd be at a standstill. So I'm not sure that I can give you the answer. What do I want to see? I want to see the comprehensive immigration reform bill, the bipartisan bill that passed the Senate 7 or 8 years ago. I want to see that come back and be updated and pass. It included the best DREAM Act that was ever written. And if we can't do that, will I take anything less? Listen, I'm looking for victories that change lives in the right way. I know these young people, God bless them, say, don't help me if you can't help my parents. I'm going to try to help everyone, but I'm going to do my best to reach agreements, bipartisan agreements that move us forward when it comes to that. Let me close by thanking this group for getting together and realizing that we have so many issues. TPS is an example. There are hundreds of thousands of people who are here in temporary protected status, and what happens to them, we're uncertain. I brought that up with the new administration. We have a refugee policy under the Trump administration. You have to go back to World War II when the United States was turning away Jewish people from Europe who were trying to escape the Holocaust and sending them back to their death to find a time more discouraging when it comes to refugees. We can have refugee settlement. We should have refugee settlement. They go through the most vigorous background checks for the security purposes, and they should, but they ought to be given a chance to come out into an area where they won't be persecuted and they will have an opportunity to live a good life. So with the Democrats on the Judiciary Committee, and I hope with some Republicans, we want to move forward on this agenda as quickly as possible. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. Thank Dr. Salul and all of you. Rebecca, thank you again for your leadership in this coalition. If there are comments, there she is.
Great. Thank you so much, Senator Durbin. Do you have time for a question?
Sure.
Okay. And we really appreciate what you said, that we want victories next year, whether that's comprehensive or piece by piece, because, and we're willing to work with you, and we're applauding you for hopefully calling you Judiciary Chairman as well next year. A question we have is from a grower. She is a pumpkin grower, and her question is, Senator Durbin, we really like the Farm Workforce Modernization Act that did get bipartisan support last year in the House, and it did pass. So just curious about the possibility of getting agriculture done in the Senate as well.
I'm glad she brought it up because agriculture, it's interesting. The Farm Bureau and other groups come visit with me and tell me that if they don't have workers to pick the crops, then they're out of business. Another dairy producer told me if I don't have workers on the farm, I'm going to close down a dairy operation that's been in our family for generations. We sell them, and I'm glad to see the pumpkin interest because the United State of Illinois is the #1 producer of pumpkins in the United States. I want to brag about that. And I'm sure they need help as well. So yes, I'll take a look at that proposal. I haven't seen it yet. We had a proposal in our comprehensive immigration bill that had the support of growers and of the laborers, workers. And I hope that this has the same kind of support. That's exactly what we need.
Great. Thank you so much, Senator. Another question, and we have posed this to Senator Susan Collins earlier as well, was that in the CARES package had left out US citizens who are in mixed status families. And while we are very excited about the bipartisan effort that's coming together, just wanted to get your thoughts and also your support to include stimulus checks for mixed status families in this upcoming package.
I don't know if the upcoming package is going to have any direct payment checks, but what happened under the CARES Act was fundamentally unfair. Fundamentally unfair. The notion that if someone in the household had filed an I-10, that even those who had Social Security numbers could not receive family assistance was wrong. I was against it, and I will be against it again if it's proposed, but I don't know if there are direct cash payments that'll be part of the next package. At this point, I don't think so.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And then
I have to run now. They just gave me a card, a couple of things.
Sure, no problem. And we will send you the Farm Workforce Modernization Act as well. So
all right,
thank you so much, Senator. Take care. Great. So we're very, oh, great. There was Senator. Okay, so we will be joined shortly by Senator Coons, Chris Coons, the senior senator from Delaware. I see that he is going to hop on in 5 minutes. So thank you all very, very much for your questions and your patience. We've gotten 27 questions already, and so we will make sure that we get it to the appropriate speakers and get them answered for you. In the meantime, I do want to, before Senator Coons joins us, I do want to take this opportunity and just thank our host committee and our panelists who are instrumental in putting together this summit. And so I'm just gonna quickly read their names, and I know many of them and their team are in the audience. This would not have been possible without all of you. And that's John Basilisi, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Immigration Executive Director, Al Cardenas, shareholder, Squire Patton Boggs, Steve Choi of NYIC, Senior Advisor, Alan Cram, the Illinois Institute of Technology President, Lester Crown, Henry Crown and Company Co-Chairman, Bob Dickinson, Carnival Cruises CEO, retired, Craig Dacheswa, the Dacheswa Group Chairman, Martin Eakes, Self-Help Federal Credit Union CEO. Hi, Martin, and I see your whole team. Hi there in North Carolina. Mike Fernandez, whom you've met, the MBF Healthcare Partners Chairman. Don Graham, the Dream.us Chairman. Luis Gutierrez, our former US Congressman. Dr. Carrie Besnet-Hauser, whom everyone will hear from later. She is the Colorado Mountain College President and CEO, one of, I think, the most beautiful places on earth with lots of 14ers. Maria Elena Icambie, the CEO of the National Immigration Law Center. You will hear from her shortly today as well. Melody Hobson, Ariel Investment President and Co-CEO. Josh Hoyt, Democracy Partners. Woody Hunt, Hunt Company's Senior Chairman. Mr. Hunt will be on a panel later on building bipartisan coalition, as well as in a conversation with Senator John Cornyn, the senior senator from Texas. Mike Kaplan, Aspen Snowmass CEO. We have Give Kashkuli from the United Farm Workers, a political director. And we're also so honored to be joined by the UFW President Emeritus, Arturo Rodriguez, later on as well. Bill Kunkler, the Senior Vice President of CC Industries. Bill Lucia, HMS CEO. Stan Merrick, Merrick Brothers and System CEO. If you haven't seen Stan's videos on the economic contribution of immigrants, it's a 5-part series. We'll share that with all of our members. It's very excellent. Gresa Martinez, the Executive Director of United We Dream. Eva Melona, the Director, the CEO of the Massachusetts Immigrant Rights Association. Mark Moriel, the National Urban League President and CEO. Anna Morty, Greenberg Traurig shareholder. Anna Navarro, an American political strategist. Penny Pritzker, the former United States Secretary of Commerce. Raul Raimundo, the Resurrection Project CEO. Maria Rodriguez, the Florida Immigrant Coalition Executive Director. John Rowe, excellent Chairman Emeritus. Zahir Salud, Med Global CEO. Angelica Salas, the Executive Director of Chairla. Sam Scott, Ingredient Incorporated CEO, retired. Carol Siegel, Crate and Barrel co-founder. Gustavo Torres, the CASA Executive Director. Chris Wallace, the North Texas Commission President and CEO. Bob Worsley, Sky Mall founder and Arizona Republican State Senator, retired. And Justin Yancey, the Texas Business Leadership Council President. And we appreciate all of your support in putting this conference together. And I just see that Senator Coons should be joining us shortly. And yep, that is the message. And I also, I see in the audience, and I wanna give a couple shout outs. Glenn Hamer, who is the President and CEO of the Arizona Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for joining us and for all of your support for immigrants and dreamers in Arizona. And I see Adam Nielsen of the Farm Bureau. Thank you, Adam, for your leadership and advocacy. Felice Gerardo, Emerge America CEO. And thank you for your question regarding being concerned about the ability to pass immigration reform next year, particularly in a pandemic. Oh, and I see, hello, Eddie Aldrate, who many of you know. He is been a long time advocate for immigration reform, the Senior Vice President of IBC Bank in San Antonio. And Eddie's question is, changing needs of visas in a pandemic economy. That's a very good question that we'll address in one of our panels. I am right now gonna bring up Andrea Ramos, if you can hear me. Oh, there we go. And Mr. Don Graham, if you can see me, to introduce Senator Coons as he is signing on. See if, oh, there is Don. Okay, Andrea, go ahead.
I want to go ahead and thank Senator Durbin for his remarks earlier. My name is Andrea Ramos, and I am the San Antonio and Austin Business Manager for ABIC. I am a DACA recipient, graduate of the University of Texas at San Antonio, where I helped lead the efforts for the first Dreamer Resource Center at a university in the state of Texas. My parents are also undocumented and are essential workers. I won't lie, and I will go ahead and say that the last few months have been really rough for my family. My parents first had their work hours cut, and then we all got COVID. My parents were left without their jobs, and I became the main provider for my family. The good news is that we all recovered and that we have kept working. In the words of Lin-Manuel Miranda, immigrants, we get the job done. It is my pleasure to introduce a champion for dreamers and our families, Mr. Don Graham, ABIC Board of Directors and Chairman of the Graham Holdings Company, to introduce Senator Chris Coons. Mr. Graham's family published the Washington Post from 1946 until 2013, where Graham also worked as a reporter, news and business manager, and chairman of the board. Upon learning the plight of undocumented students with no college access, Mr. Graham co-founded the Dream.us, a national scholarship fund for dreamers, created to help undocumented immigrant youth get access to a college education. Please welcome Mr. Don Graham.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for that beautiful introduction. And thank you too for what you said about your year and your families. I wish you could talk more about what you have been through. I want to begin by thanking Rebecca and the American Business Immigration Coalition for putting together this magnificent meeting. It is so wonderful that this group of more than 400 supporters of immigration reform could get together to be heard by those in Washington. I do not yet see Senator Coons, and I trust that Rebecca will make me aware when he is about to arrive.
Yes, absolutely.
I want to say a word to all of you, since I know you to be believers in immigration reform, about education and the undocumented. As Andrea said, 7 years ago, along with Henry Munoz, who many of you know from Texas, and Carlos Gutierrez from Florida, I was co-founder of the Dream.us, a scholarship fund starting out for DACA recipients, now for many more. We have started 6,000 students into colleges around the United States. These are by and large the lowest cost, high quality colleges in the states that welcome our students. A simple example being the City University of New York, where tuition and fees are still $7,250 a year. 6,000 students have started. 87% of those students are still enrolled or have graduated. These students want education and what it brings, want the opportunity to work, to help our country, to help their community, and to help their families so badly. I've participated in scholarship funds in my home city of Washington, D.C. all my life. I am moved by the motivation of scholars from Washington, D.C. This is the most motivated group of students I have ever met. They are extraordinary. I want to tell you two things for your thoughts. The first is that while DACA was everything that Ira Carey and other speakers have said, and by the way, Ira Carey is a miracle, while DACA is fully as important, fully as successful, and fully as wonderful as everyone has said, it is a program for students who arrived with their families before June of 2007. That is now 13 years ago. And another generation of students, those who arrived in 2008, those who arrived in 2012, those who arrived 6 or 7 years ago, now need the same kind of help. Now, we just heard from Senator Durbin, and every friend of immigration knows that for 20 years, Senator Durbin has been the sponsor of the DREAM Act, the sponsor of immigration reform, and the person any pro-immigration group could turn to. I now want you to meet a younger senator who's going to be an equal champion. Senator Chris Coons comes from a place few of you have heard of called Delaware. There are no well-known politicians from Delaware, as all of you know, well, except the incoming president of the United States. But Senator Coons is the equal in practical talent of the other great senators who've spoken to you. I know he is a friend and champion of the Dreamers, because at the Dream.us, we have 140 students enrolled at Delaware State University in Dover, Delaware. And they have told me not that Senator Coons has come and lectured to them, not that he has made speeches to them, but that he's met them in coffee shops and restaurants and asked to hear their stories and help their families when they needed help. I want you to meet a great future leader for immigration reform, Senator Chris Coons.
Well, thank you, Don, and thank you for everything that you're doing. Thank you to Rebecca Shee and to everybody who's a part of this conversation today. And thank you for challenging and engaging senators, both Republican and Democrat, to imagine what is the next chapter in immigration reform in the United States. Don, I am particularly grateful to you and to the Dream.us for the more than 70 partner institutions and more than 6,000 young Americans who've had the opportunity, whether they are Dreamers or TPS status, to attend universities and colleges across our country, as you just referenced. One of them is Delaware State University, and I've had the real blessing of meeting with some really talented and outstanding young people who are students and who are accomplished at Delaware State University. Our former governor, Jack Markell, really embraced that partnership with you, and it has grown steadily year in and year out. And I am excited about our continuing that work together. I have a fundamental view of the United States as a nation of immigrants, a nation where immigration is an absolutely critical competitive advantage that we have globally. It helps to weave together our culture out of many different strands and threads from throughout the world. And it helps to make us stronger, more vibrant, more innovative, more secure, and more prosperous. We are just finishing 4 years of a president with a strongly different and competing view. And it's my hope that as we look forward to 2021, we'll be able to find a bipartisan group that can lead in the Senate of the United States on immigration reform. First, in a way that will resolve the unresolved status of Dreamers. I've heard from a number of the young people who study at Delaware State University through the generosity of the Dream.us, that the uncertainty, the lack of stability and predictability on their status and their family status was one of the single greatest sources of anxiety and distraction for them, even during a pandemic. And my hope is that we will get back to the sort of strong and robust partnership between the business community, America's great universities, and advocates from all backgrounds across our nation who will see it in our interest to make progress on resolving our nation's broken immigration system. I know this isn't easy. I know that it's taken a long time. In the decade that I've been here, we had one brief window where it really looked as if we had the overwhelming majority needed here in the Senate to pass out of the Senate comprehensive immigration reform. That window wasn't followed up on by the House. I think we may have another such window coming here in the year ahead. I'll close by saying this, if I might. Don, it was my honor to help to lead with the late Senator John McCain a bill, the USA Act in 2018, that was bipartisan, that addressed a lot of the basic issues in immigration. But we are going to have to redouble our efforts. It's been far too long. There's far too many people waiting, and we need great and strong advocates. So I can see that my colleague and friend, Senator Menendez, is now available. So let me conclude my brief remarks and thank everybody who's on this call.
Great. Thank you so much, Senator. And we look forward to working with you. Great.
Thank you.
Take care. So now I have the pleasure, and I've asked to make the introduction of Senator Bob Menendez. Senator Menendez stopped my mother's deportation in 2011. My mom got a green card, became a US citizen, and voted in her first presidential election this November after living 26 years in this country. My mom was a doctor in China, and at the age of 62, she went back to work for the 4 a.m. to 1 p.m. shift at a hospital, saving lives. My mom and I hope to thank you one day in person, Senator. And we know that we can count on Senator Menendez to fight for immigrants because he was willing to stand up to President Obama. He said that deportations under Obama was wrong. He said it publicly and loudly. Sometimes words turn into deeds, and often they don't. But for Senator Menendez, words do turn into deeds. So please welcome Senator Menendez Senator, how do we get to a solution on immigration? How do we end the gridlock?
Well, thank you, Rebecca, very much, and my best to your mother. And I'm so happy that we were able to achieve that success, and your mother's contributing dramatically to our country. I'll get to your question in a moment. Let me thank the American Business Immigration Coalition. It's a testament to you that so many members from both parties have taken part in today's forum. And I also want to thank my very dear friend, Congressman Luis Gutierrez, for his incredible leadership on the question of immigration reform in our country. He's just a North Star on all of these issues. So let me speak frankly to you today, because it's been a very hard 4 years. From the launch of his campaign to this day, President Trump has drummed up a xenophobia that has been very, very difficult to deal with, and we have to turn this page. We've fallen a long way since 2013, when I worked with the late John McCain and the Bipartisan Gang of Eight to pass truly comprehensive immigration reform through the Senate with overwhelming bipartisan support. Unfortunately, Speaker Boehner at the time ultimately denied it a vote in the House of Representatives. I'm convinced it would have passed the House had it had a vote. But it remains a precious reminder that when Democrats and Republicans come together in common cause, we can overcome real challenges. Generation after generation of immigrants have enlivened our economy and unleashed innovation. Our diversity is what sets America apart on the global stage and sharpens our competitive edge. And we need an immigration system that is fit for the 21st century. Now, I'm fearful that a lot of what we have to do is undo of what we've had. There's the pain still felt by children torn from their mothers from a cruel family separation policy. Approximately 666 children whose parents have yet to be located by the administration. There's the pain felt by the hundreds of thousands of dreamers, including 22,000 in New Jersey, who were betrayed when President Trump ended DACA, even though they submitted themselves under the basis that the government would not use the information against them and would give them a pathway if they followed the law and were able to pass the thresholds, and have yet to see the program really fully reinstated, even after the Supreme Court made the decision that it should be. There's the pain felt by immigrant families who heard this administration disparage the color of their skin and the country of their origin, including over 400,000 TPS holders from nations like Haiti and El Salvador, people who strengthen the economy to the tune of $870 million annually, and are parents to over 275,000 American-born U.S. citizen children. Some of these undocumented workers are actually the essential workers that are making it possible for the rest of us to stay home during the pandemic, as they do the critical work necessary for most of the nation being able to stay home during the pandemic. And then, of course, there's the economic pain inflicted each time visas for high-skilled workers come under attack, jeopardizing businesses' access to foreign workers that they need. So I'm hopeful that part of the challenge, and I think this part of the challenge will be met, is that you need presidential leadership. You need to send a message to Congress that you're willing to put political capital on the table to make something happen. And I'm hopeful that under President-elect Biden's leadership, we can resurrect the spirit of bipartisanship that made comprehensive immigration reform possible back in 2013. That's what we did with the Gang of Eight. We came together to solve problems, not create them. We brought more people out of the shadows, not to drive more people into the darkness, to keep families together, not tear them apart, to secure the border with smart investments, not with taxpayer-funded vanity projects, to improve access to skilled workers, not destroy the family-based immigration system that has served us well for generations. And at the time, and this is something that I want to call to everybody's attention, because it's been, I guess, 7 years since we passed that bill, the Congressional Budget Office, the nonpartisan scoring division of everything we do in Congress, their economists projected that the 2013 Comprehensive Immigration Reform Bill would have reduced the deficit at that time by over $850 billion over 20 years. It would have grown our economy by nearly $1.5 trillion within a decade. It would have added nearly $300 billion to the Social Security Trust Fund, and it would have raised the income of all Americans, not just those who are undocumented. So here's the question that weighs on us all. Are we still capable of as a country of seizing such an opportunity? And I pray that we are. The president-elect has told me that he is committed to sending an immigration reform bill to Congress in his first 100 days in office, one that includes a path to citizenship for the 11 million undocumented individuals in our country. Democrats and Republicans are going to have to work together to get this job done. And we can't have every immigration proposal, just no matter what it is, be labeled as amnesty. We cannot allow that type of messaging to go unanswered. I think we have to drown out the noise, turn off the propaganda, and speak loudly and fearlessly about the contributions of immigrants to our society and our economy. About DACA recipients and their families who pay $5.6 billion in federal taxes each year. About TPS holders whose removal would cost us $45 billion in GDP over the next 10 years, and foreign-born workers who contribute nearly $2 trillion to our economy each year. About undocumented workers who we found to be, as I mentioned earlier, essential workers who pick our produce, pack our meat, keep our food supply strong. The immigrants across every sector who may not have legal status, but pay about $79 billion in taxes each year and $41 billion in state and local taxes. And if given a pathway to citizenship, could grow our GDP by 1.4 trillion. And I share all of these statistics because sometimes while I believe in the righteousness and the morality of what is immigration reform, if that does not move the hearts of some or the minds of some, then I think the compelling economics will hopefully move the hearts of those who cannot be moved by all of the other elements. So with that, I appreciate what you're willing to do, and I will just close. I hope that you will speak up for immigration reform, speak up for President-elect Biden's vision of a path to citizenship for the undocumented and that accepting nothing less. Speak up for immigrant families who make America such a wonderful, diverse, and productive place. Speak up for children who have yet to be reunited with their parents. Speak up for dreamers who pledge allegiance to the only flag they know, that of the United States of America. The only national anthem they know is that of the Star-Spangled Banner. Speak up for a rational and intelligent debate on immigration reform. And if we do so, history will be on our side.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Senator Menendez. And you've spoken up for my mother and my family, and now she's able to be a histologist in helping to save lives. So thank you all very, very much. And we look forward to working with you. Well, thank you all so much. We've heard this morning from Senator Susan Collins, Leader Chuck Schumer, Senators Durbin, Coons, and Bob Menendez this afternoon. We will hear from U.S. Senator John Cornyn of Texas and end with Mr. Mayorkas, the former DHS Secretary. So I know we're running a little bit behind. Thank you all for all your patience. I would like to bring up the panelists for our National State of Play. John Basilisi, the Executive Director of Immigration Policy at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Maria Elena Icampié, the Executive Director of the National Law Center, and Bill Kunkler, ABIC Co-Chair, and the Senior Vice President of CC Industries. Let me see, Bill. Okay, great. And I'm going to go right into the question because I know apologies for running late. Each of our panelists, Each of our panelists, illustrious accomplished bios are also on our website. So I'm going to start with John. Can you share with us from your perspective, where does immigration stand in the aftermath of the 2020 elections?
Well, before I get into that, Rebecca, I want to thank you for inviting me to speak today. This is usually when we're in normal times and there's no COVID, it usually gets me away from my desk and I go to some nice place outside of DC. This just got me away from my son's bedroom, which is my office, and now I'm in the kitchen because Daddy has to do this here. Where we stand, it's interesting you asked that question because President Trump is still president right now, and they've got the immigration snow machine going. The chamber's been very active this past year. We filed suit against their June 22nd proclamation that banned the entry of H-1Bs, H-2Bs, L-1s, and various J-1s into the country. We won that case. It's been a fight to get the executive branch to honor the injunction that's been issued in that case. We also sued on the strengthening H-1B rule and the strengthening the prevailing wage rules that came out from DHS and DOL, respectively. It's our understanding that even though they did those two rules via IFRs and we got an injunction in the Northern District of California that applies, they set the rules aside. They can still try to cure this administratively by issuing final rules. So there's a lot that's still going on right now that, depending upon how DHS and DOL handle these things, these are going to be issues that we have to deal with in 2021. And my hope is that because of how disruptive these rules would be to the business community writ large, people like to think, oh, immigration, it's a real tech issue. And in some cases it is, but with regard to these rules, these things hit everybody. They hit automobile manufacturers, they hit aircraft manufacturers, they hit heavy equipment companies, pharmaceutical companies. I can go, even cosmetics companies care about this stuff. So, these are things that are going to have to be addressed in some form or fashion. And I'm hopeful that we can take care of these issues before the next administration comes in. But if not, we're going to have to deal with them. Now, having said that, there's an awful lot of things that over the past 2 years, prior to COVID being what it is and sucking up all the oxygen in the room, you have, the end of last year, we had a compromise in the House on agricultural guest workers, where you had significant amount of Republicans voting for a bill that not only address the future flow issue, which is what most Republicans that come from ag heavy districts really care about because they want to know where their future workers are coming from. But it also legalized a lot of the unauthorized agricultural workers that are currently in the U.S., which we're going to have to do at some point. And with that, you also saw some bipartisanship on H.R. 6, the Dream and Promise Act. I think that's another field where you could see in the next Congress, folks trying to come together and meet in the middle. I thought Susan Collins, I loved hearing her history lesson on the Senate battle in February of 2018, which, unfortunately didn't go our way, but it was an apt description of what happened because we thought we had something that could get to 60, and then you had it was a 13 or 14 page press release from DHS, just, shooting the bill up, and folks ran, and that's that. But that's another area where I could see bipartisan compromise on moving forward. And when you start building elements of a package together, you have Dreamers on one end, you have some sort of border security element included in that, you have something for agricultural workers and dealing with ag labor issues, you can start to build up to whether it's separate packages or one big package like I did with my old boss, Senator Rubio, 7 years ago. It's the opportunities are there. We just need to have our elected officials have the guts and the courage to take up the issues that need to be addressed, because the longer they fester, the harder they get to solve.
right. That's right. Thank you so much for that perspective, John. And we completely agree. Just takes a little bit of courage. And I'm going to go to Maria Elena Icambie for the same question. Where do we stand on the issue of immigration post the 2020 elections?
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you so much for the invitation. So first of all, ABIC has been, this is such an important event, and we're at the National Immigration Law Center really excited to be part of this because I think this is the beginning of what needs to be happening, right? Coming across business, advocates, elected officials, coming across ideological and political spectrum as well. I will share that as an immigrant myself, I'm an immigrant from Colombia. We immigrated in the 1970s when my father, who was a textile worker, was recruited, and the immigration laws allowed him to petition for my 9 brothers and sisters and me and my mother. And today, all of my brothers and sisters and I are professionals. We are all contributing to this country in so many different ways. I have a sister who's a biochemist. I have several siblings who are educators, who are small business owners, who are corporate leaders, and I get to be a lawyer to defend our Constitution and to fight for low-income immigrants today so that today's immigrants and refugees have the same opportunities that my family had to contribute to this country and to fulfill our full potential. When I think about 2021, you know, it's important to just take stock, right? 2020, the 2020 election was historical in so many ways. And President-elect Biden and Vice President Harris were elected by an overwhelming number of voters who resoundingly rejected Trump's divisive and anti-immigrant rhetoric and policies and sent a signal to all elected officials that immigrants are essential to the fabric of America. And that it was this greatest voter turnout in more than a century that we've seen. I believe President-elect Biden received more than 80 million voters who have called on our nation to come together, to move forward together, and to really begin the process of healing and recovery. And a multiracial, multi-generational coalition delivered a decisive victory to Biden. And so our expectation is that he will deliver bold and swift action that takes leaps forward towards achieving immigrant justice in our country. That's long overdue, as we've heard from several of the elected official speakers. And, you know, this is going to require the new administration to use all levers of government, including their political capital to achieve legalization. Again, as many of the speakers have mentioned so far, over the last 4 years, we've lost a lot of ground. We're looking at over 400 and close to some estimates are close to 1,000 policy changes that will need to be undone. I know that if my family were trying to migrate from Colombia today, we would not be considered worthy of being here. And yet here we are contributing to this country in so many different ways. On day one, we anticipate that that President Biden will send a bill to Congress that includes a path to legalization, a path to citizenship for the 11 million. The contours of that bill, I think, are still being defined, but we believe that it must create a path to citizenship for as many people as possible, and that it recognizes immigrants in their full humanity and dignity through ensuring access to economic supports and healthcare. And in terms of immigration reform, we believe, and I think John just mentioned that, there's an opportunity to pass bills that really meet the needs of this moment, right? That we know that the administration is going to begin their term in the midst of a global pandemic and an economic recovery. And the one thing that has become evident during this crisis is that we are interdependent and that our collective health and well-being depends on all of us being healthy. And we also know that there can be no recovery without immigrants. And let me just say that again, right? There can be no economic recovery without including immigrants. And so we must come together to achieve legalization. You know, this includes, again, John was just saying this, right? It could be a number of different bills. There's an opportunity for making sure that dreamers, for example, who again have been, we at the National Immigration Law Center helped to draft the first DREAM Act bill in 2001. It is high time. There's an overwhelming majority of Americans that support immigrant youth getting on a path to citizenship. This is the only country that they call home. We also need to make sure that folks with temporary protected status keep their protections and also get on a path to citizenship. In Rhode Island, where I grew up in the 1980s, I met a number of Liberian leaders, community leaders, who today still are not citizens. That was in the 1980s. I mean, it is just behooves our nation to come together and to be able to do that. And, you know, we must also provide citizenship and put folks on a path to citizenship for the essential workers that we are so reliant on. And this includes farm workers who are harvesting our food, but it also includes the workers who are taking care of our loved ones. It also includes the resilient workers who are repairing our communities after climate disasters. And so we know that we have to come together. I think this is really critical. It's an important start with ABIC Summit today so that we can really figure out the way to engage elected officials to have not just a little bit, but actually a lot of courage. This is a moment for moral leadership, and it's not a time to stand by the sidelines.
Thank you so much, Maria Elena. Bill, you played a big role in the creation of ABIC. After President Trump revoked DACA, you scheduled a meeting with then Speaker Paul Ryan to talk about passing a DREAM Act. And now, we have ABIC and we still don't have immigration reform. We do have a new president and a split Congress. What would you say to Republicans to come to the table and find a deal?
First of all, when I consider supporting Republicans, I look where they stand on immigration. I actually, for the first time in my life, voted for a Democrat. I voted for Joe Biden. I was appalled by Donald Trump's divisive and incoherent rhetoric, particularly around immigration and his comments about our cousins to the south of the border. So when I hear Republicans parrot Trump's rhetoric, I refuse to help them, and I will continue to take that approach. Becky, you mentioned our good friend Paul Ryan. 3 years ago, he made a special effort to come to Chicago to just meet with us and our leadership on immigration reform. He helped us create our strategy and encourage us to expand our reach beyond, at that time, Illinois and Florida. And we really have pretty good reach across the country at this point. And what he said, which has really stuck with me, is that the reform needs to be bipartisan or it won't be sustainable. And if you look at how Obamacare has fared since it was passed, Republicans, because they didn't participate in it, they've fought it every step of the way in trying to pass laws or trying to get the courts to dilute it, if not eliminate it. And so I think we should take what has happened with Obamacare as we try to move forward with immigration reform, that it's so essential for it to be bipartisan. And Paul also said that he didn't expect that there would be one big grand bargain, that things would have to happen in steps. For instance, DACA in return for border security. But, now that Joe Biden will be president, he may handle DACA with executive action, but that still means other pieces of legislation will still be essential, and that will have to be bipartisan. And performing compromise will help build trust. I mean, with a divided Congress and a new president, I think what we saw from the election, voters wanted a conservative approach to issues. What the election really about, what for president, was a referendum on Donald Trump's character and how he behaved, not only here in our country, but across the world. Paul Ryan said passing immigration reform was a regret of his. Barack Obama said the same thing, as did George W. Bush. Their failures in many ways brought us Donald Trump. And if we don't want to bring back another Donald Trump, remember 74 million people voted for him. Part of the reason they voted for him was his position on immigration. Now, there's a difference between his position. I agree with many of the policies that the Trump administration has. It was the rhetoric and some of the execution, seeing young children in cages, it tears your heart out. And it was mean-spirited all the way along. That was what Trump and Steve Miller and Bannon and that whole crew were all about. So that's, again, if our leaders fail to act, we could maybe get Trump back in 2024 or somebody like Trump. And I hope it's not one of his kids, but there's still an awful lot of anti-immigrant, I shouldn't say anti-immigrant, sentiment. I mean, most Americans want immigration reform. I think 85%, including 73% of Republicans. But where there is difference is, Senator Menendez talked about a pathway to citizenship for 11 million.
I'm so sorry. I am going to have to interrupt you because we are running out of time for this panel. I do appreciate everyone. I do see Congressman Will Hurd has joined us, and I know he's got votes later. Speaking of a leader who has reached across the aisle again and again on this issue. I thank Maria Elena, John, and Bill, and we invite you back for a longer session with the start of a new Congress. So thank you all very, very much. And I'm going to hand this over, I believe, to James or Juan Carlos to introduce Congressman Hurd, Maria Rodriguez, Woody Hunt, Juan Carlos for our next panel.
Thanks, Becca.
Hi, everyone. My name is James O'Neill. I'm the Director of Suburban Outreach for ABIC. Just before we get going on the rest of our panels, I want to make you all aware, starting now, we're going to be having 30-minute panels that run for the rest of the day. They will be on the future of high and low skill immigration, stabilizing the U.S. agricultural workforce. We'll have a fireside chat with U.S. Senator John Cornyn, a panel on the future of small business recovery, the future of U.S. refugee and asylum systems with Colorado Governor Jared Polis. And then at 4:30 this evening, we will have remarks from former Deputy Director of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. If you have questions for the panelists, please type them in your Q&A box. Some of our panels will have live questions. And a friendly reminder that we have hundreds of attendees today, and we will try our best to get to all of our questions during or after the summit has concluded. So I am pleased to hand the reins over to my fellow team member, Juan Carlos Cerda, to introduce our first panel today.
Thank you so much, James. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Juan Carlos
Before
Cerda.
you start, I think Maria Rodriguez, you have to turn on your camera.
Yeah, it's the host needs to turn it on for me.
Oh, James. Go ahead, Juan Carlos. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Rebecca. Again, my name is Juan Carlos Cerda, and I am the ABIC Business Outreach Manager and today's facilitator for this panel. Despite the divisions that our country faces, immigration is something that many Americans agree on, regardless of political affiliation. In fact, 8 in 10 Americans believe that immigration is good for the United States, and 81% of Americans support providing a path to legalization for undocumented immigrants. On this panel, voices from the left and the right will discuss how they are building coalitions across the aisle to achieve immigration reform at the state and federal levels. First, let me introduce Maria Rodriguez, Executive Director of the Florida Immigrant Rights Coalition. Ms. Rodriguez leads a bold and dynamic social movement organization that seeks the fair and equal treatment of all people, including immigrants, with membership across 10 counties in Florida. As a movement architect, Maria's inclusive leadership has yielded impressive wins in college access, wage protections, and combating criminalization, allowing more people to live, love, and work without fear. ABIC is proud to call Ms. Rodriguez a partner in Florida in our national immigration work. So thank you, Maria, for joining us.
Thank you.
And thank you, Maria. Our next panelist is U.S. Congressman Will Hurd, a Republican representing Texas's 23rd district since 2015. Congressman Hurd is known for delivering bipartisan results for the 800,000 Texans he calls his bosses. A former CIA clandestine officer, Representative Hurd covers a district that has the longest stretch of the US border with Mexico, 550 miles from San Antonio all the way to El Paso. After the Trump administration rescinded DACA in 2017, Representative Hurd teamed up with Congressman Pete Aguilar from California to introduce the USA Act, which gave 48 bipartisan original co-sponsors, and it would have enabled Dreamers to earn permanent legal status while investing in smart border technology. We are grateful for Representative Hurd's leadership and welcome him. Thank you for joining us, Representative Hurd. And finally, our third panelist is Mr. Woody Hunt, Hunt Company's Senior Chairman and ABIC Co-Chair. In addition to his duties at Hunt Companies, Mr. Hunt is a member of the Texas Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors and Complete College America, as well as a foundation trustee of the Texas Higher Education, of the Visitors University of Texas MD Anderson, and a member of the chairman of the Texas Business Leadership Council and former chairman of said council. And finally, he's a member of the Council of No Labels, among his many business and philanthropic accomplishments. ABIC is blessed to have Mr. Hunt, a dedicated, shrewd, and principled advocate for dreamers and immigrants to keep Texas and America globally competitive. And I'd like to kick us off first by just asking our panelists, and I'd like to start with Congressman Hurd. Why do you care about immigration reform? I know I just mentioned, Congressman Hurd, that you have a very long stretch of border with Mexico, and I remember that you and I were on a round table with President Bush where you talked about this. So why immigration, Representative Hurd?
It's the foundation of our country, period, end of story. It's one of the things that's made our country great. And it's the right thing to do. It's real simple. That's why it's important. And I would say if more people listen to Bill Kunkler, he's right. If this is your number one issue, don't support candidates that don't support this issue. It's that simple. And this immigration reform needs to be done in a piecemeal fashion. Now, some of these things can be done in parallel, but comprehensive immigration reform is not going to work. And the reason is, for every element of immigration, whether it's agriculture, DACA, border security, the undocumented, you have different coalitions of individuals that you're going to need to get to 218 votes in the House and the 60 vote threshold in the Senate. It's different groups of people. And that's why immigration reform needs to be done piecemeal. Now, like I said, some of the things can be done concurrently. And let's not get too excited about Joe Biden coming in, because Barack Obama had a supermajority in the Senate and couldn't get the DREAM Act done. And he couldn't get the DREAM Act done because of 2 Democratic senators. And so I actually think this makeup of Congress could be further away from a bipartisan, bicameral agreement on immigration reform. And I'm not trying to be a downer. You know, I'm always the one that has the PMA, a positive mental attitude, but we got to be real. And so when you look at when the USA Act was introduced by Senator McCain in the Senate, it would have gotten 54 votes. It got 53. Senator McCain this was at the height of his fight against cancer and didn't vote, but he would have voted, it would have been 54. That's the closest we've gotten to bipartisan reform. I believe if USA Act would have come up before our most recent election, we would have been able to get 6 additional senators. Now, because that didn't happen, the vote count looks different. The people that were there, those 54, look very different now than it did a couple of years ago when it was up there. And one thing people on this call need to do, we need to come to a clear definition on what the word merit means. You know, we talk about having an immigration system based on merit. And yes, I want, if you're an AI researcher or a quantum engineer, I want you to come here, okay? If the Chinese are going to steal our technology, let's steal their engineers, right? But I also want my friend Mia Love's parents to have been allowed to come to the United States, right? And they came in and worked. I think her mother was working in a hotel, because Maria loves amazing, right? And so this definition of merit, I think the Bush Center at SMU is doing a good job of having a conversation what that means, because I think that's where when we define that term, we can talk about immigration going forward. So that's why all this is important.
Thank you, Representative Hurd. And speaking of the economic contributions and merit, it's something that our co-chair Woody Hunt talks about frequently in his work on immigration. And Woody, why is immigration important to you and to Texas?
Juan Carlos, as you know, and as you mentioned, I come from immigration policies reform from a standpoint of economic development, competitiveness of our economy, whether you're looking at my hometown of El Paso or my home state of Texas or the US, the implications are what kind of policies can we adopt that will drive a more competitive outcome for those different political units. And I try to look at from a global kind of sit back and say, what are the big data points? One thing is very clear. If you live today in a less developed country in this world, the one single thing you can do that will move yourself and your family in terms of income or quality of life, the biggest thing is to simply move to a developed country, particularly to the United States. And if you look at another data point, which I think gets overlooked, is the United States has the largest number of foreign-born residents of any country in the United States. And I think even more surprisingly, because it surprised me, we have the highest percentage of foreign-born residents of any country in the world. So when you begin to look at demand that is never going to slow down, that's unrelenting, you look at our absorption, which has been huge to date, the implications for what changes, reform in our immigration policy could do for the two things that drive, whether you're a city, your state, or a country, that drive your economic competitiveness and your outcome, your GN, is the growth in your workforce and the growth in the productivity of your workforce. So when you start looking at immigration policy and ask yourself, what could it do to drive those two things? When I look at my state of Texas, we have almost 5 million foreign-born, almost 17% of our population. We've got 1.8 million of those, 5 million that are undocumented, 6% of the population. When I go to my hometown of El Paso, it's a little over 28% foreign-born, 10%, a little over 10% of those are undocumented. So when I look at those numbers, and at the state level, it's over 213,000 of those are dreamers. So for the population that we already have here that are undocumented, what will reform do as far as driving their productivity, their participation in the workforce, the growth of the workforce? And then for those that are yet to come, and we know that they're coming, getting back to Congressman Hurd's comment, how do we adopt policies that help drive the growth of the workforce, drive the productivity, the growth of that workforce? And we all benefit from that. So there should be a buy-in, whether you're a Democrat or Republican. You ought to be able to buy into a future that's high growth, high quality of life, high income levels for everybody. And immigration reform, as we heard from Senator Melendez earlier, it can play a huge, and this is not a fiscal note where we have to talk about increasing our debt or reducing our competitiveness. This is the opposite of that, of really driving the economy, increasing our capacity to service our debt and to fund programs that need to be funded. So it is an argument that says everyone with policy.
So you and Representative Hurd live on a city where you can literally see the economic importance of immigration, just because it's about trade, it's about people moving across borders. And now we also at ABIC talk about immigration also as a moral issue as well. And would love to hear from Maria as well, sort of why immigration is important to her personally, but also like how we tackle that issue from a moral standpoint as well. Maria, thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. It's such an honor to be here with everybody. And ABIC has become such an incredible powerhouse and strategic partner across the country. So we're so grateful to your leadership, to the chairman and to the congressman as well. You know, as a daughter, as the sons and daughters of immigrants across the country know, or across the globe really know, the process of migration can be quite humbling. And many of us have seen our parents go through more than one humiliating experience, and that's definitely one of the motivators. In my case personally, in addition to both my parents came from different places from the Dominican Republic, and my mom from the US, and they settled in Puerto Rico. I grew up in Puerto Rico and came to the US when I was around 15, and settled in the DC area. And so my own personal experience of migration, whether you are legal or migrate without authorization, are forced to migrate or displaced, there's so many dimensions to that. And the reality is that since the beginning of history, since the beginning of time, people have migrated and moved. That's a natural historical phenomena. What's not right is the forced displacement and/or when there's not an opportunity for people to migrate in an orderly way. And so being in DC, I witnessed so many of the Central American refugees, and ultimately got radicalized by the Jesuits around looking at migration as a global phenomena. And right now, you know, many decades later, we see that it's still one of the top, you know, in addition to climate change, it's one of the top issues that the globe has to manage, with the highest peak of displaced people in the history of the world right now. So it's so important to have the depth of leadership that we have at ABIC to address these moral and economic issues.
So we can all agree that immigration is morally right, it's economically important, and also it's politically smart. So Maria, can you tell us a little bit about sort of building this consensus, building a bipartisan coalition at the state level with your work in Florida? And if you can provide some specific examples of key wins, it'd be fantastic for our viewers.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so through the decades, it's been really interesting to see the ebbs and flows of the level of polarization around immigration, because when I stepped into the role as executive director of the Florida Immigrant Coalition, Secretary Chertoff under Bush was the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security. And I remember so clearly hearing him say, we don't want to go after America's nannies and landscapers. And, you know, we know President Bush public rhetoric around immigration and immigrants. And so from the beginning, being in Florida, just like the Latino vote is not a monolith, which has been a lot of the conversation post-election, the Republicans are not a monolith either. And so in Florida, we've had a history of Latino Republicans. We've also had a history of pro-immigrant Republicans. And we've seen business Republicans. And then with the birth of the Tea Party Republicans, and other, you know, I don't know if to call them nativists, but, you know, at this point, yes, nativist Republicans. It's been a real interesting process of building the relationships, building the trust. And what's important is to understand that both parts, what's been reflected to me as to why Flick is a good partner is our sincerity. We're not Democratic activists. We've gone after the Democrats as hard as we've gone after the Republicans. We really attempt to be loyal to our party, and not to our party, but to our people and to our cause. The polarization has forced us to do electoral work in these last 4 years, because you would be dumb not to really engage and elevate pro-immigrant voices. So some of the things that we've been able to do in Florida under a Republican trifecta is win in-state tuition equity. That has been won in other places that don't have the harsh political terrain, but that's because we've been able to, in a mature way, quite frankly, sophisticate an inside-outside strategy and leverage the forces that understand that education, and as the congressman said, immigration is in our DNA. It's been our past, but it's also our future. And so how do we approach that with integrity? And so in-state tuition is an example. We've also defeated quite a number of criminalization measures, and whether that's been the Arizona copycat bill under the same governor who then we were able to turn them around and grant us in-state tuition, or whether that's really trying to find some common ground and common sense around E-Verify. And so while, you know, the governor gets a certain saving a face win, we protect some of the integrity of our communities, our families, and our institutions. So those are a couple of the examples. I could go on and on because we're passionate about this. But again, a lot of this is the respect and integrity, and ABIC has helped us bring that level of sophistication and that level of relationship to a higher, more impactful level, and we're grateful for that.
Absolutely.
Juan Carlos, I'd love to jump in real quick on this point. And I have to disagree with your with your question. Not everybody recognizes what Woody Hunt eloquently explained on the importance of the business aspects of immigration. Not everybody agrees with the eloquence of Maria in explaining why this is important, right? And so we have to double down on it. I wish we could take this recording of what those two said in their opening remarks and use that and turn that into talking points for other members of Congress when they're going in their communities. And you know, we have to make this case. Everybody on this call knows this is important, but this is like, how many people they think that immigration is making them lose their job? And I'm like, whose job was lost? And they're like, well, I saw it on Facebook, right? We've all heard those statements. So I would say that may be the majority, unfortunately, who believe that. And so, you know, Woody and I had to do this when it came to NAFTA. Hello, NAFTA improved our economies, guys. Like, this isn't, but we have to keep making that case. And so we can't forget that. And the way those two just articulate it is I wish more members of Congress could talk about immigration that way.
Absolutely. And Congressman, one thing that we as advocates have learned as well is that we are fighting for the right to migrate. And, you know, of those who support the globalization of the economies, and we can agree to disagree on a variety of things, goods and capital are moving across borders, but the movement of people is being criminalized. And I know many of the libertarians understand that, but we also believe in the right to not to have to migrate, and therefore really support local economies and support people being able to stay and addressing some of the root causes of migration so people aren't forcibly displaced. And protecting local economies also includes US native born workers. And so that's one of the reasons we worked on wage theft. And ultimately, when we were first challenged around that, at the end, it was a Republican senator who said to us, let's put those who commit wage theft in jail. We decided not to criminalize wage theft, but because we understand the fates of people are intertwined. And when immigrant workers are exploited, US workers also are hurt. So we do want to validate the experience of US native born families around their economic insecurity. But
so speaking of supporting like workers and Texas representative, you brought up the case of NAFTA and working with Woody Hunt on that issue, and that's an excellent case. And Woody, could you speak more to that example of how you actually build a winnable campaign?
So we woke up in early November 2016, you know, with a new president and a commitment to repeal NAFTA. Texas is the largest trading state of all the states, sends 40% of its exports to Mexico, 10% to Canada. The border is even more dependent than the state of Texas on trade with Mexico. So we started a process, really started at the border, but we quickly understood it's going to take the business leadership of the state, and it had to be bipartisan. We never asked anybody whether Democrat or Republican. This was just focused on really a bipartisan approach to communicate the benefits of a trade agreement, a North American common market or trade agreement with North America. And that, once again, from an economic competitive standpoint, that this, you know, doing away with NAFTA and not replacing it with something that was hopefully an improvement was going to impact our competitiveness as a country. And so that ultimately developed into the Texas-Mexico Trade Coalition. We actually brought in partners or businesses from Mexico as a part of that. And we expanded our lobbying efforts outside of the state to those that we thought on either side of the aisle that would be supportive, and which finally resolved in the USMCA. So it was a 3.5-year effort, 3-year effort legislatively, and then a little bit longer to get it finally approved by Congress. But it worked, but it took building a coalition that was bipartisan, that could reach out to both sides and communicate the benefits of a successful competitive replacement for NAFTA.
Yeah, and we know that when Texas leads the nation follows. And I remember, Representative Hurd, when we were at that roundtable with George W. Bush a year ago, you didn't sound very optimistic about the path forward to immigration. But now that we're having a different administration, what is the path forward? What do you see in Congress? I know you won't unfortunately be there, but what is the path forward? And will it be comprehensive, piecemeal? Is there a way to end the stalemate?
So I still believe the USA Act is the foundation of how we can get immigration reform done in Washington, D.C. One thing that I would caution folks on, executive action on DACA, while it will bring temporariness to the DACA recipients who are worried about what their status is, we still have to have a permanent legislative fix. And executive action is a temporary solution. It's not the long-term solution. So we still have to have a true DACA fix, right? For the 1.2 million men and women who have only known the United States of America as a home. So that has to be part of any package, regardless of what is done in executive action. I think the high-tech worker, high-skill worker, some debate on areas there. I think agriculture visas, there is a unique coalition there where something can move in that piece. We've always talked about border security having to be the first thing that happens. What's been fascinating, the smart wall concept I've been talking about since 2009 is actually working. It's called the Innovative Tower Initiative. And Border Patrol has put will put by the end of next year 200 of these where you use different types of technology to secure a border. And so this notion that the border is getting more secure, and so if you have that, that takes away some of the talking points and the opposition that we had on the Republican side. So we're going to have leaders that are willing to step up. We're going to have Republicans in the Senate that are willing to take on this legislation. I don't know who those champions are ultimately going to be. When you always looked at some of those Republican in those seats that people were going to champion this, they're no longer in Congress. And Lindsey Graham was always a name that was thrown around. Where is he going to fall on this topic now? And so I would just end with the USA Act would have gotten 238 votes in Congress, right? And we have to push a bipartisan out of the House as well, because again, it was 2 Democratic senators that killed the DREAM Act in a Democratic administration, and that environment hasn't improved going into the 117th Congress.
Right. So Representative Hurd, you mentioned that border security. So we only have like a few minutes left. So just a speed round. Would like to know sort of in 2021, what do you see being your wish list? What do you see being accomplished? And let's start with the Representative Hurd.
600 innovative towers along the border, a actual DACA fix that includes TPS, and conversations around the other elements of immigration, and Congress recognizing there's a national security component to immigration reform, especially vis-a-vis China. And we address those root causes Maria is talking about by a robust and aggressive USA.
Maria, do you agree? What is your wish list?
Well, obviously at the federal level, we want a permanent recognition of the dignity of the 11 million Americans who live in our communities, so that ideally there's a lot that can be done by the White House, but it's really going to take a congressional effort. I really miss McCain, Kennedy level of championship that we've had or have had in the past. So we'll see who really steps up to that level of leadership that is so needed. At the state level, driver's license is a very important issue for economic and freedom of movement. And we're working locally for municipal IDs. So those are some of the ambitions.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you, Maria. And Woody, what's your wish list? Is it just DACA? Is it something more, 2021?
Well, I mean, I've always, wished for comprehensive immigration reform, but I think the outcome of the election and the political reality is that this is going to be, as Congressman Hurd mentioned, probably more probably a step-by-step effort. And the Dreamers, obviously, if we look at the polling, has got the greatest support, although definition, it's always the devil's in the details there about how do you define Dreamers, how many people does that include? So you're going to gain or lose as you change those definitions. But I think that's our best hope now on a bipartisan way. It has to be bipartisan. We have a narrow House, a narrow Senate, a new president. So it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, but we fortunately have the model example of Representative Hurd and the work of Maria Rodriguez. So I think moving forward, I think we're very optimistic in 2021 and greatly appreciate all of your efforts to make that happen and to work across that out because you're great examples of leadership. So I appreciate Representative Hurd, Maria, and Woody for joining us on this panel. And thank you so much and have a wonderful afternoon.
All right, thank you, Juan Carlos, and thank you to our panelists for that very informative session. I want to keep us moving forward on our agenda, so please help me welcome the moderator of our next panel, Carol Siegel. Carol Siegel is co-founder of Crate and Barrel and co-chair of the American Business Immigration Coalition. Mrs. Siegel is the founder and former CEO of Foodstuffs and the president of the Siegel Family Foundation. Mrs. Siegel is a trustee of Rush University Medical Center and chair of the Board of Governors of Rush University. She is a trustee emeritus of Bates College, is a life trustee of the Illinois Institute of Technology, and a member of the Board of Governors of Colorado Mountain College. Please welcome Carol.
Thank you so much, James. Is Dr. Hauser on too today, or? Hello?
Yes, Carol, go ahead and start with the introductions, and I will get Dr. Hauser in just a second here.
Much, James, would appreciate that. But I'm just going to give a little brief, quick, since I know with our time. Hello, Terry, welcome. I just want to thank you all again for joining us. It's obviously, as you've been hearing, that it's very important, and that we all hope that together that we will have a bipartisan approach to immigration. About 18.5 million foreign-born students study at American colleges and universities. They gravitate towards the fields of science, technology, engineering, and math or STEM, producing a large number of patents and gaining skills that help our employers innovate and compete. DACA and undocumented students now account for more than 450,000, or approximately 2% of all students in higher education in the US. Nearly 1/3 of DACA recipients are essential workers in industries critical to the COVID pandemic response, including healthcare, food supply chain, and education. They are caring for our sick, as DACA recipients include 29,000 healthcare workers. In addition, 280,000 undocumented immigrants including 62,000 DACA eligible individuals, are already serving on the front lines of the coronavirus crisis as healthcare workers. As the population of America ages, our skilled American workforce is declining. Our DACA, undocumented, and international workforce are critical for our economy to grow. These populations help fill those necessary gaps in our workforce. On this panel today, we have experts who will speak to the critical contribution that foreign-born and undocumented students make towards building a global talent pipeline for the United States and policy changes that they would like to see in 2021. I was asked to say briefly why I care about this issue. I care for several reasons. My dad was born in Vilnius and was brought to America as a baby. He wanted to always somehow become a doctor. So he dreamed out, that was his dream as a dreamer. 2 years after college, after high school graduation in Whiting, Indiana, he worked in Gary at Inland Steel, the #1 hearth, and poured steel. He was a big man. He graduated Northwestern Dental School in 1927. And I remember how he talked about his 4 girls, had to have a college education. It was an insurance policy. So I also care because I have heard the stories of our DACA recipients the past 8 years, their success, their worries, their achievements, their future. So that's my hope, is that together in a bipartisan approach, we can make a big difference in their lives. And now it's my pleasure to introduce the panelists for today. And I will briefly read the bios that I have before me, even though they are in the book. But Dr. Alan William Cram is the 9th president of the Illinois Institute of Technology. In 2016, he was awarded the Bessemer Gold Medal by the Institute of Materials, Minerals, and Mining, and inducted as a fellow into the National Academy of Inventors. In 2014, he was elected into the National Academy of Engineering. He is the author of over 200 publications and 2 patents. He is the recipient of the AISI Medal in 1985 and 1986, and the Robert Wilson Hunt Award of the Iron and Steel Society, or AIST/ISS, in 1987. Cram is a distinguished member or fellow of AIST, AIME, the American Society of Materials, the American Academy for the Advancement of Science, and the Iron and Steel Society of Japan. I will also now turn to Dr. Carrie Bissett-Hauser. Since 1923, Dr. Carrie Hauser has served as president and CEO of Colorado Mountain College, a public institution enrolling nearly 20,000 students annually at 11 campuses in the Central Rocky Mountains. Previous to CMC, Hauser's held leadership roles at the Kauffman Foundation, Metropolitan State University of Denver, and the Daniels Fund. While at Daniels, she was alone executive advising Denver's mayor on a citywide college scholarship program and assisting the Metro Denver Sports Commission on an initiative to attract top-tier sporting events, including the Olympic Games. She co-chaired the 2012 Women's Final Four. I would like, let's begin with you, Alan, to talk briefly about why you care about this issue.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to ABIC for this opportunity to speak. I care about this issue because I think it's vital to the future of our country. For the United States to continue to be a leading developer of innovative technologies that inspire the world, and for the United States to continue to have the ability to improve the lives of our citizens, we must be seen as a destination for anyone who wants to go on to receive a world-class education, who wishes a lifelong career, and who wishes to be the next great innovator or entrepreneur. This means that we need our universities to be world-class in both research and education, and we need our graduates to remain in the US after graduation and use their skills to improve our country. We need every US-born student interested in STEM to pursue this path, as well as the best minds from around the world. Without both, we will not be preeminent in the future. We must encourage innovation and entrepreneurship and attract those with these skills, both within the United States and from around the world. So when I see our DACA students not being able to think of a career here, when I see of our international students unable to remain in this country and build their abilities, I think we have a problem. Therefore, I care about this.
Thank you very much for your thoughts. Now, Carrie, Dr. Hauser, please.
Thank you. Hi, Carol. And thanks to ABIC as well. Nice to be here, and it's been great to listen in on a number of the conversations this morning. You know, I mean, I would hope that this is a really obvious question or an answer to a question. I mean, in Colorado, and it's a 10-year-old census, obviously, the estimate of we have 180,000 undocumented residents in Colorado, and obviously that number has gone up. And, you know, we recognize that most undocumented students have lived most of their life in the United States. They have only had American experiences. They are as American as any of us on this call. Their home and their identity is the United States, and we need their talents, perspectives, contributions to our institutions, to our economy, and to the social fabric of our company, or of our country. With the exception of Indigenous people and Native peoples, none of us would be here were it not for some relative somewhere in our family tree immigrating to the United States, whether that was a week ago, a decade ago, or 200 years ago. So really, this is important, and the impact of international and undocumented students on our campuses, you know, reminds us of our heritage and our evolving citizenry. Alan mentioned some of this. They add cultural and academic richness to our student populations and our learning environments. They remind students that the United States is not the center of the universe, and that we are a much broader part of a global ecosystem. Providing a platform for students to learn about other cultures, languages, traditions, and cultures and histories is what we've always done as a higher education system. And having international and undocumented students in our classrooms makes this a real life exercise rather than something read in books or by taking a course. DACA recipients serve as student government leaders. We know this. They publish research in top academic journals. They innovate. They apply for grants and patents. They achieve Dean's List status, just like any other high achieving students. They graduate summa cum laude. They serve as tutors and research assistants. And our economy, particularly as we come out of this pandemic, will need everyone and the talents of everyone. And we'll get probably to more of that conversation as Carol asks some additional questions.
Thank you very much. Well, let's discuss the very first question that we thought that we would pass it to you. What is the impact of undocumented and international students on higher education institutions today? Carrie, do you want to go ahead? You're shaking your head, so.
Well, I probably got ahead of myself and tried to answer that question in your first question, Carol. So I'll maybe pass it back to Alan and fill in a little bit if he wants to take the first shot at that.
Sure, thank you, Carrie. I'd be happy to. You know, all young people should see a path where education and hard work leads to a successful life. I mean, I think it's simple. The undocumented students in most of our universities are products of our own school systems in our cities and towns here in the United States. And they bring an amazing diversity of thought and culture into our universities, as their life path is often quite different than our other students. And this is important. And I found our dreamers to be exactly that. They are dreamers, students who care about others, who care about the university, who care about the city, who care about the future of our country. Just like our other students, I see no different. They're part of the fabric of our country. And if we look at the impact of both undocumented and international students, it's substantial. You know, if we have 800,000 undocumented young people in America, and a report this year from the President's Alliance indicated that there are more than 450,000 undocumented students in the US, which represents approximately 2% of all higher ed students. In addition, international students represent an extraordinary continuing infusion of hopes and dreams of the rest of the world coming to our country. And according to the IIE Open Doors report, there are more than 1 million international students currently studying in America. So here's 1.5 million people who are here learning and who wish to move our country forward and become part of what's going on. As you mentioned, Carrie, the international students bring a global perspective and allow our US students to become more internationally sophisticated, more understanding of others, and more knowledgeable and thoughtful. That's where our international students come to understand America. Our US students learn about the rest of the world by becoming friends and colleagues with these students. Undocumented and international students are deeply valued as colleagues, researchers, and fellow students. You mentioned this, Carrie. It's absolutely true. They represent a critical source of new ideas and innovations to solve some of the world's most pressing challenges. It's clear their success will help drive economic growth and prosperity for all Americans. The impact of this is profound. And if we wish to see it, we can go to California, we can go to Boston, we can go to all of the areas where we're seeing the tech industry flourish, and we'll find 30 to 50% of the entrepreneurs were people who came to this shore and were educated in our great universities and stayed here and decided to start businesses and really continue the American dream.
I might just add that, you know, we know that the traditional aged pipeline for college students, which again, I think a lot of us sort of default to this 18-year-old coming out of high school, it's just a profile of the past. And that number is declining. And you add vast numbers of retirements that will be occurring in the next decade, we will need everyone. This is clearly a humanitarian issue, and it's also a very, very basic economic one. The ability for the United States to recover from what we've just experienced, and that will have a very long, damaging economic tail, means that we need everybody contributing to the economy at their full capacity. And getting them to and through higher education and the programs that we offer will be critical to that recovery.
Speaking of the way we're teaching and reaching these people, what effects are you finding on the university and the college at this point, at this critical time? The changes and being what's happening. I know that you've said, Alan, that many of the foreign students, the parents did not want to send their children to America because that there was some discrimination that would have been against them. And Carrie, you know, I know you've got the financial impact. The parts of your area, Colorado, can only have high school students there for four days. So, you know, and that's so anyway, Alan, you want to begin to talk about one of those issues that?
Sure. I think if we look at what's happened in the last 4 years, we've become a country that's become unfriendly to those outside of our borders, where people are starting to see that perhaps the future is not to come here to our country and gain education or join the workforce, but to go elsewhere. I mean, the number of international students, for example, in our university has decreased markedly over the last 2 years. And we are also seeing many of our undocumented students afraid they will not have a future because of the policies that have been going on. The impact of both of these realities will affect the country negatively in many years going into the future, as other countries have become friendly while we have become unfriendly, and we're not seen as a destination. So what does this mean? This means that this pipeline of ability is not coming here in the way it did in the past. We're seeing that parents in other countries talking to their children are deciding to go to Canada, go to England, go to Australia, go to Europe, rather than come here. So I think that all of the policy changes that have happened over the last 4 years are really harming us going forward.
So Carrie, you have not so many of the foreign students, but you have the students that grow up and are educated in high school and in Colorado. And so your issue with those children.
Yeah, you know, I spend a lot of time, even though, as you can see from my background, you know, we have campuses in very, very high cost, very affluent communities, Aspen, Vail, Steamboat, Breckenridge, places where I'm sure many of you are familiar with. And at the same time, we have a very skewed socioeconomic structure. And in our local K-12 schools, which are really the children of the sort of the workforce in these mountain communities that fuel the ability for people to come here and enjoy these beautiful places. We recognize that in most of them, the vast majority are students of Latinx background. Some of our K-6 schools are 90% students of Hispanic background, and free and reduced lunch. So we understand what the pipeline is. We understand who is in our communities, and at the same time in these rural environments, as Carol mentioned, prior to the pandemic, we had a number of our K-12 school districts go to 4-day school weeks because they couldn't afford to go to offer 5 full days. So we've gone in to partner very closely with those K-12 districts, and we also recognize how many undocumented students are mixed in and among all of those students. And again, they have every right to be in our K-12 system. And so to Alan's question, or comment, it's how do we to continue this pipeline and have students understand that they've got a future, they've got a future in our communities. It doesn't have to be in a service orientation. They can be very much part of a middle class or an upper middle class and move up those economic ladders. But if we cut it off and don't make that available, they're not able to raise their family circumstances, and certainly they're not able to contribute where we need them in our local economies.
So all of these have impacted higher education institutions, all of these changes in the immigration policy over the last 4 years. What's on your wish list for the Biden administration? So we got to get to politics, right? Because I know, which is, politics is like, oh, for me. But anyway, I'm a grassroots kind of person. So here we are with, so let's begin with you, Alan. What's your list and what's your thoughts, and what are you doing at IIT?
Well, I think the first thing would be to restore DACA. Immediately would be the first thing. And then thinking about, a comprehensive immigration reform package that would provide a path to citizenship for international students who graduate and also for the dreamers. But I think if we look at the international students, the dual intent is a major issue. We really need that to be changed because it's preventing a lot of students from coming. And I think, as we discussed in the past, that allowing international students to get a green card after they graduate so they could stay and work would be a major, change. I think also there's H-1B issues that has to be done because if you look at it, most students come, they have optional practical training, which needs to continue and should be expanded. And then they need to be able to go into a visa that lets them stay here longer so they can then move into the position to get a green card, a permanent resident, and then become a citizen. So I think all of these things are very important. We just must make it easier for all of these excellent young people to stay here and join our community and join our economy.
So now, Carrie, you've got the children that are growing up in Colorado, and their thoughts on how we, for the future. What's your wish list for them?
Well, my first wish list, having listened to some of the previous panels, and I don't mean any offense by this, but since you asked us and we're going into politics, I guess the first thing I would say is we just need to stop kind of with all the sort of negative blame. We are where we are and we need to move forward. And we need to focus there. Continuing to villainize or opine on sort of what is or what has been, I recognize that there's a lot of things that can improve. But to me, listening to some of the dialogue earlier, I'd like to think that we can move forward in a positive way and say, what is it that we need to do, and how do we need to get it done in this country, and how do we do it together? So that may be a little Pollyanna, but that's where we need to start. I think people are tired. They want to move on. They want to move on constructively. So if I had a wish for the Biden administration, we would certainly start there. And I agree with Alan. Reinstating DACA is certainly important, but it is, unfortunately, is a Band-Aid. Again, I heard a number of our congressional leaders talk about, quote, comprehensive immigration reform. If that happens, DACA may not be necessary. It is a Band-Aid. The reason that it is in place is because there is not comprehensive immigration reform. So that to me is obviously where we need to start. In the interim, if we need to do this incrementally, certainly, the fees, the prohibitive barriers that have been placed on DACA, current DACA recipients and potential future DACA recipients have been it's not realistic. And again, work authorization is an important component to that, so that it's not just the case that somebody can get a college degree, they can actually work and have gainful employment in our country. So all of those things go along with this. And I would say, and we may get to it, Carol, because my institution has instituted a pretty innovative financial aid program for our DACA students. Federal financial aid for DACA students. And again, if we can sort of fix that on the front end, it may not be necessary, but to make sure that DACA students have access to federal financial aid and that they can contribute and be invested in so that they can continue their education. We know that low-income marginalized students across the board are the most price sensitive to higher education, and that certainly is true for DACA students. So making higher education much more affordable. Almost 20 states have instituted some form of in-state tuition benefits for for DACA students, but that doesn't necessarily come with federal financial aid, and that's really important.
Financial aid is so critical for the students. That's always the priority for everybody. I have one more thoughts and some questions because we have a few more minutes here, just a couple, but what are some of the resources that your campus is offering to undocumented and international students?
Well, I can certainly jump in since I just hinted towards it. So Colorado Mountain College a couple of years ago launched, with Carol's help, as a sort of an early angel investor, something we called Fund Sueños, which is the Dream Fund. And essentially we looked at, the greatest barriers for our DACA students, and it really was that lack of access to federal financial aid. We are a fairly affordable institution for local residents because that's how we're designed. We're funded and financed by our local mountain resort communities. So for students that live here, we are affordable from a local residency standpoint and from a state residency standpoint. But where students didn't have an opportunity was in that federal financial aid pipeline. So we launched something called Fund Sueños. It is an innovative use of income share agreements. And we actually focus grouped our DACA students and said, what do you think? And essentially they're getting an opportunity to share their income back at a future date. And they're actually replenishing a fund that will support future DACA students. So they were very inclined and very interested in helping us launch this program. We obviously went around and met with a number of the organizations that are represented here today. And it really is something that where DACA students could help themselves, but we could help them as well. And it was pretty innovative. So that's one where there is some real scalability opportunities for that. It does not use a single dollar of public funds, and it's all privately, philanthropically funded, and students pay back into that fund. And again, those resources can be multiplied over many years to support many students.
And Alan, IIT is a private university. And has that been good in this case, or for the?
Yeah, it's been very good actually, because we accept our students based on their abilities only. And then we work out a way for them to be able to attend. We actually don't ask whether our students are undocumented or whether they have DACA. We actually just look at the schools they're coming from, their scores, and if they make the requirements, we try to make sure they can come and be successful at our university. But we've also had the understanding that many of our undocumented students have other expenses that some other students do not. And we've even had special programs started by our own student body to help our undocumented students and other students with severe financial needs that are funded by our student body and trustees and friends. So we've tried to make sure that everyone who comes here can be successful. And we actually don't ask anyone their immigration status.
Well, we have 3 minutes left, and so I'm going to ask and give you 1 minute, Carrie, and 1 minute to you, Alan. Just what should we be doing? What would you like ABEC to do more of, and et cetera, et cetera? What would you like? What's your vision for the future?
Go ahead, Alan.
Well, I would like ABEC just to really work on what we've been talking about, and that is making sure that all of these young people, whether the undocumented or the DACA or the international students that come to this country, can have a future with us. And as they did in the past, make sure that going into the future, we have the best and brightest minds, the innovators, the entrepreneurs, because all of the people we're talking about fit this type of situation. They all want to get out there and be successful. And we should just be doing everything we can to make sure all young people can be successful, whether they're citizens or whether they're coming here from other countries or whether they came with their parents when they were young children. I think we've just got to make sure that ABEC focuses on making sure that all of these people can be successful in our country and reducing the barrier to success.
Yeah, I would just add that I think to my earlier points, not just bipartisan, but it's just, this is really going to take everyone. You know, we often talk about sort of diversity, inclusivity, and all that. This is really about expanding everything that we do and inviting anyone to be part of our system. Our economy is going to need it. Our society is going to need it. We know the benefits of post-secondary education and credentials. The more people that have them, the better off that our economy responds. It's not a sign of elitism. It's an opportunity for anyone with grit and interest to plug into an economy in ways that they may not have ever thought. And the residual effects on families and future generations are certainly, we know how important that is.
Well, thank you very much, both of you, to join us today and to give us your good thoughts, and that there is hope. And we'll take this as an opportunity, right, to make it better here, make this a better life for our students and the people.
Never waste a crisis, right?
It's a crisis. Out of a crisis is an opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Kathy Bird Carvajal. I'm the Florida Director of Impact Fund. We are the Florida chapter of the American Business Immigration Coalition. I want to thank everybody for joining us today. We will now begin a conversation on stabilizing the U.S. farm workforce. We're going to give a couple of minutes for the rest of our panelists to jump on. Thank you very much. Commissioner Nikki Freed, thank you for joining us. Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart, very, very happy to see you today. Arturo Rodriguez is here from the United Farm Workers of America. And we will be joined soon by, we're just waiting for Mike Carlton. I think I will go ahead and just get us started with our introductions. But thanks again, everybody, for joining us. Agriculture in the US has and continues to be dependent on immigrant labor to fill essential jobs that keep our food secure and provide our families with the nutritious food that we need. In the last few years, the lack of immigration reform and immigration reform enforcement only approach has only further strained that labor supply and made employers rely increasingly on the H-2A agricultural visa program, which some consider is too expensive for smaller farms. Furthermore, trade deals at times create threats to the survival of seasonal farmers and their businesses. With our nation's food security and the lives of an estimated 2 million undocumented farm workers on the line, finding bipartisan solutions in 2021 is more important now than ever. Our panelists will discuss what these solutions could look like and how to achieve them. On today's panel, we are very, very privileged to have Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart, who serves as Florida's 25th Congressional District. He is a senior member of the House Committee on Appropriations and is a ranking member on the Subcommittee of Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development. In addition to serving on the Defense Subcommittee, Representative Diaz-Balart has been a champion for immigration reform and was the original sponsor and negotiator of the Farm Workforce Modernization Act. the first piece of agriculture immigration legislation to pass in a bipartisan manner in the House of Representatives in 30 years. Representative Diaz-Balart and his staff negotiated for 6 months with growers, associations, and advocates to craft and pass this landmark legislation. Our next panelist is Florida Commissioner of Agriculture, Nikki Fried, who is the highest ranking Democrat in Florida and the first woman to oversee the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, which supports and promotes Florida's agriculture, protects the environment, safeguards consumers, and ensures the safety and wholesomeness of food. Nikki Fried has been a strong defender of Florida's $137 billion agriculture industry. Our third panelist today is Arturo Rodriguez. Arturo is the President Emeritus of United Farm Workers of America, the nation's largest and first successful agricultural union. He served as president for 25 years with a career forging partnerships between agricultural workers, employers, and some top US food retailers, plus working with presidents, cabinet secretaries, governors, and lawmakers from both parties to improve the lives of people in agriculture. He led negotiations for farm workers that passed bipartisan agriculture immigration through the Senate in 2013 and House in 2019. Arturo Rodriguez's name is coming up as a potential nominee for Secretary of Agriculture for the Biden administration. Our final panelist today is Mike Carlton, Director of Labor Relations for the Florida Fruit and Vegetable Association. Carlton's primary responsibility is representing the association in labor-related legislative efforts on the federal level. He advises growers on employment records, worker training, housing, OSHA regulations, and the Fair Labor Standards Act. Carlton is also responsible for coordinating members' use of the H-2A guest worker program and assisting with compliance efforts with labor laws affecting agriculture. So to begin, first, I have a question for each panelist. Because of the lack of time, we would like to ask you to please keep your remarks to less than 2 minutes. So the first question is, what can those of us who are interested in immigration reform do to help make sure current undocumented farm workers are included in new legislation? You have 2 minutes to answer, and we will start with Arturo Rodriguez.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it, Kathy, and how to all the panelists that are with us today. So I think, it's important to really think about in regards to, first of all, the federal government this year publicly announced and recognized the fact that farm workers are essential employees. As a result of COVID, everyone has seen that farm workers obviously can't do like a lot of other workers. They have to be there on the job in the fields in order to be able to do their work. And even though farm workers realize that they're essential employees, too often they're not treated in the way that they should be in many of our farms throughout the country. But simultaneously, a huge number of Americans, they understand the importance and the need of farm workers in our country, but Congress up to this point hasn't, at least within the Senate. We need to make our immigration system much more just and practical for farm workers. And I think one of the concrete things that folks can really do is, first of all, begin by just thanking Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart and his 3 Republican colleagues, Mike Simpson from Idaho, Doug LaMalfa from California, and Dan Newhouse from Washington. And in addition to that, Democrat Zoe Lofgren from California. They all did a heroic effort this last year to really bring about bipartisan legislation in the House that was critical, known as the Farm Workforce Modernization Act. And in addition, Nancy Pelosi realized that this was a compromise bill between the parties, and yet it received bipartisan support. And she made sure that that bill passed the House. So hopefully in the future, we can see much more of that type of work being done among the parties in order to be able to achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arturo. And next, we would like to hear from our Congressman, Mario Diaz-Balart.
Oh, look, Arturo's right. That legislation, which was not perfect, but it was a bipartisan piece of legislation. And what we kept telling people is the process is precisely to better legislation as it goes through the process. That took almost a year of hard negotiation. When you talk to farmers that are out there, they want to have a farm worker force that they can count on. That's a regular farm worker force. So making sure that that is part of the negotiations, that has to be first, and that's got to be in the top of everybody's list. And so it was a difficult negotiations, but it was frankly a pleasure negotiating with Arturo. You mentioned some of the other members and Zoe and the other Republicans. And while it is not a perfect piece of legislation, it's the first time, as you mentioned, Kathy, that something is passed in a bipartisan way that deals with this issue of making sure that our farmers have the labor that they need. It's not only an economic issue, it's a national security issue as well.
Thank you very much, Congressman. Next, Commissioner Nikki Fried.
First off, thank you for hosting this event and for making this an important part of the conversation. And everybody is correct. This is an urgent need that needs to be addressed, and particularly do want to thank Congressman Diaz-Balart for your leadership on this issue. On immigration reform, agriculture needs to be part of the conversation as well as part of the solution. We have seen farm workers stepping up in this pandemic to keep our food supply going and secure at the risk of their own well-being. And if they get sick, half of our farm workers don't have health coverage, and 3/4 of them are undocumented workers as well. We need a functional immigration system. I think that is pretty clear. And that works both for H-2A and H-2B visas workers and brings undocumented workers out of the shadows. While broad immigration reform is what we need, if immigration is a place where we can come together and start having these conversations, is where we should start. We need to be seeking and passing legislation, what was introduced, as well as be building on that relationship with the stakeholders so that we're working together with members of the agriculture community, with our labor, with operators. Everybody needs to come together as a bipartisan support. This is something that is impacting our entire country. And here in the state of Florida, it's a $137 billion industry. We have 2 million of our workforce in agriculture throughout the entire state. And as we've been dealing with even COVID response, trying to make sure that we had the appropriate PPE as well as health concerns and testing standards and making sure that they were remaining safe. So here in the state of Florida, of course, they were our essential workers, and they need to be treated that way on the national level, because without them and without a comprehensive plan that addresses these issues, that is bipartisan, coming together, get rid of all of the partisan bickering back and forth, and really kind of address these issues as one front, come up with one solution. And agriculture needs to be at the seat of the table for those conversations.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And now 2 minutes, Mike Carlton from the Florida Fruit and Vegetable Association.
Thank you. And thank you, Mario and Commissioner, for your efforts on our behalf. And Arturo, it's great to see you again. And thank you for your efforts with the Farm Workforce Modernization Act. We clearly need some legislation to repair the current H-2A program that has grown from, in Florida in 2010, we brought in about 4,500 H-2A workers. In 2020, that number was over 39,000. The reason for the growth there, obviously, is that we have a significantly reduced domestic workforce available to us. So the Farm Workforce Modernization Act was an attempt to bring the H-2A program up into a little better position, hopefully to recognize the changes in the farm labor business models that are taking place today that have changed dramatically from 40 years ago when the rules were written. The simple answer to the question, of course, is for everyone to continue to communicate with their congressional representatives for the need, but also to communicate with their neighbors. Some of the objections to improvements have always been, we don't want to take jobs away from Americans. Well, it's pretty clear that Americans are not doing these jobs, and we're not taking jobs away from them. So it's important to talk to your neighbors, to your friends, but clearly to continue to communicate with your congressional representatives.
Thank you very much, Mike. The next question is, what groups or individuals are the biggest challenges? We'll start with Commissioner Nikki Fried.
You know, it's not a single group or an individual. The problem is the environment. Our political discourse has gotten so heated and so divisive that we can't sit together like this and have these very frank, honest conversations. So a great comprehensive plans need to come together behind the scenes where politics, gets involved. That's when things break down. And so we continue to have these open dialogues, and bring everybody to the table is how we can get things accomplished. And one can lay blame at anyone's feet for the breakdown in immigration reform, but the politicization of this issue is really what is to blame for the inaction of having any real comprehensive reform on the national level.
Thank you, Commissioner. And next, Arturo Rodriguez.
Yeah, I would be a little more specific. I think that, we were really disappointed this last year when we were able to pass the Farm Workforce Modernization Act in the House, that the Senate really didn't take up the bill. And we had understood and we were led to believe that there was a lot of people that were supporting it, but in the end, nothing happened. And we also heard that Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina, that he would lead the Senate and having bipartisan talks and so forth, and trying to really bring this to the forefront within the Senate. And we felt very positive about that. But the reality was, to our knowledge at least, there was never any meetings that actually were convened and took place within the Senate, brought together by Senator Tom Tillis. And so we feel and we believe, from everything that we've learned over the years, and we've been doing this a long time, right, Mike? Congressman Diaz-Balart and so forth. So we know that if this is taken for a vote in the Senate, more than likely we're going to win, and that the senators are going to vote for it because there has been a compromise that's taken place here, and everybody realizes that, and they understand the need as well. There's just a tremendous need on the part of agriculture, industry as a whole, and farm workers to resolve this issue as quickly as possible. So we're hopeful that the environment will change with this upcoming administration, and that there will be a better opportunity to move forward.
Thank you very much. And next, Mike Carlton.
Yeah, there are certainly challenges, and there are certainly anti-immigrant groups who have voices that the press tends to listen to, but there are challenges in Washington also. We have challenges from Republican congressmen who are inundated with anti-immigrant calls. We have challenges from Democratic congressmen who oppose expansion and modernization of the H-2A program. The challenges are great, but the challenges just lead to opportunities. So we need to take those opportunities and move with them as fast as we can. And obviously, we choose not to give up. I've been working at this since 1999, and obviously I haven't been very successful, but the challenges can be overcome, I think.
Thank you so much, Mike. And Congressman Diaz-Balart.
Yeah, look, I kind of agree with, frankly, just about everything that's been said right now. Those challenges come from the left, from the right, from groups, and I've never ever been involved in a more politicized and, frankly, in some cases, nasty issue as far as how some people react to it. The folks that you have on this panel are folks that have been willing to take the spears and the arrows and the backstabs and still work on it. And so, to the question as to what groups are more difficult, you've got some folks, as Mike just said, that rather have nothing if they don't get exactly what they want. You have other groups that want to have nothing anyways. And so, but to the commissioner's point, when you take that off the table and you kind of are willing to accept that there's some people you're never going to get. In the center, I think there's a lot of recognition to that the system is broken, that it needs to be fixed. And how to get there is I think, if you're willing to kind of, roll up your sleeves, I think there are, those of us that have been dealing with this for a number of years know pretty much what those areas are that we can more or less get agreement on. And so, the ag bill that has already been referred to, while imperfect, I thought was a really, really important step. I'm hoping that I think that's still a great step in the next Congress to start working off of, and hopefully we can have some movement there. As far as what happens with the administration, who knows, right? I mean, we had one administration for 8 years that talked up a good game and killed a couple of good efforts. Last 4 years, we weren't able to make much headway there either. And so I'm less optimistic about administrations than I am about Congress getting together. And again, what I was saying before about what the commissioner said, look, this has to be bipartisan. It's the only way not only to get it done, regardless of what the numbers may be in the House and the Senate, whatever. It's the only way to get it done. It's the only way to make sure that it's lasting. And I think ultimately, there are some solutions if we are willing to roll up our sleeves, quietly try to figure out where the consensus is, and are willing to accept not getting everything you want, understanding that an advancement is better than nothing at all. And so I think there are enough of us that want to do that. But to Mike's point, there are some that will fight us every step of the way, and that's just reality. But I'm still optimistic. We have to be optimistic, because I'll tell you what everybody does recognize. I don't care if you're right, left, if you want a solution or you're don't want a solution. Everybody recognizes that the current system is broken. It's broken for our economy. It's broken for our national security interests. It's broken if you believe in the rule of law. It's broken in every way. And so coming up with that solution has been the biggest challenge. But I think most of us know what the parameters more or less are at this stage.
Thank you so much, Congressman, for your words of wisdom. We're actually going to ask you to start with our next question. Our next question is, how do we capitalize on the issue of a safe and secure food supply grown in the USA?
Kathy, I think this pandemic, this horrible pandemic, has taught us a couple of things, right? A number of things. One of the things, I think the American people were rather surprised when they learned that we depend on other countries, particularly China, for some very, very important essential things like medical devices. Well, when you're dealing with food, is there anything more important than that, right? More immediate than that. And so if you talk to people about the emotional aspects of this, about the undocumented, I'll tell you what happens. In my experience, you lose them. It's important to, however, talk about the reality. I think when I speak about this issue, I talk about the reality, and I think, again, the pandemic has brought it home, that this is not only an economic issue, which it is, it's also a national security issue. This is beyond an immigration system. This is beyond even an economic issue, which, by the way, is something, it is an economic issue, but it's a national security issue. And so the question is, do we want to make sure that we grow our food domestically? We know that we're going to need more people to deal in this industry. And, Mike talked about, regardless of how much you might want to pay, Americans are not going to do these jobs. So if it's a national security and an economic issue, and we know that we have to have people do these jobs, how can we come up with a way to do that? And so, because if you talk about it in the emotional sense, which makes sense to talk about the emotional sense, people are just not that concerned. What people do understand, and I think the pandemic brought it home in a real hard way, right, is this is a national security issue. We cannot be in a situation where we depend on other countries for our food. And so therefore, we have to have a system, an ag system that works. It doesn't work right now. So let's then sit down and come up with those solutions. And as I mentioned in the last question, I think most of us understand what some of the parameters are. And again, I've had the privilege of working with the folks on this here that we have on the screen for a long, long time. And so we can get there, but we have to remind people of the national security and economic implications.
Thank you so much, Congressman. I'm going to skip along a little bit right now because we might be running out of time. So I'd like to ask this same question to Arturo Rodriguez.
I'll keep my answer brief. I mean, I don't think there's any way that we can really have a safe and secure food supply in this country without having immigration reform, agricultural immigration reform. I mean, we need the workforce. They need to be stable. They need to be The growers need to be able to, and farmers need to be able to depend on them, and being able to have workers there. And we have to have a program, a guest worker program that's viable and that's going to work for everybody in the best way possible. I feel that I'm very optimistic about the upcoming administration, and that we have a president we think that believes and understands this. And I know our current president for the United Farm Workers, Teresa Romero, sits on the transition team and has been talking to individuals within the administration to really get them to understand the importance of this particular issue. So we're very hopeful.
Thank you so much, Arturo. I'm going to go to the next question. Within ag, is there solidarity concerning the need for both domestic and foreign workers? First, we're going to go to Commissioner Nikki Fried.
And I'm going to kind of also lump a little bit. I know I'll be quick on this to hit a little bit of what was said in the previous question. I could not agree more. And the necessity to really support our domestic growers here in the States. You know, as I said earlier, we're a $137 billion industry here in the state. And during this pandemic, we hit some major losses, over almost $500 million. And so what we've seen is kind of the silver lining here, at least in the state of Florida, of really getting the consumers to understand how important it is to buy local, not only for national security issues, knowing where their food comes from, but also to make sure that we're supporting our local farmers, and it helps our economy here locally. So we have seen what I've been calling a consumer conscious awakening here throughout the states, the state as well as United States as a whole. And so we're going to continue hoping that that happens, pushing our Florida grown produce, making sure that a lot of our actual big box stores are also continuing, really pushing the Florida grown, fresh from Florida products into their own stores. But going back into the concern for needing both, you know, domestic and foreign workers, here's the reality. We fully support our Floridians who want to be involved in agriculture. That's what I do every single day. I help promote agriculture, help to inspire the next generation to be excited about agriculture, to want to have new innovation and new technology here in the state, and really get the next generation excited. And that there are so many jobs that we just can't fill, though, with just a domestic workforce alone. I wish that we could. We have some fantastic leadership here in the state. But Florida agriculture feeds 150 million Americans during the winter months. But with seasonal nature of our commodities, a different type of workforce is required for these sectors. So people need to be working year round, which isn't compatible with our seasonal productions. So we need to be able to reform our broken immigration system and transparency on both sides. This needs to be all hands on deck, supporting our local farmers and encouraging them to continue participating in agriculture. But also the reality of the situation is that even at that highest of marks, Americans don't want all of those jobs, and we certainly can't fill them with just Floridians and Americans in agriculture.
Thank you, Commissioner Fried. Next, same question for Mike Carlton with the FFVA. Within ag, is there solidarity concerning the need for both domestic and foreign workers?
The short answer to that is absolutely. When we were working on the Farm Workforce Modernization Act, I think Arturo will agree that the one part that we absolutely agreed on was the need for legalization for our domestic workforce. There might have been other things we didn't agree on, but we were pretty solid in that, as well as all the associations in the country. Quite frankly, nationally, the agricultural associations absolutely agree.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mike. Congressman Diaz-Balart?
To keep it short, no, I agree with what my esteemed colleagues in this call have just said. I totally agree with them. Yeah, I think there's a clear understanding of that. We wish that all of those jobs could be filled by Americans, but as the commissioner said, we're always going to need more people, and we need to have a system that works for our growers. And as I mentioned before, this is not only an economic issue, it's also a national security issue.
Thank you so much, Congressman. And finally, Arturo Rodriguez.
I think that it's very clear that there is agreement, obviously, on this particular issue. Where I think there is some concern and disagreement and lots of discussion still needs to take place is that always we're looking at how much should people get paid, what are going to be the working conditions that they're exposed to, and then what's the government's role really in making sure that all of this happens and takes place, that the legislation is enforced. As a union, our preference has always been to let farmers and workers locally at the company level try to resolve issues. But because there is no national legislation right now allowing farm workers to really have a right to organize, that's been difficult to really be able to implement. But we are looking for ways that it can take place and it can transpire. As was earlier mentioned, none of us got everything that we wanted in the negotiations. That's obvious. I mean, it's a compromise. But at the same time, you know, it is really critical and important at this stage in agriculture. As Mike just said, we've been working on this for a long time, for over 20 years, trying to bring this to resolution. And the pandemic has just been one more critical reason why we have to have this agricultural immigration reform take place as quickly as possible.
Thank you so much, Arturo. I want to thank all of the panelists. Thank you for committing to bipartisanship, to committing to solutions, for being part of this incredibly important conversation. I have a special guest who wants to say hello to our congressman, Mr. Rowe.
Oh.
Are you there?
So he is jumping on right now. It might be another 30 seconds. So if anyone want to share concluding remarks, let me go find him. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, we've just got 1 minute, but you know, John Rowe, former chairman of Exelon, friend of Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart, you know, definitely it's going to take all of us working together to move anything forward. And I just want to thank everyone for your wisdom, for your years of committing to this process. It's not easy, you know, it really isn't. And it is going to take all of us coming together for significant movement to happen, for the benefit of our economy, for the benefit of agriculture, for farmers, and then also for the 2 million farm workers who are out there helping us get things done. So I want to thank everybody and for joining us today. And I am going to, there he is. Go ahead, Mr. Rowe.
You have Mr. Rowe. Sorry I'm late. Congressman, nice to see you.
How are you, my friend? Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you. Sorry I couldn't be here for the whole meeting, but I was finishing my tenure on a corporate board, and you shouldn't walk out of your last meeting early. But thank you all for what you're doing. Means a whole lot to a lot of people.
Well, if I may, Kathy, just very briefly, let me just say that this is an individual. I got to know him when I was in Chicago for a meeting. He has been a leader on many, many issues, but on this issue, he has been an amazing leader. And it's just a privilege to be his friend. And again, good to see you, my friend. I'm glad you're doing well. And I believe now you're a Floridian, right?
I am.
So not only is he a leader, he's also a brilliant
almost
man.
Not quite in your district.
Well, welcome to the state of Florida.
Yet, so
I feel like
I
I'm
hope
being
I like him too, but
oh yeah,
you'll have to advise me on how to deal with him.
Well, good to see you, my friend.
Discriminated against being in Texas.
Now, Gene and I registered down here August of last year.
Good to have you in Florida, and welcome, and you're going to feel at home. And again, but more importantly, thanks for your leadership. And again, stay well, my good friend.
It's really Becca's leadership. I just work for Becca, but.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much for your time. I am now going to hand this over to my colleague, Irakere Pincon, for our next panel.
Thanks,
Irakere?
Kathy. Thanks, all the panelists. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. Good afternoon. My name is Irakere Pincon. I'm the Director of Legal Services at the American Business Immigration Coalition. This next panel will focus on high-skilled immigrant workers and the role in helping American companies from across various industries, including STEM, education, and medicine, grow and succeed in the U.S. and globally. To discuss high-skilled immigrant workers, recent policy changes, and what changes we can expect under the new administration, we have invited the following guests. First, Anna Morsey, shareholder at Greenberg Traurig Law Firm and board member of the American Business Immigration Coalition. We also have Bill Lucia, chairman, president, and CEO of HMS Holdings Corporation, as well as co-chair of the American Business Immigration Coalition, and Catherine Dong-Yuan Yin, a former high-skilled visa holder and attorney specialized in U.S. securities laws and cross-border transactions. So without further ado, let's just jump into our panel. So Anna, there are nearly 600,000 H-1B holders in the US today across various industries. The H-1B visa was created in 1990 and allows US employers to hire foreign-born workers on a temporary basis in specialty occupations. These occupations generally require a high level of education and or technical knowledge. Can you tell us a little bit more about the H-1B visa and why they are so widely used? Also, as a practitioner, what trends have you seen in the H-1B program in recent years?
So thank you, Eric. Well, first of all, I will say we could talk for hours about the H-1B visa, and I think my panelists can agree about this. So I'm going to give you the most high-level summary that I can here. So H-1B legislation allocates 85,000 H-1B visas each government fiscal year, which basically starts on October 1 and ends on September 30th. That sounds a lot, but there are many more applicants for those 85,000 than just 85,000 visa applicants. So basically there's a lottery every year about April 1 for H-1B visas to be allocated start dates on October 1 and hence again that government fiscal year. Now 65,000 of those 85,000 visas are for foreign nationals with foreign or US bachelor's degree or above or the equivalent. And then there's another 20,000 that are allocated and specifically earmarked for foreign graduates from US university programs. And these individuals must have graduated or completed all degree requirements for a US master's degree or higher to qualify for that additional for one of those 20,000 additional visas. Now, generally H-1B visas track with the US economy. If the unemployment rate is low, then guess what? There's more demand for US visas, for these H-1B US visas, then there's available H-1B visas, and hence there's this random lottery that the government has instituted. So for example, in 2019 alone, for 85,000 open slots, the government received over 200,000 H-1B visa petitions. Likewise, even earlier this year, prior to all of this pandemic, craziness that we're experiencing, the government yet again received more than 200,000 visa applications for 85,000 open slots. However, what's really interesting, and this is why I say the H-1B visas sort of track the economy, because this year the government had to run two lotteries, because out of that initial lottery, they didn't receive enough H-1B visa applications to fill the 85,000 open slots. And they ran another application or another lottery in August. Now, also, I have to mention this lottery process a little bit, because I will give kudos to the people in the U.S. Immigration Service for implementing a registration process earlier this year, which I think made it much, much easier, especially for small and medium businesses to actually register their employees for the H-1B lottery. This is really pretty simple. From March 1st to March 20th, any employer could register an employee and their company information in a government system for a $10 registration fee. And basically around April 1st, everyone found out whether they were selected in the lottery or not. And same thing kind of occurred in August this year again. Again, as someone who works with quite a bit of employers, especially small and medium size and larger employers as well, this process was really efficient and I have to say cost effective for employers. And there's a reason I'm mentioning this, because we'll get back to some proposed rules which basically want to turn this up on its head. Now, the biggest things that people ask me as, as a practitioner, well, who uses H-1B visas? Of course, it has to be all of these huge, large multinational companies that we hear about in the news. But the reality is no. I mean, yes, they get a lot of publicity, but it's the small, medium-sized businesses, our healthcare industries, really comprehensively use these H-1B visas. And the reason is very simple. If you take a look at who exactly, or what type of positions are being sponsored for H-1B visas, 2/3 of them are for STEM-related positions. So the larger conversation is when people are saying, oh, you're giving, jobs to non-US workers. Well, the issue is that there's not enough STEM US workers to actually fill these jobs in US companies. And really sort of big picture, and there's a lot of studies done on this by bipartisan institutions, is that at the end of the day, H-1B visas, they help innovate economy. They actually help to grow our job base. So I'll finish with that, and we'll discuss a little bit about what's going on from a legislative perspective a little bit later on.
Thank you, Anna. Bill, as an employer, can you share with us what your company does and how you depend on high-skilled immigrant workers? How do you foresee this changing in the near and long-term future?
Sure, thank you. So HMS is a healthcare analytics and technology company, and we really focus on helping healthcare organizations reduce costs, improve healthcare outcomes. We serve about 350 health plans, 40 state Medicaid agencies, Medicare, the Veterans Administration, the CDC, and about 150 employers. So we're a pretty large customer base, but we rely heavily on highly skilled technical talent, and they're vital to our business. We deploy a lot of artificial intelligence and machine learning. In our world, it's to route out fraud, waste, and abuse in our nation's healthcare system. But we really do require highly skilled technical talent, and there is fierce competition in the market for that talent. And as Anna said, it's the fact that we have such a smaller pool of STEM talent in the US that we have to attract talent from overseas. The number of US tech jobs is expected to grow more than 13% by 2026, and that's from 2016. So I'm sure it's growing even faster. And that was compared with just 10% for all occupations. And what's happening is, because of this inability to bring these workers into the nation, countries like Canada and Australia are benefiting while we're losing.
Thank you, Bill. Catherine, I want to bring you in to share a little bit about your story. So you were born in China, you were educated in China, and also in Scotland, and you received your law degree from the University of Iowa College of Law. You previously worked at 2 law firms in New York handling cross-border transactions. How did you decide to apply for an H-1B visa? And can you share with us what your experience as an H-1B holder was like?
Great. Hi, everybody. So when I decided to go to law school in the US, I made friends here. I had a great time being a legal intern at the US Securities and Exchange Commission. And I always knew that I also have a financial services background from studying European financial regulations in Scotland and my economics degree from China. So I knew I wanted to work in law related to financial services. And when I started out in the US in 2013, law firms were just starting to really expand their international practices. So the 2 law firms I worked with have very active Israel practices, bringing Israeli tech startups into the US market, selling some of the technology to Israeli companies. I had many Asian Pacific region companies that were either raising funding in the US or dual listing in the Aussie market and in New York. My role essentially allowed there to be a cultural nuance in handling these clients that are not familiar with the US market, might have more of they also needed someone who has understanding of local laws, say in China or the EU or Australia, and I happen to have those experiences. And I personally actually saw immigrant attorneys bringing in business to the law firms and creating businesses for boutique investment banks. So, that's how I was able to transition from a US graduate school person into a professional. Really enjoyed the American work culture as well. So I knew I wanted to stay in this country. I also worked for a regulatory technology company with large international banks as their clients. So I was really able to leverage all of my prior experiences to help them navigate their legal interpretations of their products. In terms of my personal journey, H1B has been a very valuable experience for me to allow me to gain the experience. But at the same time, I have had people who are American citizens has approached me and said, hey, we would love to start a legal technology company with you. Given your experience, can you join us? Because of the complexity surrounding, the H1B, you have to work for an established company or having already raised funding. I had to turn down those opportunities quite a few times. And, I don't regret pursuing my career at this point, but I would love in the future to be able to, team up with other smart people and create jobs in the future. Yeah.
To your point, Catherine, one thing that often gets lost in this conversation is the fact that in addition to being skilled and highly educated workers, there also is a history going back many, many, many years and generations of immigrant workers starting companies and being entrepreneurs and creating companies that then go on to hire thousands, if not millions, of American workers. And so to your last point about offers you received, I think that's something that needs to be highlighted and talked about as we look towards continuing sort of the progression of American companies in medicine and education and technology. And so I want to make sure that the audience understands the dual sort of sides of high skilled workers. And I want to bring you back in to talk a little bit about something you alluded to in your opening remarks. So there was a lawsuit against the Department of Homeland Security and USCIS that allege that the recent rule changes across H-1B sort of visas would prevent them from petitioning for H-1B workers. Can you tell us a little bit more about that lawsuit and what other changes you've seen as it relates to companies' abilities to hire H-1B workers?
Absolutely. And, one of the things that we have seen, especially with H-1B, and I think we can say this, across the sort of immigration field in the US, is that clearly the Trump administration has had a bullseye on immigration. The administration has really, tried to implement changes that that make it frankly much more difficult for employers of any size to file for H-1B visas. And I'll just give you an example of sort of recent occurrences, because this really highlights how difficult it is to file for H-1B visas. And the environment is definitely not friendly. So, very recently in October, the Trump administration released 2 interim final rules. The first interim final rule was about prevailing wages, and literally employers were given 36 hours of notice, which basically said that we're raising all minimum prevailing wage salaries anywhere from 40 to 60%. Okay, this wasn't like 5% more, it was 40 to 60% more. So literally what this rule did within 36 hours priced out many employers from being able to sponsor those STEM related jobs and individuals for H-1B visas. Another interim final rule that the Trump administration also just, again, it was supposed to actually go into effect next week, among other things, and this was really the main thing, was they changed the definition of what a specialty occupation position is. And what the issue there is that if this rule would actually be enacted, then again, employers would not be able to actually sponsor individuals for positions in many times in STEM fields that otherwise they would have. Now, luckily, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, as well as other parties, filed suit, and just thankfully, a court this past Tuesday basically said, no, Trump administration, this doesn't make sense. And now their reasoning, though, is because the Trump administration didn't follow the Administrative Procedures Act. Because what they did is they said, well, listen, this is an economic and emergency, and we don't have to give employers anyone notice or an opportunity to comment. And the judge in this case said, no, this doesn't make any sense. If you really want to implement this, give businesses a chance to basically comment on all of this. Now, as we sit today, we don't know what the Trump administration will do in response to these court decisions, whether frankly they'll sit on them and not do anything, or whether they will continue litigation. I think it's a little bit up in the air. Now, one thing that I do want to caution every employer and H-1B applicant out there, some of these ideas have been around for a while. This is not like the Trump administration is the first one to think of them and to basically introduce these, interim final rules. I think that the concern here is that, come January 20th, other parties may continue to go on with this litigation and to challenge H-1Bs. The other thing I wanted to mention is about the H-1B lottery. As I mentioned, my opinion and the opinion of many employers out there is that this registration system that went into effect in March of this year actually worked pretty well. Then, it wasn't as chaotic and crazy as in previous years. But guess what? The Trump administration introduced a new proposed rule basically scrapping that system. The comment period for this ended on actually just yesterday. And this new system would basically allocate H-1Bs to the employers that pay the most. I mean, how does this make sense? Ultimately, I keep on going back to this. It's easy to say, oh, H-1B visas are really just being utilized by the big guys out there who can pay anything. But the reality is, no, it's small to medium-sized businesses that will continue to get hurt through some of these policies that they're actually pushed through.
So I want to go to Bill to follow up on this. Bill, what is it that you would like to see change under the H-1B program, but also immigration policies in general? Obviously, you're very involved with ABIC as a co-chair, and you've worked to find solutions for the 11 million, including the DACA recipients. But what are the things that you'd like to see in the near future?
Well, I mean, I think I would be the same as a lot of people that say we have to streamline the extensive application processes, reducing both the time commitment and, of course, the cost to employers. As Anna said, it's not just the bigs. I mean, we have 3,100 employees, but we have 83 H-1B visa workers in our company. We are by no means one of the large companies that people are talking about. We have to lift the ban and provide a more reasonable amount of visas to better meet the U.S. need for these highly skilled technology workers. And I think by increasing the number of visas, employers at large could plan better. It would cause less disruption and easing today's overloaded visa lottery system. The denial rate has increased dramatically. I mean, it was 2015, it was 6%, and under Trump's administration, it went to 29% through the second quarter of this year. The good news is that Biden has pledged to re-implement DACA within his first 100 days in office. And to us, that's very critical. The other is, for us, immigration is a matter of both the heart and the head. But let's start with the head. It is vital to our innovation and strengthen our diversity. And we take diversity and inclusion as a critical part of our culture, our company. But in Texas, where HMS is based, the Texas economy could lose $6 billion in gross domestic product annually if DACA recipients lost their ability to work legally. And that's an economic issue. And of course, the federal government could lose $90 billion in tax revenue. But we also take it from the heart perspective. And we are a nation of immigrants that have been pursuing the American dream. I mean, I'm the grandchild of Italian immigrants that came here to find a better life for their family. And we also have employees on visas who are afraid to visit their families, that they won't be allowed back into the nation. So, and of course with COVID, there's challenges to that anyway, but we'd really like our employees to be able to go home to their, the nation of origin and come back to work and not fear that they'll be caught at the border. So I think as our businesses are struggling across the nation to continue to plow through, suffer from, and then reemerge from COVID-19, now is not the time to restrict our access to these highly skilled workers.
Thank you, Bill. And I want to follow up with Catherine to get her perspective of what things she'd like to see change. Catherine, you've shared with me that you were on the path to permanent residency in the US, but because of some complications, your employer wasn't able to follow through with that process. Can you share with us briefly what happened and what things you would like to see change, or what things are on your radar moving forward?
Yeah, I'd love that. It was truly a string of complications. I wanted to highlight one aspect though, was, after a couple of sponsorships that failed either because of COVID, basically invalidating companies to sponsor because, 1 year out of 10 years, they're in the red because of the shutdown, and there was no kind of a carve out to allow companies to adjust, because I know that companies go out of business during COVID, but there are lots of companies who might be in the red, but based upon 9 years of profits, the USCIS actually would not allow them to sponsor anybody, which is, I think, that there is some rule flexibility there as well. Secondly, referring to what Anna mentioned about the prevailing wage rule under the interim and final rule, I actually initially received an offer as the highest paid associate in a smaller firm, and higher wages than all the American associates. However, the rule that was passed in October the 8th basically said, this is, your wage is not high enough. And I think there is a distinguishing factor of larger companies, like Anna said, and the smaller and medium-sized company that really do need highly skilled laborers to fill some of their needs, and will have a very difficult time looking for the right talent. What I would love to see in the future is that we could, first of all, distinguish the prevailing wages for different kinds of companies, the larger ones, the smaller and medium-sized companies, and perhaps even consider a system that is similar to the Commonwealth system, where when you have proven yourself being able to find jobs that command a high salary for 5 years, 7 years, 9 years, then there should be a specific path for people like that who have demonstrated their ability to assimilate to the US, in the US work economy, contribute, both on the knowledge basis and also on the tax basis. And then you can expect them to continue contribution, and also having a more creative entrepreneur visa or green card path, so that people like myself and other very innovative people can spend their energy on building the economy and creating jobs rather than worrying about, immigration stress. Yeah.
Thank you.
So
Thank you,
would love
Catherine.
to see that, yeah.
Thank you. We have a question from the audience. I think this is more for Anna. So the question is, despite the decision from the Northern District of California this week, there are signals that maybe the administration may still try to push the Department of Labor and DHS H-1B rules through the final rules before January 20th. It's also possible that the new incoming administration may not be able to prioritize changing this and other H-1B issues in time for the upcoming CAP season. Based on this, how are you advising employers as you're getting ready for the next CAB registration period?
So for the next registration period, I mean, we've already, we were anticipating that, there's a good chance that a court may strike down these interim final rules. But the reality is that these rules may be around for a while. So, we have been, and I highly recommend for any employer to really go through the list of possible employees that you're sponsoring. Take a look at what classifications are being sponsored and how can they possibly be negatively impacted by that more restrictive specialty occupation classification definition. In addition, I mean, you really, I think as an employer, can't rely only on the Department of Labor wages. You need to start looking at alternate wage surveys to determine whether you will be actually successful with an H-1B petition. And you know what? Again, whether you're a smaller or larger employer who's sponsoring H-1Bs, you need to start doing this now, because I don't think that these issues with H-1Bs will go away come January 20th. I think they're going to stick around for quite a period of time. And even if the economy is still struggling, and by all indications it probably will be, the issue always comes to the fact with H-1B visas is employers are still continuing to sponsor because they can't find those U.S. workers, STEM employees.
Thank you, Anna. On the subject of what businesses can do to prepare for the new CAP season, I want to go to Bill and ask him what else can businesses do to get involved in advocating for solutions? What's the best use of the resource that you found in your personal experience?
Well, look, the business community has to join together and speak with one voice. There's an overwhelming number of industries that are impacted by not only the impact on the immigration of highly skilled workers, but immigration in general. But speaking with one voice and joining organizations like ABIC and TBIC and organizations like that, but actively working for immigration reform through your local chamber of commerce or other organizations that support sensible immigration reform. And then there are amicus briefs in support of DACA and Dreamers, and we've signed on to all of them because we find, again, that without this, we'd end up with a huge negative impact on the economy in our state of Texas, but across the nation. So those are the kinds of things that we think businesses can do to get involved. And part of what I do, I mean, I have more than a full-time job, but part of what makes this valuable to me is calling other executives and talking to them about, you really should be joining this coalition because we can speak with one voice.
Great. Thank you so much, Bill. And we want to welcome the senior U.S. Senator from Texas, Mr. John Cornyn. And to introduce Senator Cornyn will be Woody Hunt, the senior chairman of Hunt Companies.
Thank you, Rebecca. Welcome, Senator. The American Business Immigration Coalition is a bipartisan coalition of business leaders, employers, and associations who believe that common sense immigration reform is good for business. You saw me at an earlier panel. You already heard a bit about why I believe immigrants are critical the success of Texas and how our economy will suffer disproportionately if Congress fails to pass comprehensive immigration reform. There are almost 5 million Texans that are foreign-born. They represent almost 17% of the Texas population. And of those, 1.8 million or 6% are undocumented. If you go to El Paso, my hometown, a little over 28% of our population is foreign-born, and of that, over 10% are undocumented. But when you look at the benefits of our foreign-born population, 27% of our Texas STEM workers are immigrants, and more than 73% of the patents awarded to the University of Texas system last year had at least one foreign-born inventor. So to continue being competitive, Texas really needs to have a voice on immigration reform. All told, Dreamers contribute, as I said earlier, contribute $6 billion each year to the Texas state economy. American voters recognize the value of their contributions, the Dreamers' contributions to our country. As I said earlier, over 85% of voters supporting a DREAM Act. I'm pleased that we have Juan Carlos Cerda, a DACA recipient and director of our Texas ABEC efforts, here today to share his story. Juan Carlos.
Thank you so much, Woody. Good afternoon. My name is Juan Carlos Cerda, and I am a 20-year resident of Dallas, a DACA recipient, and the Texas Business Outreach Manager for ABEC. I came to the US from San Luis Potosí, Mexico, when I was 7 years old. My grandfather was a migrant worker picking fruits and vegetables in South Texas. Both my parents are undocumented, and despite this, they've continued to work during the pandemic. Even though he's undocumented, my father carries around a card that says he's an essential worker. My father is an electrician and my mother is a factory worker. Half of my undocumented relatives have contracted COVID-19, but they have since recovered and returned to work. I graduated salutatorian of Grand Prairie High School and obtained a full ride to Yale University. I got DACA in 2012 and was finally able to get my first job, first driver's license, and the chance to study abroad. Once I graduated from Yale, I decided to return to Dallas and to give back to my community as a kindergarten teacher with the Teach for America program, just a few miles from where I grew up. DACA changed my life, but it wasn't meant to be permanent. President Trump rescinded the DACA program in 2017, and I feared that I too would be deported. It was because of these experiences that I met Rebecca Shee and joined ABEC, and why I'm thankful for Bill Lucia, Chris Wallace, and Woody Hunt for their leadership in advocating for a DREAM Act and path to citizenship for me, my family, and 11 million undocumented people who call the United States home. Over 80% of American voters support permanent legal status for dreamers like myself. So I look forward to working with the business community and with Senator John Cornyn of Texas to make this dream a reality in 2021. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Juan Carlos. Now I'm delighted to introduce Senator John Cornyn to discuss how we can achieve a bipartisan deal on immigration reform. Senator Cornyn was first elected to the U.S. Senate in 2002, and he is currently serving his third term after being reelected in 2008, 2014, and 2020. So congratulations on another re-election, Senator. He sits on the Senate Finance, Intelligence, and Judiciary Committees, where he helps craft legislation on behalf of almost 30 million Texans. Senator, thank you for joining us today. Can you tell us how immigration impacts the Texas economy and how we can advance bipartisan solutions in 2021?
Well, thank you very much, Woody, for the introduction and the invitation to join you. I also want to thank Rebecca and Juan Carlos for his personal testimonial. I know there are many, many more DACA recipients who have accomplished great things. And I too would like to see us find a way to provide a permanent legal status for those DACA recipients rather than have to live in the gray area where you depend on who happens to be in the White House, what the policies may be, what the courts decide on various legal challenges. Well, to state the obvious, this year has looked nothing like what any of us envisioned at this point last year. The virus has claimed the lives of nearly 275,000 Americans and infected millions more. And it's changed everything from wedding plans, graduations, Christmas dinners, Thanksgiving dinners, and family vacation. And it's prevented us from doing the things that we once considered simple but essential human contact, like loving or hugging our loved ones or gathering for conversations like this in person. While the world looks different today, we're still fighting for causes we believe in and working every day to make our country stronger and more inclusive. I want to thank you for the chance for the part that you play and the invitation to come and share some of my thoughts with you. As Woody pointed out, Texas is a big, diverse state. I consider myself fortunate to have grown up in a state steeped in the contributions of immigrants. There are those who came to the United States generations ago who built careers and families and who have come for all the right reasons, which is to pursue the American dream. But also those who've immigrated more recently who have a long list of plans and goals that are now possible because of our great economy and our great democracy. The United States is the most generous country in the world when it comes to legal immigration, and I'm proud of that. Every year, our nation grants lawful permanent residence to more than 1 million new legal immigrants. Texas in particular has benefited from the contributions of immigrants like Juan Carlos from around the world who've chosen to build their successful lives in the United States. Roughly 40% of Texans identify as Hispanic, and they can trace their roots to Mexico, Cuba, Central America, many different countries. Our state is, as I said, has a large and diverse population. I know most people tend to think that Texans look like me, or maybe even like Woody. But the truth is we have not only a large Hispanic population, we have a large and vibrant Indian and Vietnamese American population. Many are surprised when I tell them that Vietnamese is the third most commonly spoken language in Texas, behind English, of course, and then Spanish. But all of these individuals are integral parts of our communities, our culture, and our economy. According to the American Immigration Council, 1 in 6 Texas residents and 1 in 5 workers is an immigrant. These men and women account for nearly 28% of self-employed business owners whose businesses generate a combined $8.1 billion a year in revenue, and that's just in Texas. Nationwide, major industries depend on immigrant workers, with more than 4 million immigrants working in the healthcare and social service sectors, more than any other industry. For everything from science and engineering to construction and agriculture, our economy relies on immigrants. And despite the ways we depend on our immigration system for a thriving economy, we know that it needs reform. It's far from perfect. In many ways, it's simply just outdated. It's inefficient, and it hasn't kept up with the needs of our economy or our ability to compete for the best and brightest brain power in the world. Our immigration system, I believe, needs a fundamental review to determine what's working and what isn't, so we can create a system that benefits both the immigrants and, I would say, even more importantly, our success as a nation. I think there's widespread agreement in the Senate that our legal immigration should be improved. And as Woody said, I've been in the Senate now for 3 terms. This is one of the fact that we have not yet been successful in passing meaningful reforms of our broken immigration system are one of my biggest frustrations. But I'm an optimist by nature, and I hope there's enough will in the next Congress to have serious discussions about how to fix it. I personally think the most important starting point is DACA. When President Obama announced this program 8.5 years ago, he did so through an executive memorandum. He did that in spite of the fact that many of us, I was at a meeting at the White House, pleaded with him not to do it because we knew it would result in polarization. We knew that it resulted in litigation. And rather than rolling up our sleeves and working with us to create lasting policy, the executive memorandum did not do that. It created a lot of uncertainty, as you've heard, litigation and concerns for the future of these young immigrants who have done nothing wrong. They came here as children, and as the American system does not hold children responsible for the actions of their adult parents. So to say the least, this made things easier in the short term, but has caused a lot of fear and uncertainty in the long term. President Obama himself admitted many times he didn't have the authority to establish the program, but I think out of his frustration, he decided to try to do it himself. And as a result, we have experienced some short-term benefits to seeing these young people be able to get work permits and be able to eliminate the fear they have of being in the country without proper documentation. But we've also seen years-long tumultuous journey waiting, and all of us, and particularly those DACA recipients, have waited nervously to see how the courts would ultimately weigh in. They've been wondering whether they might be deported to a country they have no memory of, or forced to leave behind their families, jobs, and opportunities they've worked so hard to build here in the United States. Texas alone is home to more than 100,000 DACA recipients who are vital parts of our communities. They make real contributions to our communities. Again, young people like Juan Carlos. They've grown up with our kids, attended the same churches, shopped at the same grocery stores, and defended our freedoms in the United States military. Many of these young people are in their 30s now with careers, families, and plans of their own. So the possibility of being forced to leave the United States is no less terrifying for them than it would be for anyone born in the United States. After years of being yanked from court ruling to court ruling, these young men and women deserve certainty. They deserve to know that when they apply to college, start their families, and live their lives, and do all the things every other American wants to do, they can do so without this dark cloud hanging over their plans. As I said, these young people haven't done anything wrong. They were brought here as children. And again, in America, we don't hold children responsible for the actions of their parents. So my view is that DACA is a good place to start. The fact of the matter is there's nothing we can do to reverse the fear and confusion that DACA recipients have felt over the last years, but we do have the opportunity to work together to provide them certainty and stability moving forward. Depending on executive actions and court decisions, I don't think is a formula for sound, reliable immigration policy. The only way to achieve that is through Congress working on a bipartisan basis with the White House. So I believe we need to take action to give these young men and women the certainty they deserve. The question of how that could happen is up for debate. We don't even know for sure who's going to be chairing the various committees or subcommittees in the next Congress until the Georgia runoff is decided on January the 5th. Over the last year, our country has battled COVID-19, and of course that has consumed much of the oxygen here in Congress. But with the vaccine on the horizon, we're getting closer to finally putting this virus in the rearview mirror and resuming our work on other critical matters. In 1 month's time, we'll be kicking off the work of a new Congress, and I hope my colleagues on both sides feel the same sense of urgency in addressing the situation with these young people as I do. Let me just conclude by saying I've been proud to work with ABIC and a long list of incredible groups that are advocates and leaders on these sometimes very contentious and emotional issues. A lot of those organizations are in Texas, including the Catholic Bishops of Texas, LULAC, the Hispanic Chambers of Commerce, Borderplex, Texas Border Coalition, and too many others to name. So I appreciate your efforts to try to bring your energy and your passion to protecting these young people and improving our immigration system as a whole. And I want to thank you for giving me the chance to participate in today's virtual summit. As we gear up for the work of a new Congress, I'm eager to continue working together.
Thank you so much, Senator. Immigrants.
Senator, this is John Rowe. I just want to add my thanks to you for being on a part of our program today.
My honor.
And I really appreciate your being here. You and I have talked about immigration reform many times one-on-one. Don't have much new to say, but I certainly like your starting with DACA. It would be much better if it were done by statute than by executive order. And as we've discussed before, I hope you and your Republican colleagues are able to find some way of legalizing and giving work permits to a large portion of those who are here already. They are in fact working just under the table. They're usually paying taxes. We need to legitimize it and give them a real future free from fear. So I appreciate your interest in this subject. I really appreciate your coming here. And while I'm afraid some of the people at this conference might be on the other side in Georgia, I'm all on your side in Georgia, and I'll do everything I can to help.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, thank you, John. And thank you so much, Senator. Immigrants are indeed crucial to the Texas state workforce. Texas has 213,000 dreamers. 110,000 of those are DACA recipients, and 94% of the 213,000 dreamers are employed. High skilled workers are especially important to our competitiveness. As you know, students on temporary visas made up roughly 1 of every 3 students earning a STEM master degree at a Texas university last year, and 48% of the students earning a PhD level degree in STEM. If half of the Texas's 5,500 advanced level STEM grads on temporary visas stayed in the state after graduation, over 7,000 jobs for US born workers would be created. So the opportunity is there from as far as immigration reform. We appreciate your time and look forward to working closely with you to get an immigration deal across the finish line that will strengthen the Texas economy and the US economy. I will now turn it over to Juan Carlos and Chris Wallace to conclude our discussion.
Thank you so much, Woody and Senator Cornyn. I would now like to introduce Chris Wallace, President and CEO of the North Texas Commission. It is a unique public and private partnership that drives large, impactful projects and legislative issues benefiting a robust 13-county region that we call home. Chris and the North Texas Commission have been ardent and vocal supporters of immigration reform, and he would like to say a few words about the issue because he has been one of the biggest supporters for DACA recipients and dreamers like myself. Thank you so much, Chris.
You bet. Thank you, Juan Carlos. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me add my congratulations to you as well, Senator, on your reelection. We certainly do appreciate your leadership. And Mr. Hunt, it's always good to see you, sir. North Texas has one of the most diverse economies in our state, with trade, transportation, utilities, hospitality, and health services making up some of our most fastest growing industries. In fact, our job growth continues to outpace the national rate. That's why we want our region to stay on this impressive upward trend. And we do believe that fair immigration policies could certainly encourage this continued growth. Senator, as you just pointed out, some of our top employer companies, the TI, AT&T, and our hospital systems, there are many others, employ foreign professionals who graduate with critical science, technology, engineering, and math degrees from US universities to fill very high skilled specific positions. And our businesses, as you know, need talented, hardworking, and high skilled workers who we believe help augment our workforce, not replace, but augment our workforce. Let me build on just briefly what Mr. Hunt was talking about earlier. For our region, in terms of some numbers, 1.4 million immigrant residents, including 575,000 undocumented workers and 92,000 dreamers, called North Texas, our 13-county region, home. We're very proud of that. They make up 18.7% of the region's overall population. and almost 30% of our STEM workers. They are a big reason why the North Texas region is an economic hub and a job creation center. And we believe that continuing to make our region among the most competitive in the country, that immigration reform is going to be certainly necessary. Senator, this is why we are very thankful for you. We're very thankful for your leadership, for helping to draft a legislative solution and making DACA a top priority. As you're aware, 96% of Dreamers are employed and pay just under $200 million annually in state and local taxes in our state. That's very impressive. So Senator, please know that we at the North Texas Commission continue to stand ready to help you. We actually have economic impact data for each of our 13 congressional districts. So we are ready and eager to help your colleagues over on the House side as well once a piece of legislation comes forward for a permanent fix. Senator, thank you very much, and please know that we stand ready to help you. And as you pointed out, this is going to be DACA, a solution is going to be a true stepping stone to comprehensive immigration reform. So we look forward to 2021. Thank you.
Hi, Chris. It's really great to see you, and thank you so much for your support and your remarks. If you have just a few minutes to stay with us, because you've been in this fight for common sense immigration reform for many years, now in your current role as the chair of the North Texas Commission, before that in the largest, most powerful statewide Texas Texas Association of Business. And I'm just curious in terms of your thinking strategy for this upcoming year. We have a new administration, a divided Congress. What do you believe is the best path forward, and kind of looking at it from a Texas perspective as well?
Absolutely. DACA, first and foremost, we are putting a lot of emphasis on that. We heard the senator, we heard Mr. Hunt. Rebecca, thank you for you and your team, you and Juan Carlos both, your team's great work. Bill and all of us, DACA is going to be has to be a top priority. I truly believe that is the stepping stone. If we can have a permanent fix and we can show the entire nation that this works and there is an economic benefit, there's hard data that shows that if we take care of these DACA recipients, that they are valuable to our workforce. They are valuable to our country. And that's a true stepping stone to what I believe is greater comprehensive immigration reform. As far as state, we are busy visiting with each of our 41 House members, 9 senators in Texas for our state legislature coming up in the 87th session. And so far, we have not heard any negativity in terms of any sort of anti-immigrant bills that hopefully will not be filed. But we have not heard anything as far as building on SB4 or anything like that, which is obviously we've got our work cut out for us as a state in terms of COVID recovery and budget shortfall. That's first and foremost in education and workforce. So we hope immigration will not play a big role in the upcoming state session.
Thanks for those insights. And it's interesting you brought up SB4. And I remember the first time we had a conversation was when SB6 did not pass the bathroom bill, while SB4 did pass, even though the population that the legislation's impacted was far more immigration than the population impacted under SB6. I was just curious in terms of your thinking of what the differences are when these more, I guess, controversial bills come up, and the strategy to either winning or not winning, that's key, and what can be applied for immigration moving forward.
You know, when we in Texas, and we enjoy such a great competitive economy, we have a relatively low regulatory environment. We are a great state in which to do business and to live, work, and play. Great state in general. We're very proud of it. And we want to keep it that way. And we think that legislation like a SB6 or an SB4 just harms that. It harms our ability to attract top talent from all over the world. And so we want to be careful when those ideas come to the House or to the Senate to make sure that, yes, we hear them, we discuss them, we all come to the table, we all give input, private and public sector leaders all over the state. But at the end of the day, we've got to make sure that we protect our economy. And true immigration reform and keeping away from an SB4 type piece of legislation is certainly a way to do that.
Great, thank you. And besides DACA, are there anything else on your wish list for the new administration or for Congress next year?
Yeah, obviously visas, H-1B visas, others that many of our private sector businesses utilize workers which have these visas. They are key. So limiting that number obviously hurts us. And so a true, eventually comprehensive fix, and this has not been addressed in over 30 years. And so our system is very much outdated. It's very antiquated in terms of how we do business today. So like everything else, we must update it with our trade agreements and everything else that have been antiquated. We spent a lot of time and resources updating those for the last couple of years as a country, as a state. And so no different with our immigration system.
Great, thank you so much for that, Chris. And I know that our next panel is jumping on. Thank you so much for your leadership all these years. Thank you to Senator Cornyn. Thank you to Mr. Woody Hunt. And I will hand this over to James to introduce our next panel.
Yes, thank you, Becca. COVID-19 has disproportionately impacted minority and immigrant-owned businesses. Recovery programs are ongoing, but in recent months, federal negotiations have stalled. In this panel, our experts will discuss the successes and shortcomings of various recovery efforts and what relief policies they would like to see in 2021. The moderator for our panel today will be Mr. Sam Scott. Sam Scott is the retired chairman, president, and CEO of Corn Products International, today known as Ingredion. He serves on the board of the Bank of New York Mellon, where he is chairman and corporate governance nominating and social responsibility committee chairman. In addition to his public company boards, Sam Scott also serves on the boards of Northwestern Medical Group and the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. There is a lot more to his resume, but for time, I'll stop there. Please welcome Sam Scott to get us started and introduce our panelists.
3 minutes. Thank you, James. Really appreciate that. For today's panel, we have two very impressive and accomplished gentlemen. Mark Morial is the current president and CEO of the National Urban League, the nation's largest historic civil rights and urban advocacy organization. He served as the mayor of New Orleans, as well as the president of the U.S. Conference of Mayors. He previously was a Louisiana state senator and was a practicing attorney. He is a leading voice on the national stage in the battle for jobs, education, housing, and voting rights equity. He's been recognized as one of the 100 most influential Black Americans by Ebony Magazine, one of the 100 most influential Black lawyers in America, and he's been inducted into the International Civil Rights Walk of Fame in Atlanta, Georgia. Our second panelist, Martin Eakes, is a North Carolina native, he co-founded the Self-Help Federal Credit Union in 1980. Since then, Self-Help has provided financing for more than 85,000 home buyers, small businesses, and nonprofits. Self-Help's mission is to reach people who are underserved by conventional lenders. Self-Help now has 50 branch offices across the South and Midwest. In 2002, Martin established the Center for Responsible Lending, which battles predatory mortgages and payday lenders across the country. Martin has been honored with dozens of high-profile awards, including the MacArthur Fellows Award, and Martin holds a law degree from Yale University and a master's from Princeton. So obviously we have two gentlemen that are well-known in our country and are doing a lot of great work for us. So if we can get started. The first question I have for both of you, and I'll ask you first, Mark, both of your organizations are working to speed along the recovery process of small businesses. What is it that you're doing actually to make that happen?
Well, first of all, let me thank you all. And it's always great to be with Martin Eakes, a great champion of the underdog in America. and with everyone this afternoon. We've worked from the very beginning of this crisis, first in trying to shape a rational approach to COVID relief. And as you know, the COVID relief bills that had passed the Congress included a forgivable loan for small business owners. I think that program may not have been well designed. It could have been designed much better because its impact bypassed many very small businesses in the United States. On the other hand, at the National Urban League, since we serve 14,000 small businesses through our Entrepreneurship Center program, we've provided a combination of technical assistance, and with private dollars, we've provided some equity grants and some financial support for some small business. And this is really just sustainability to try to keep them afloat and go on, keep them as ongoing concerns in this time of great difficulty. I think the numbers are going to show that maybe 45 to 50% of African American owned businesses, maybe 25% to a third of all small businesses are simply not going to make it through this COVID pandemic. That's a tragedy for the nation, but it points to what needs to be done from this point going forward to provide real strong support. I think another round of forgivable loans, but I would focus them more on businesses with less than 5 employees. I would make better use of minority depository institutions and CDFIs who are much closer to the people to deploy the funds. Let's learn from what I would call the missteps of the earlier rounds and do a next round differently. Now, Congress is talking about this $1 trillion plan. I don't think it's large enough. I think it should be much bigger. But at this point, I think every economist is saying, do something now, but let's make sure the something puts money in the hands of people and money in the hands of small business. It isn't simply another lending facility for America's larger businesses who have private loans available to them.
Thanks, Mark. Martin, the same question. You and I have worked on a couple of things together, so I know where you are.
My thanks to you, Sam, and to Rebecca for inviting me to join you. And I wanted to say a word about my co-panelist, Mark Morial. You've seen his bio as a great person in politics, but what you don't really know is that he's a giant in the civil rights movement today. And the reason for that is that he has the courage to speak out to people who need to hear it. And he'll be diplomatic when that is possible and firm when it's not possible. So it's an honor to be on the panel, Mark, with you.
Thank you, Martin.
For me, during this period, a little background on self-help. We started as a small credit union in 1984, grew from a $77 bake sale to $4 billion in assets now. Our founding belief has stayed exactly the same, which is that the progress and promise of the civil rights and women's movements would not be complete until we translated legal gains into economic gains and economic opportunity. Our main activity during the pandemic has been twofold. The first was to jump in on the very day that the PPP program was announced. We knew immediately that this was a program designed to keep people employed, but not designed to assist businesses. That's why it was called Paycheck Protection Program instead of a business assistance program. What we did was jump in. Self-Help is a CDFI, Community Development Financial Institution. And we determined early that we felt small businesses and nonprofits that were targeting communities of color would be left out of this program. So we put all of our energy, 150 staff, into serving specifically small businesses. We did 1,750 small businesses and nonprofits for about $185 million of forgivable loans. So we got to actually see the PPP program firsthand by being right in the middle of it. And I would say that ABIC was a key partner in helping us do what we did, and I hope that we were of some value to it as well. So we targeted and were successful. Probably 70 to 75% of all of the loans and dollars that we were able to put into forgivable loans went to African American, Latino, and other communities of color, including we were able to assist 14 national and regional immigration rights nonprofit organizations, which I think is maybe one of the proudest moments of that program for us, to make sure that they had resources. The second thing that we've really done is work with municipalities. So we're a small county or a city that wanted to do something but didn't really know how to make loans to businesses, is we would partner with them, receive dollars, match it with dollars that we could bring from our deposit base, and make a lending program to small businesses that were targeted in a specific geographic area. So there's lots more to do. We think there will be another program, but that's been our activity so far, is trying to jump in, because what businesses needed was what PPP offered, which is a forgivable loan that is essentially a grant. And many of our businesses were going to be losing money. They were going to be hit hard, and they needed grant funds, not another debt that would strangle them for years to come.
Thank you both for those answers. They're very insightful and right on the button. Mark, first to you on this next question. When it comes to smaller minority-owned businesses, what have been some of the biggest obstacles that you've seen these businesses have to face?
Thanks. Good question. Capital. Particularly risk capital, equity capital, has been the most difficult thing for small businesses, and the interest in the Black community to be self-employed, to start a business. It's a robust community of very small businesses, 1 employee, 2 employee, 3 employee businesses. Indeed, 90% of all African-American businesses have 1 employee, and the remaining 10%, which represents about 250,000 businesses in the United States, has an average of 5. So a lot of times it's access to capital. The other is access to connections, the network that generates more business for you. Many African-American businesses are in the B2B space or the B2G space, meaning they sell to business, they sell to government. At least the larger ones are. The smaller ones may be B2C, business to consumer, selling to consumers. But that model, which predominated mainly before the Civil Rights Act and before integration, was that you had a captive audience of Black-owned businesses that served the Black community, because white-owned businesses would not serve the Black community. So you had restaurants and grocery stores and liquor stores and florists. Indeed, my grandfather owned an insurance company in Louisiana from the 20s all the way up to the 1970s. And it was a robust community of those businesses. The Civil Rights Act and integration changed it. And now you have the B2B and the B2C, but many of them still have the difficulty, not only in bank loans, and you can look at all of the data, and the data shows that the denial rates are far higher, but also when it comes to securing venture capital, risk capital, the kind of capital that is truly the mother's milk of American business that helps a business grow. So we've got to unlock that, and we see some signs that it is beginning to unlock with new efforts and new funds, I think in the last decade or so, but still much more needs to be done. I think the other thing is and there are many, many good programs to advance the expertise, the business know-how, the ability not only to run a business, but to grow a business. So there's still this need for coaching and counseling and education and access to the very same. I feel strongly that, and Martin made a very important, I want to underscore a point he made, and that the legal gains of the civil rights era are not complete until there are commensurate economic gains. And one of the most important ways for there to be gains in a free enterprise economy is in business formation and development. And it's part of the mission of the Urban League. It's part of a personal mission of mine, because I think it is so much talent and energy out there. I've been pretty impressed. I have two friends of mine, both of whom were laid off as a result of COVID. They both pivoted to start small businesses. And what's been remarkable to me is how successful they've been, primarily by marketing their businesses on Instagram and Facebook and using online tools and selling. In one instance, one friend sold out of her house for months and months and months, and now has a physical location. So there's a tremendous amount of energy out there and a tremendous amount of upside. We have to unleash the power by, I think, injecting capital into these businesses. And I think like any injection of capital, there's going to be many, many success stories, and there'll be some that won't succeed. But this is what we need to do to really supercharge the recovery.
Thanks, Mark. Martin, do you have anything you want to add to that one?
Yeah, I want to ditto Mark's focus on capital, but say from my experience, I've worked with over the years now, a long number of years, about 10,000 different small businesses, and been able to look at their financials and look at their programs. And I would say that the number one thing that small businesses need now and previously is management contacts, so leader contacts with other businesses. The second is access to markets, and the third is capital. But you can't really succeed without any one of those three altogether. The number that I had that Mark mentioned was the number of small businesses is that for African American small businesses, 95% have zero additional employees other than the entrepreneur or proprietor himself or herself. For Latino and Hispanic businesses, it's 90%. So the vast majority are what I sometimes call entrepreneurs by necessity. They didn't necessarily say, I want to be a business person. It's that because there were so many avenues cut off in our traditional sector, people started businesses and took what were skill sets and made it into something that would produce income for them. So what was really frustrating for me about the PPP program, even though it was designed very quickly, it had good intention, and at $650 billion, it's the largest business assistance program that the United States has ever had in its history. But it was not designed to really help businesses. It was designed almost as a substitute for unemployment compensation, so to keep people working even if there was no business there. So the 85% of employees who stayed employed during this whole time, their businesses received a PPP grant and it helped them weather the storm. But if you were in a business like restaurants or hospitality or independent contractors, you really got hammered hard and the program just didn't work for you. I'll give you one example, and it ties into what I think is most needed, is we had a ruling very early on, number one, that undocumented immigrants, even though their businesses pay taxes, were not eligible under the SBA rules to receive a PPP loan. Well, that makes no sense whatsoever. These are legitimate businesses, they pay taxes, and they should not be excluded from the program that's meant to assist small businesses. So in our next round, we need to be very vigilant and make sure that the legislation as it comes through does not repeat that error. The second one was a determination that if you are one of this 95% or 90% an independent contractor, it was determined that you couldn't be included in the workplace where you were often working as part of the PPP grant assistance. Instead, it was determined you can apply for your own status as a PPP loan, but if you're small and no employees and you've only got, let's say it would have been a $10,000 part-time employment, you really were so small and didn't have your books all together. It was just more informal business. So what it meant was in this program, not, I don't think by intentional design, but just because of the speed in which it was put in place, that the vast majority of Black and Hispanic Latino businesses were left out completely. They were told you can apply on your own merits, But when you're talking about a single or no employee business, which is the majority, the banks weren't interested in doing something that small. The businesses didn't have contacts with the banks to help process them through. And so it meant the vast majority of people that we all care about, they just got left out completely. So I think that that is a major problem from the last stage, and we've got to fix it going forward.
Thank you, Martin. One of the things I'll do is skip one of the questions. This will be our last question, so we have some time to go to the audience and see if they have any. But Martin first and Mark, if you had your wish list for the new administration to deal with the small business recovery, what would be one or two things that you'd like to see them do?
I would like to see them have a grant program for small, really small businesses that's very streamlined. So this could be anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000. That would be, all you had to do was show that you pay taxes or that you file taxes and that you get the assistance so that it doesn't go through all of this rigmarole of having to book a loan through a bank and then have it forgiven later on. We need to make sure that the money gets to, and the beautiful thing about really small businesses is it doesn't take much money. You may have seen the recent statistic that came out in the last 2 days once all of the PPP loans became public, that 1% of the borrowers received over 25% of the total amount of money that was distributed. So these were very big companies that distributed their different restaurant branches all around. And for 1% of the money, we could cover a ton of the smallest businesses who really are the greatest in need. I tell people that when they ask, well, what's your advice to small businesses? I said, in this sector, the small businesses don't need advice from me. African-American and Latino businesses, they've been survivors for so many years on the edges that they know exactly what to do.
Yep.
And it's basically, let me survive until a better day. And if I'm being a little less tongue-in-cheek, I would say that my one recommendation is to make sure that you have a contact with an accountant. It doesn't have to be a fancy accountant, but someone who can make sure that your books are in order enough that when the new program comes out, the accountant can help facilitate the contacts through whatever, whether it's a government agency, whether it's a bank, and then find a relationship with a community development financial institution in your area or a minority depository, Black bank, Latino bank, and build a relationship, because when you need it, it's too late to start a new relationship. You need to have that relationship in advance. And we're going to have another round. The hospitalizations from COVID are spiking now higher than we had at the peak in April. Whatever we do in the short term, there's going to be 1 or 2 or 3 additional stimulus bills, and we just need to make sure that the people who need to survive have an adequate and fair chance to access some of the grant money that would be needed.
Thanks, Martin. Mark, you're 1 or 2 items.
Yeah, that's a very important question. So I'll co-sign everything Martin said, but we need an administration that has, for lack of a better term, a comprehensive strategy, and a comprehensive strategy that goes beyond fancy rhetoric, a tax provision here or a tax provision there, but a comprehensive strategy around small businesses with an intentional focus on businesses owned by people of color, mainly African Americans and Hispanics. Number 2, as a part of that strategy, I would shut down the SBA and start over and create a new small business agency that had more powers, more scope, more dollars, and that would focus on the capital side in a number of ways. Number 1, I think Martin is right. We need an equity grant program. We need an equity grant program for small businesses. And I think it should be led by the government. It should be funded with government dollars. And I'm confident that the private sector would also follow suit to inject the kind of capital we need. Secondly, I think that CDFIs need lower cost capital. And I don't see why we can't figure out a way to give CDFIs and other lending platforms access to the Federal Reserve's discount window, where you could get the money on the same terms as a bank. And therefore, when you lent it out, the interest rates wouldn't have to be as high as sometimes they have to be. I think we've got to look at this whole cost of capital, and that is whether we ought to not subsidize, but have favorable terms for capital that we inject into those instruments, those instrumentalities that lend to small businesses, be they MDIs or CDFIs. We need a new and a very different approach to this. And I think what we need to recognize is 20th century tools worked in the 20th century. In the 21st century, we need some 21st century tools. So I don't think we should be straitjacketed in our thinking that we're limited to how and what we've done in the past. This notion of, and PPP sort of broke important new ground. The idea that you would give grants to businesses had always been a no-no, a nada. We can't do that. That's just not right. Now that it's been done in a big relief-oriented program designed as a forgivable loan, I think we recognize that type of injection of capital where you're not adding debt to people does yield very important benefits. And the return is significant. You know, the return is the maintenance of employment, the growth of employment, the activity that it provides in communities, the fact that it keeps people from being, in some cases, because they don't have a job, they go to becoming an entrepreneur from being destitute or on the street. So we need to rethink. And I'd like an administration that's going to do some short-term things within the context of COVID, but that's going to think about a long-term new strategy with respect to small businesses and businesses owned by people of color.
Thank you, sir. James, I'm going to turn it to you now to see if you have, I see there are a couple of questions. Why don't you cue them in, and then we'll go to the video with the senator.
Yeah, thank you, Sam, and thank you, gentlemen, for all the expertise that you just shared. I wanted to give a couple of minutes for questions directly from the audience here. So our first one, I'm going to go to Martin first. Do you expect any changes to the PPP forgiveness program process with the new administration or in the coming months?
I don't know about the new administration yet. I know that we need to make that happen. So for loans that were under 150,000, it needs to be just a streamlined certification to make sure that the forgiveness can happen quickly. In the first PPP bill, there was a provision that said you have to keep all of your employees intact. And if any of your employment goes down, they had what was called a forgiveness reduction provision. Well, that's the stupidest thing. I mean, that makes no sense at all. It ends up then that if you actually needed the money and you had to be cut back because your revenues were cut back, you ended up with a debt instead of a grant. So we got to get that. We got to make sure that that's changed. We got to make sure that the forgiveness comes through very streamlined. I think that we'll get a good hearing unless it gets in the back room. You know, if it's a Senate House bill that is negotiated by one or two people, they may or may not have the information they need from on the street practitioners like the businesses that are on this forum.
Thank you. Anything to add to that, Mark?
I just say amen, Martin. And I think what's important is that the people who put this program together need to listen to and collaborate with and consult with all of us who are on the ground doing this work. Sometimes in every administration, whether they're R's or D's, sometimes there's a bit of ivory tower policy making by well-intended people, but they don't have the on-the-ground experience. They don't have the on-the-ground feel. They don't quite have the instincts on how what they're designing will really impact businesses. So, you know, I think it's important that we've got a new Treasury Secretary. We're going to have a new Commerce Secretary. There's going to be a new economic team, that they listen to what we are saying and they understand how these programs could be significantly improved and not just pass it in the way in which it was taking place now. I have no idea because we're not privy to the negotiations, the deal making. It's been, you know, one day there's going to be a deal, the next day there's not going to be a deal. I think in a new administration, you're going to have a much more transparent, if you will, lawmaking process.
I mean, I do feel like the SBA and Treasury did the best they could do. And this was a program put together really fast. It's just we need some tweaks in the legislation at the legislation level, not just at the implementation level.
Yes.
So I do think that Mark's point that we need to make sure that we reach out and make them listen, but also encourage them to do so.
Great. All right. So we're going to do one more question before we turn it over to Sam to close us out. And I'm going to hold you guys to 20 to 30 seconds to answer this last one here.
Good luck, Jay.
Aside from government programs, where can small businesses seek resources?
There's a network. I mean, our entrepreneurship centers are substantially, almost completely funded privately with private philanthropic dollars and corporate dollars. I mean, there are many small programs in communities and universities and incubators that are not government oriented, that are not government run, and that are not government funded. But I also think there's so much through informal networks, so much in ecosystems. I've been a part of the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small Business Program for now, the Advisory Council for 10 years. That's a privately funded initiative. And one of the powerful things of the initiative is that there's been an ecosystem amongst the businesses in the program who do business with each other and who consult with each other and who commiserate with each other. And those types of initiatives, those types of networks are really important. So that's another option.
Thank you. Martin, quickly.
So it is true that most small businesses get resources from family, friends, and associates. But the corrosive fact of the American economy is that Black and Latino businesses and families have 1/10 the wealth that white families have. So that informal network is it's just not as deep in terms of wealth that can be provided to small businesses. So I would not give up. And, you know, we can go to local banks, local credit unions, local CDFIs, but almost all of the funding that they have is going to be debt funding. So right now, during this moment, I feel like whether it's local governments, state government, federal government, we need to take advantage of the crisis and have the money delivered in a form that can be equity grants to small businesses. So don't give up on the government source. That's the only, the players that have taxing authority have the ability to provide capital at scale that could be grant capital. And we need to mobilize and organize to make sure those monies come in. We can access the private sector for debt capital, but that's not what we need right now.
Thank you both. Sam, take us home.
All righty. Gentlemen, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure listening to you. I know you've imparted some very good information to our listeners. I guess we've had as many as 300 to 400 people on the call today. Everyone learned a lot, as did I. So we really appreciate the time you spent with us, and thank you again.
Hey, thank you for having us. Yeah,
absolutely.
Have a great.
We'll do it again. And
have
James,
a great
I'll turn it
December.
over to you now so we can have Senator Rubio's video.
8 months ago, as our nation entered its first coronavirus lockdown, Congress came together to pass the Paycheck Protection Program. The PPP program is the most successful economic program passed by Congress in decades. It extended a lifeline to more than 5 million small businesses and provided continued employment for tens of millions of Americans. It was also the most bipartisan. But then, as we got further away from the shock of the spring and we got closer to the presidential election, that common purpose went away, at least here in Washington. The story was different across the country, of course. Organizations like the American Business Immigration Coalition, you stayed the course. You helped small businesses apply for federal assistance and kept the focus on where it should be, protecting dignified American work and our local community institutions. It was a mission-focused endeavor and one in which I and countless small businesses as well are extremely thankful for. As we look forward, we have no idea what 2021 will have in store for us, but we must remember, at our core, we are an incredibly diverse and proud nation. We draw strength from that diversity. Most of us do not wake up thinking that we are conservatives or liberals or we're African American or white or of Hispanic descent. Instead, the first thing we think about in the morning is we understand that we're fathers, we're mothers, we're daughters, we're teachers, we're veterans, we're coaches, we own small businesses, we're leaders in faith communities, and we are members of a broader community. We have a lot of work to do as we defeat this virus and to begin to rebuild our nation, but I'm confident in the future, and I know that you all will play an important role in that effort.
Great. Thank you very much, Senator Rubio. I am delighted to introduce our next panel, which includes the Governor of Colorado, Jared Polis. Hello, Governor. And I will hand this over to Bob and Kathy. And if the other panelists, please, if you can turn on your camera so we can bring you onto the main stage. I believe that's Basma. I see you there.
And Rebecca, I think it's showing Governor Polis as Bob Worsley. I'm not sure why.
Oh, we'll take care of that.
Oh.
Rebecca, is he there yet?
Okay, great. There you go. We see you. Oh, there's Bob. Okay. I don't think the governor has arrived yet. I think he's running about 10 minutes late. But I did want to, in addition to welcoming our panelists, just to remind folks that in about 25 minutes, I will step in and interrupt the program because we have Alejandro Mayorkas, the former Deputy Director of the Department of Homeland Security, who will be joining us to provide remarks. And he is the nominee designate for President-elect Biden for the Department of Homeland Security. So I will pass it over to Bob or Kathy for this section.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Got it. Thank you so much. I was fixing your name. Hi, everybody. Our next panel is going to be State of Play for Refugees and Temporary Protected Status. Our moderator for this panel is ABIC board member, founder of Sky Mall, author and former state senator for Arizona, Bob Worsley. Bob, thank you for joining us today. I will let you take it from here.
Great, thank you very much. And it's really a pleasure to have these two wonderful women here with us today, Nazain Ash and Basma Alawi. And thank you very much for being with us. I'll give you a little bit of an introduction to myself and why I'm interested in this topic, why I'm serving on the board of ABIC as well. I came from a long life of being around the international community. I lived in South America for a couple of years with my church. I served in Uruguay, Paraguay, and Brazil for 2 years when I was 19 to 21 years old. Later in my life, I'm an entrepreneur. I started Sky Mall, the in-flight shopping catalog, and was named in 1999 the Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year after serving at Price Waterhouse as a CPA prior to that. Along the same time, our church, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, tends to use a lay ministry. And so I served for almost 10 years because of my Spanish skills to a Hispanic congregation. And we formed 2 thriving Spanish congregations in Arizona. As a result of that, when I had retired from my business career, I was asked by the community to consider running against the Senate president, which had never been done before. We had successfully recalled him in Arizona because of his SB 1070 anti-immigrant bill that was about show me your papers. It's much like SB 4 in Texas. So I kind of left the business world for a couple of years and served in the Arizona Senate. I did beat him by 12 points in a primary, which nobody thought was possible. And I subsequently won 6 other elections and just retired last year from the Arizona Senate. My family has been passionate about refugees and the TPS, the temporary protected status program in our government. I have a brother-in-law that's worked in this field, he and his wife, for 30 years, having lived in Indonesia, doing peacemaking between the Muslims and the Christian community in Indonesia. Speaks fluent Indonesian now and is now serving in Boise, Idaho, at his church over the TPS and refugee program in Boise, specifically with Syrian refugees that are there being resettled in Boise. My daughters have worked in Tucson, Arizona and Boise, Idaho as well as Salt Lake City with refugees from Africa and then also from Syria. So we have a deep love in our family for people that are in need, especially when we go interrupt a society with a war like Iraq and other places and create huge refugee crises. And then when we close our doors like we have under President Trump to kind of ignore and close our eyes that it's not our problem, it's appalling to me. And it violates every Christian bone in my body. For that reason, I ran for office and was pleased to serve. And since I ran for office almost 10 years ago, we've not passed one single anti-immigrant bill in the state of Arizona. Not one since then. So that's kind of my background. I'd like to give a little bit of background to these 2 wonderful women that are here on the panel with me. Let me first start with Nazain. She has a wonderful background as the Vice President of Global Policy and Advocacy at the IRC, International Rescue Committee. The International Rescue Committee is a global humanitarian aid organization that offers emergency aid and long-term assistance to people in crisis in over 40 countries and resettles refugees in 28 US cities. Nazain oversees the organization's policy and advocacy efforts, which draw on the learning and experience of IRC humanitarian and resettlement programming to shape policy and practice. Prior to this role, she was the policy fellow at the Center for Global Development, where she focused on aid effectiveness and political and economic reform in the Middle East. Previously, she served as Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs at the U.S. Department of State, leading the U.S. government's Middle East Partnership Initiative. Her U.S. government experience also includes serving as a member of the Secretary of State's policy planning staff, Chief of Staff to the first Director of Foreign Assistance and Administrator of the U.S. Agency for International Development, and a White House Fellow. She holds an MPP from Harvard and a BA from the Political Science at Bryn Mawr College. So we want to thank her for joining us today. And then let me introduce as well Basma Alawi. Born and raised in Baghdad, Iraq, Basma came to the United States with her husband as a refugee in 2010, leaving behind her career as an engineer with the Ministry of Oil within the government of Iraq. As a refugee and activist, her stories of activism have been featured in the media. More recently, she was nominated to be one of the Athenian 40 women in the world who are leading change, and was the recipient of the 2019 One Jacks Humanitarian Award and one of the Eves Award recipients of 2020. She was also elected the Florida delegate for the Refugee Congress and served on board of national organizations like USA Hello and the Southeast Immigrants' Right Network. Currently, she is the state refugee organizer with the Florida Immigration Coalition and the executive director of Weave Tales. So I want to thank these wonderful ladies for joining us. What a pleasure to have them on board. If you don't mind, I'm going to have Basma start with you. There's a fear in the United States of refugees and asylum seekers, especially Muslim refugees. It's been intentionally created by our president. I apologize for that personally. Can you please share what the process of becoming a refugee is, how that works, how it worked in your case, and what the different security clearances that you and your husband had to go through? And how long did it take, and what happened when you arrived here? Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. It's such an honor to be with a great panel. Thank you so much also for sharing your story and for your service for the refugees around the country. As you just mentioned in the beginning, I was born and raised in Baghdad, Iraq, born and raised between dictatorship and war, and escaped Iraq in 2010 due to the threat that faced my husband. So advocacy, freedom of speech, activism, and even community organizing, all of these terms were forbidden in my life. The only place I used to speak my mind was home with my own family. And even that was not okay, because in most cases, my parents always stopped us because they were fearing of losing us. Coming here and seeking refuge was the turning point in my life. Refugees like me, and for people who don't know what's a refugee, we are people who have fled war, violence, conflict, or persecution, and have crossed an international border to find safety in another country. We often have had to flee with little more than the clothes on our back, leaving behind our homes, jobs, and our loved ones. Due to my community needs, I started sharing my story, volunteering with the community, and advocating on behalf of refugees. I am now the Florida refugee organizer for the We Are All America. It's a national campaign and housed in the Florida Immigrant Coalition. And I also, as you mentioned, I co-founded Weave Tales because we want to make sure we promote and share the refugees' stories. We know today we have over 80 million people are forcibly displaced, and more than 1% of the world population, 26 million of them are registered refugees. And when we say registered refugees, the registration process itself for refugees include really in-depth refugees interviews, home country reference checks, biological screening, such as iris scans. And we know that people who work for the military are already weeded out. Among those who pass background checks, a small percentage are referred for overseas resettlement, like me, based on criteria designed to determine the most vulnerable cases. I can also speak later more about the vetting process, but for refugees to be approved to come to the US is the most strict process by far of any other category of intern in the US. The vetting process takes minimum of 18 months to actually 3 years, and includes biometric data, cross-checking multiple database, and interviews. It took us, for me personally, over a year, and we were actually lucky, me and my husband, and in that time, my one-year daughter, we were really lucky that it took us not long to come to the US, but definitely, and it takes a lot of time. And for some people, really, they either go back to their home and deal with the crisis, or they give up the process.
Thank you very much. Nazaim, can you give us the state of play on where the temporary protected status and refugee resettlement program are right now, and introduce yourself as well?
Sure. Thank you so much. I'm so privileged to join this forum and this distinguished panel with you and with Basma. Bob, thank you so much for your generous introduction. Maybe to add a little personal reflection to what you've already said about my background. I'm Iranian American. My parents came to the United States as students, anticipating that they would return to Iran at the end of their studies. You know, the Iranian Revolution happened in the last year of my dad's PhD program. And so out of great concern for what my future might look like, they decided to stay. So I have a keen sense of, there but the grace of God go I. And it's really informed a lot of my professional choices since in pursuing human rights and human dignity, and ensuring that no aspect of our identity, whether it's our race or our ethnicity or our religious beliefs or where we were born or our immigration status, stand in the way of being able to achieve our human potential. You asked me to offer a state of play on temporary protected status and refugees in the United States. And it's a dire picture. The United States currently provides temporary protected status to approximately 411,000 foreign nationals from 10 countries. Over 300,000 of them are now at risk of losing their legal status as a result of decisions by the Trump administration to terminate TPS for a number of these countries. That's going to have devastating impacts on individuals and on families, on local and national economies and healthcare systems, and even on long-term fiscal health. Recipients from the 3 largest countries with TPS populations alone have nearly 273,000 children who were born in the US and would now face separation from their parents. Deporting all Salvadoran, Honduran, and Haitian TPS holders would cost taxpayers over $3.1 billion, while resulting in an almost $7 billion reduction to Social Security and Medicare contributions over the next decade, and an over $45 billion reduction in GDP over the next decade. The wholesale layoff of the entire employed TPS population from these 3 countries would result in close to $1 billion in turnover costs for employers. And it would take over 130,000 essential workers out of our healthcare and food supply systems in the midst of a pandemic. With respect to the refugee program, the Trump administration has also reduced refugee admissions by over 80% to just 15,000 this year. And that's even as refugee numbers have nearly doubled over the last decade. As with TPS, reductions in refugee admissions fly in the face of our moral obligations and our bipartisan history of supporting humanitarian action. The average refugee admissions level over the last 4 decades is 95,000 a year, with the highest level set under Republican administrations. And the massive reduction in refugee admissions, together with Trump administration policy changes, has had disproportionate impact on Muslim refugees and refugees from Africa and the Middle East, including over 100,000 Iraqis who face persecution because of their assistance to US troops. It also doesn't make economic sense. Again, as with TPS, it doesn't make economic sense. A study by Health and Human Services found that refugees contribute a net $63 billion to the US economy over the last decade, and again, make up a disproportionate share of frontline workers in our pandemic economy. You'll hear from Governor Polis later on this panel, but he and governors from Massachusetts, Nevada, New York, and New Jersey launched special initiatives this year to tap into refugee and immigrant talent and experience to rapidly scale up the capacity of their healthcare workforces.
Thank you. Just devastating. Again, from a high of 95,000 to down to 15,000, I think is where Stephen Miller is trying to move the number. Do we know how many are Afghani refugees? There's 100,000, it sounds like, Iraqis. And to the extent that President Trump wants to bring everybody home, there will be no protection of these people who need to leave these countries and have been helping us, just like happened in Syria. So do we know how many people in Afghanistan are in this status? Are refugees looking for help?
Yes, so one of the major changes of the Trump administration over the last 2 years has been not only to reduce the number of refugees admitted, but to design special categories for admissions. And so what that means is, unless you are a refugee applying from Central America, or a refugee applying under the Iraqi P2 program, which is the program for those who have assisted US troops, or a member of a persecuted religious minority, it's been incredibly difficult to be able to gain entry into the United States. But importantly, even in those categories, we've fallen far short of our commitment to those populations. So as mentioned, with 100,000 Iraqi P2s in the pipeline, we admitted just over 150 Iraqi P2s this last year, because of major bureaucratic impediments in the vetting system.
Awesome.
in her remarks that have just had more difficult. To answer your question, Bob, Afghan refugees have two pathways. One, the special immigrant visa program, which is largely for Afghans who have assisted U.S. troops, and that is a pathway to entry to the United States that's in addition to the refugee admissions program. But Afghan refugees who would be applying through the regular refugee admissions program would be barred under the categories currently identified by the administration, except for those who would be able to make a claim to religious persecution.
And Basma, these facts are devastating. The nation under President Trump has really literally extinguished the lamp in the hands of the Statue of Liberty. Can you describe what refugees, immigrants, and people in the United States are doing to organize, to protect refugees and Muslims and those with TPS?
Yes, definitely. Thank you again for sharing all these facts. It's definitely devastating. And with COVID-19, our community have been struggling even more. Through our We Are All America, we are a powerful alliance of a national organization, has combined strength to respond to the willful destruction of the U.S. refugee resettlement program and the heightened anti-refugee, anti-asylum, anti-Muslim narrative that are influencing even political decisions making and public opinions. The We Are All America, our organizers fighting back against this sentiment and offering on the ground opportunities for grassroots action, nationally branded campaign, and ultimately upholding and strengthening our nation commitment to welcome and protect those seeking freedom, safety, and refuge to the United States. And our campaign really vary with so many different national organizations like the Alianza America, Church World Service, Human Rights First, International Rescue Community, and many other organizations that's coming together to fight this really inhumane acts. We are trying actually, and we have been working to further collaboration between refugees, immigrants, and faith groups nationally and in key states, combining diverse organizational strength to build networks of support for refugees and asylum seekers, refugee resettlement agencies, and welcoming communities. We know that the immigrants' rights movement have long history, and we are trying to learn from these great movements and great organizing effort that have been happening and how we could adapt it to our refugees community. We are also trying to and working to increase the capacity of prominent and emerging refugees, immigrants, and faith leaders advocate to encourage communities' engagement and to provide nonpartisan education to policymakers about the impact of restrictive anti-refugees and immigrant sentiment. We are working to increase the involvement of national, state, and local level leaders in supporting refugees and asylum seekers in priority states, and to increase public involvement in supporting refugees, asylum seekers, and refugee resettlement in priority states. We are trying really to work with many other movements to learn from, but also to bring opportunity for all to all the refugees and immigrants community. As a former refugee myself, I think I shared in the beginning, all of this are so new to me, and I'm really trying to learn these terms. And when I talk to my parents and educate them that I am a refugee organizer, for them it's still shocking, and they still trying to understand what that means. But definitely the good thing about organization and campaign like We Are All America, that they are investing in people like us, in people who actually understand what a refugee journey and how we could really support each other to build a good movement.
Thank you, Basma. Rebecca, can I do one more question, or do you need to cut in?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut in, I'm sorry, but we'll come back to this panel. This is an incredible group of leaders. Thank you so much. I am going to ask if Josh Hoyt can turn on his camera, and also Mr. Alejandro Mayorkas, who is the former Deputy Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, who is here with us today. If both gentlemen could please turn on your camera. Oh, great. And Josh is a co-chair and co-founder of the American Business Immigration Coalition. And I will just have Josh take it away here.
Yes, hello. Well, as you know, ABIC actually is a bipartisan organization. We have actual real Republicans like my evil twin, John Rowe, on the board. He said that he's helping Cornyn in Georgia with dollars. I'm helping the Democrats in Georgia with votes. And so I guess I hope it doesn't quite even out. In a democracy, votes are what finally matters, although our poor deluded outgoing president doesn't understand that yet. It's a real honor to introduce Alejandro Mayorkas. He was born in Cuba. He was a US attorney in California. He led United States Citizenship and Immigration Services from 2009 to 2013. He was the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Human Services from 2013 to 2016, and he is now the nominee to lead the Department of Human Services, Homeland Security, by President-elect Biden. ABIC supported this nomination, formally supported it, because we know of Mr. Mayorkas's work. I want to say that I met Alejandro Mayorkas when he was new to the Department of USCIS. He came to Chicago. We were in a big room. He was taking notes in very tiny letters in a little notebook. And he took notes about the fact that the fee waiver for very poor people, immigrants who wanted to become US citizens, wasn't working. And when he did that, I thought, well, nothing's going to happen because they never do after these meetings. And what he did was he drove through a standardization of the fee waiver so that all immigrants who want to become US citizens can afford to do it. US citizenship is not a privilege and should not be a privilege for the wealthy immigrants. He went on to stand up DACA in record time, 60 days, and then went on to distinguished work at the Department of Homeland Security. Mr. Mayorkas has been confirmed by the US Senate 3 times already. We expect that he'll be confirmed quickly by the US Senate a 4th time, and we will work to help make that happen. And so I'm very honored to introduce Alejandro Mayorkas and to start this with asking that you help us to answer the question we've asked all of the senators who have been on today, which is, what do you think the path forward on immigration reform is? Is it administrative? Is it comprehensive reform? Is it specific pieces like the DREAM Act or agricultural jobs or essential workers? How would you advise us and how will you work to move this question forward? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Josh, for the very warm welcome. I had the pleasure, as Josh mentioned, of working with him when I served as the Director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. Josh, quite frankly, proved the power of the public-private partnership as he convened a wide array of business and other community leaders throughout Chicago to address with our agency the cities in our country's immigration needs and challenges. So thank you very much, Josh, and good afternoon to everyone. I am honored to join you. For more than 200 years, our country's bipartisan tradition of welcoming immigrants from around the world has kept us dynamic and entrepreneurial. It has strengthened our families, including my own, our communities, our economy, and our nation. When I was very young, the United States provided my family a place of refuge. In 1960, my father moved us from Cuba to Miami because he did not want to raise us in a communist country. He believed in democracy and he understood the perils and the challenges of living otherwise. I am proud to have had the privilege of serving in the federal government for almost 20 years, to have had the opportunity to give back to the country that has given my family and me so very much. Now, as Josh mentioned, I have been nominated to be the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, to help oversee the protection of all Americans, fulfilling our promise as a nation of immigrants and administering our immigration system with integrity in a way that is humane and secure. It is an honor to be nominated and entrusted by the President-elect to serve. I will work day and night to protect our security here at home and to fulfill the promise of our proudest traditions. Today, our immigration system is badly broken, and we all know it. The cost of that broken system is incalculably high. It represents a profound toll, not only on families seeking to contribute to our nation and forge their own American dream, but on our economic prosperity and our moral authority as well. As President-elect Joe Biden takes office, he is committed to fixing this broken immigration system. He knows that will require working with members on both sides of the aisle to find solutions that reflect the values we as Americans all share. He knows that our solutions must reflect the broad sweep and impact of immigration across issues and constituencies, because key sectors of our economy, from agriculture to technology, rely on immigration. And he knows that immigrants are a key driver of economic growth. We must stop vilifying these communities. We must bring to an immediate end the inhumane and unjust treatment of immigrants. There is no more powerful and heartbreaking example of that inhumanity than the separation of children from their parents. Immigrants have been essential to our community's ability to survive the current pandemic, serving our nation in vast numbers as healthcare workers, researchers, and scientists, as delivery drivers, caregivers, and clerks, and in so many other critical roles. And they will be vital to our economic recovery from this crisis. We can all agree that our country needs a modern immigration system to allow our economy to grow while protecting the rights, wages, and working conditions of all workers. A fair and orderly system that keeps our families together and our communities safe. Because creating a new immigration system will help create jobs, raise wages, and grow our economy, not just for immigrant communities, but for all our families across this great country. Our history and the facts demonstrate that immigrants contribute to and are a fundamental part of our economy and our society. But of course, this issue is about more than figures on a balance sheet. On the base of the Statue of Liberty, it is written that from her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Immigration is a foundational part of who we are and who we have always been as Americans from our very earliest days. It is an issue especially ripe for bipartisan solutions because it speaks to our common history as a people and because it serves the interest of each of us to further that distinctly American tradition. We are a nation built on the energy, aspirations, and ideas of immigrants and the generations that followed them. A Biden administration will center an immigration agenda that is humane, fair, strengthens our nation and its economy, and keeps our families and communities safe. And we will roll up our sleeves, starting on day one, to fix what is broken, to keep families together, to build an immigration system that works for all of us. Thanks very much for allowing me to be a part of this today. Thank you, Josh.
Great. Thank you so much, former Deputy Secretary Mayorkas, and we will work to make sure that you're swiftly confirmed.
Becca and Josh, this is John Rowe. May I make a comment?
Sure, Mr. Mayorkas, this is John Rowe, one of our co-chairs and the Chairman Emeritus of Exelon Corporation. John, you can turn on your camera. There you go. Okay.
Mr. Secretary, first, congratulations on your appointment. We look forward to having a pro-immigrant voice at Homeland Security very much. Second, those of us who are Republicans are generally considered to be poor Republicans. But if I and my Republican friends can be of any use to you in your confirmation hearings, all you have to do is ask and we'll do anything we can. And third, I understand the president is ask you to develop a broad-based immigration reform bill for early submission. If we can contribute to it, we will. If we can help you get it passed, we will. We're on your team and we'll do whatever we can. And we may even shave Josh's beard just to sort of clean him up for public exposure.
Well, thank you very much for your kind words and kind offer. Very much appreciated. And thank you. Thanks to everyone.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, sir. Great. Thank you, John. All right, we will go back to our previous panel, and we're so delighted to be joined by the governor of Colorado, Governor Jared Polis. So I will ask Governor Polis, Bob, Nazanim, and Basma to please turn on your camera so we can bring you back into the main stage.
Great. Thank you. Governor, I can't see him. I know he was there a minute ago. Did we lose him?
I believe we lost him, but we're working on getting him back.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question to Nazaim, to just follow up. And by the way, that was a real pleasure to meet the new captain of the ship. And, oh, there's the governor. Great. Let me go to an introduction for him. Governor Jared Polis is a fellow entrepreneur. Thank you very much. It takes a bunch of us to make the world work. An education leader, a public servant, and Colorado native. After launching several successful companies, including one out of his college dorm room, Governor Polis committed himself to making sure other Coloradians had the opportunity to pursue their dreams. He founded schools for at-risk students and new immigrants and started nonprofits to help veterans and entrepreneurs. Prior to serving as governor, he served on the State Board of Education where he worked to raise pay for teachers and reduce class size for students. And I think that was also for teachers. And represented Colorado's 2nd Congressional District, where he was rated the most effective member of the Colorado delegation. As governor, he has been focused on saving Coloradans money, helping keep our economy strong, and preserving the Colorado way of life. Thank you very much for joining us. So we want to have you kind of give us a little bit of an introduction as well. We're discussing what can be done at the state and local level to support refugees and those with temporary protected status. What can be done to advocate on their behalf? You've taken some extraordinary measures. We'd like to hear about those. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and thanks to the ABIC team and the summit coordinators. Federal immigration reform remains a huge opportunity, whatever can be done in law, and if outside of that process, whatever can be done through executive authority, enforcement priorities, DACA, DAPA, very excited about those. Colorado really remains engaged as a state, very supportive of the International Refugee Resettlement Program. Over the last 4 years, as you know, the current administration has really worked to decimate this program. But I'm proud that we launched the New American Integration Initiative that identifies and addresses issues that are related to integration and helps for the inclusion of our newest Americans. We offer in-state tuition for refugees right on arrival, so they can go to school if they want. During the pandemic, we amended our healthcare worker licensing process to allow foreign trained healthcare workers to contribute during the pandemic. We also know that the pandemic has hit many of our immigrant and refugee communities harder than many others. And just earlier this week, we worked with our state legislature to provide housing and direct assistance, helping to target some of those who didn't receive other forms of assistance. So we also very early on let Colorado's desire to continue to be a state that receives refugees be known. Proud of our refugee population, and they're an important part of Colorado's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Would you be willing to share with us why this is important to you? There's got to be a backstory.
Well, you know, I founded and was superintendent of a school for new immigrants, New America School in Colorado and New Mexico. My own great-grandparents were immigrants. My grandparents grew up in immigrant households, refugees from discrimination in Eastern Europe. And look, it's a big part of Colorado's future. We are a culturally vibrant state, and our refugees, our immigrants, both documented and undocumented, make our state better and stronger. We need the federal government to finally start recognizing all of our aspiring Americans. But in the meantime, we can do what we can at the state and local level to make sure that people have the opportunity to thrive and that our immigrant communities have a chance to make our states and our communities even better.
Great. And for all of you, we're going to wrap here in just a second. I do want to get one last question in to Nazain. What do you think? We worked really hard to get a new president elected, and I'm a Republican, but I helped get Biden elected. I'm proud of that. Now, what commitments has he made that you're aware of for immigration reform?
Say that again. Go ahead.
I was going to ask Nazain,
yeah,
another panelist, and then you can chip in if we have
Go
a minute. What has President
Governor,
Biden?
I fully defer to you if you'd like to answer this question.
we would like to know what President Biden's going to be doing, what the plans are right now.
Well, we know that the president-elect is very supportive of comprehensive immigration reform. We need a Congress to do that. I'm also confident that he will begin undoing some of the anti-immigrant measures that were done on the executive level, hopefully as soon as he takes office.
Yeah, and I'm hopeful that I can't imagine what Stephen Miller's been up to for 4 years. To be able to go find every single word and every single thing that they've done and undo that has got to be a challenge. Nazain, what are you hearing?
Yeah, just to add to what the governor has already noted, the vice president has also made a very extraordinary commitment to refugee resettlement. So on World Refugee Day this year, he committed to increasing the refugee admissions number to 125,000 in the first year, and then to increase it in the years after commensurate with need. Alongside that, he committed to pursuing federal legislation to establish a floor for refugee admissions that is more aligned with its historical average to prevent the kind of destruction that we've seen over the last 4 years, and to mirror the efforts of state leaders like Governor Polis and others that have passed refugee resettlement codification legislation to make a strong statement about their state's willingness to resettle refugees. He's also committed to exploring new alternative pathways for refugee resettlement, including community co-sponsorship or programs that would allow for employer partnerships or university partnerships, and really allow us to bring into the refugee resettlement program all of the tremendous constituencies that have supported our refugee and immigrant communities, even under the challenges of these last 4 years. And there's also a host of commitments on temporary protected status as well, as we talked about earlier today. But I think one thing I'd want to note for this panel, and in great recognition of governors like Governor Polis, is how much of a difference there's been at the state level as compared to the federal level. The narrative has been very much dominated by Trump administration actions on TPS, on refugee resettlement, on other immigration actions. And in the meantime, there's been a sea change at the state level, led by governors like Governor Polis, where over 100 pieces of anti-refugee, anti-immigrant legislation has been defeated with the with the work of the groups that Basma referenced, and the many coalitions and ever expanding coalitions that are coming out in support of our refugee and immigrant communities. But those same coalitions have proposed over 100 pieces of pro-refugee and pro-immigrant legislation. And as Governor Polis noted, 43 governors, including 19 Republicans, came out to declare support for refugee admissions, last year when the Trump administration asked governors to explicitly provide permission for refugee resettlement. And that was 43 governors before there was a court injunction on the program. So, there's a lot of potential to partner with a willing administration that's looking for expansive opportunities to support our immigrant communities. And there's, state and local leaders, business leaders, community organizations, coalitions ready to partner on an ambitious agenda.
Great. We may be out of time, so I'll wait for Rebecca to cut in here. But what would you like the audience to do, the three of you, Governor and Nazanin and Basma? What can we do as an audience? We're business owners. Some of us are political people. I can tell you there's a lot of bundlers on the phone right now that raise money for different senators and congressmen and governors and presidential aspirants in the future. What can we do as an audience?
Well, call your congresspeople and senators. Tell them they got to do their job and get it done. It's immigration reform will also be a very big economic stimulus for our country. It creates hundreds of billions of dollars in additional revenue for the federal government, increases tax rolls, good for the private sector, good for jobs. We need it now more than ever. So hopefully that can be one of the first things that they get done in the next session. Certainly also if Biden is moving with stuff, they can back it and support it. But nothing can ever substitute for Congress taking action permanently for comprehensive immigration reform. And so please urge them to step up and get to work.
And just listening to Senator Collins this morning, she sounded like, and others did as well, that everyone's going to be so focused on this pandemic and another round of stimulus that we can't even talk about this for 6 months. I hope that's not true. I hope that we can jump in immediately day one and start making immigration a game changer in this next presidency.
Yeah, one of the issues in the stimulus is debt and paying for it. And immigration reform, previous versions have been scored at $200-300 billion positive fiscal impacts. It could easily be more depending on what you do. So it could be a partial pay for any stimulus.
Yep, I agree. In the trillions, by the way.
Yep.
Nazanin or Basma?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I want to thank Governor Pauls for his words. I think for the past years, I have been really tired of hearing really different sentiment about the refugees and the Muslim community and dehumanizing us. It was really hard dealing with this and having two daughters who are Muslims and explaining to them that this is not what the America stands for. This is not what our community is standing for. Trying to explain to my own daughters that this is home for us and we will fight to make sure that we are welcomed and refugees are always going to be welcome here. So first of all, I want to thank Governor Pauls for his words. Hearing words from leaders in the US like this, it's just give me more hope every single day. And also people stay informed, really meet refugees, try to join different campaigns like the We Are All America and organization who's on the ground doing the work. We are learning together. I mean, even if we're going to have more refugees resettle in the next 2 or 3 years, we know that the refugee resettlement program have been really dismantled, and we're going to need the community to step in and support. We need churches and mosques to step in and support our communities to get back and be ready to welcome refugees. So I invite people really to stay informed, join us and learn about the work and how you could be engaged in the movement.
Thank you, Basma. Nazanin?
There's little I can add to the good statements of my fellow panelists. I think the only thing I would add to this is that there's a real need to deploy all of our stakeholder voices at the federal level, and at the same time, to continue the good work at the state and local level. Support local initiatives and state initiatives that are looking to expand opportunities for our refugee and immigrant communities, and in doing so, really create opportunities for expanded constituencies of support. In Colorado, where Governor Polis has issued the special initiative as he shared to expand opportunities for health certification for foreign workers. it's meant that as advocates, we can partner with rural healthcare associations, medical associations, and many other groups that don't come to the table initially as refugee advocates, but come to the table around the passage of unique legislation like this. And it's created these opportunities for to grow constituencies of support that can be deployed at the state level, but also the federal level. And it represents very well communities and coalitions like the ones that the American Business Immigration Coalition brings together. But it's going to take all voices to ensure that the last 4 years, really goes down in history as the exception and not the rule to the American view on immigration and on humanitarian action.
Thank you. And I would just say that my most optimistic moment all day today, I think, was listening to Alejandro Mayorkas as he talked about a new, modern, safe immigration system that would just replace the old, broken, antiquated one. If that could be what we start working on in January, a new, modern, fair, humane, orderly immigration system in total. Amazing if we could all be working on that in 2021, early in the year with this new president. That would be amazing. Thank you very much. Rebecca, we'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Bob. And I learned from the governor, the immigration reform pays for the stimulus.
Yes.
And thank you, Basma. Thank you, Nazanin. Thank you, Bob. Just wanted to end today by saying a huge thank you to our bipartisan elected officials, as well as Mr. Mayorkas, the DHS former secretary, and President-elect Biden's nominee designate for Secretary of Homeland Security. I want to thank Senators Schumer, Cornyn, Collins, Durbin, Menendez, Tillis, Rubio, Coons, Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart, Congressman Will Hurd, Governor Jared Polis, all of our ABIC co-chairs and members, and our entire host committee and panelists for making today's summit possible. And all of our members that joined us on Zoom as well as on social media throughout the day. Today, as was mentioned, is ABIC's launch of a campaign for bipartisan immigration solutions in 2021. So again, thank you to our amazing group of business leaders and advocates coming together and our bipartisan elected officials to say that the time is now to move forward. So let's win some victories in 2021. We thank you and we wish you a good night.